Painted mask, a cap so green. Saint Luigi stops the mean. Greedy demons running wild. Time to serve it up in style. Health insurance, fat cats boast. Ungracious with their gold mine toast. Saint Luigi makes them sweat. Now they praying for regret. Saint Luigi's on the prowl, making demons scream and howl. Swing that fury like a blade. Watch 'em crumble, watch 'em fade. Devil's waiting, taking notes. Corporate greed on sinking boats. Saint Luigi's righteous fight turns the darkness into light. CEOs in panic mode, Prada suits and slippery code. Saint Luigi's righteous hand crushes greed like shifting sand. Saint Luigi's on
What up?
the prowl, making demons scream and howl.
Damn. What a fucking banger.
Like a blade. Watch 'em crumble, watch 'em fade.
Oh, what's okay? How you doing, Kong? God damn. So that was me testing out to see a new functionality I put on the stream. Right? It's still like I'm still testing it out, so it only really works on whatchamacallit? It only really works on Twitch so far. And there's like a queue list I have to accept if someone uses that. But you can now generate music on my stream. What do you think? I like to call my test song the Luigi Special. Apparently it's very popular in the health insurance industry. I wonder if that'll get me in trouble. Yeah, fuck it, I'm nobody. It's not gonna get me in trouble. What a fucking wild time to be here. I was supposed to be here yesterday. I wasn't. Completely my fuck up. Completely me ruining everything by not being here when I'm supposed to be. And also my car got wrecked. Which was fun. So, yesterday, up your stream on my phone, and I left it on the table, I went to the kitchen, didn't see what you had, ballsack. That's why I have this camera here. Right, you know how, so think about it this way, Sim Chunky. Think about it this way, every single time you were playing video games as a kid, or you were watching a movie you were alone, and the movie was fine 99% of the time, and then the one sex scene, that's exactly when your mom or your dad or some family member walks in, that's what the scene is for. And so your wife's like, yo, fuck, did I marry a gay dude? Shit. This is exactly why this is here. What the fuck? Why is this family member of mine watching a fat retard from nutsack angle? This is exactly why this exists. Thank you for proving that this camera angle has a reason for being here. So I was supposed to be streaming yesterday. I wasn't. My car kind of got a little bit fucked up. So I'm getting teabagged almost as much as when I'm playing Halo. Yeah, this is the old Xbox Live experience happening right here. This is the death camp. So my car got fucked up yesterday. So I'm starting up a few small businesses. I'm applying some of my engineering knowledge where I can, so I can support myself. At least until I'm banned off the internet, then I'll have to use those as a form of income. Right? So what I'm doing currently, I was driving down the highway on my way home. Everything's fine. Nothing's wrong. Everything's going the way it's supposed to. And then, all of a sudden, I look to my right. And my side mirror just leaves my car. My side mirror just fucking left. It was just like, alright, I'm out. And it just flew off my car on the highway. It wasn't good. So now I have no side mirror. Because of my change in address and location, I have to now change out my license plate. A few months ago, someone rammed into the back of my car and fucked off, and I never got their details. So my tail light's out, so I've got to get that fixed. So I was just like, fuck it, I might as well get it all done now. So I was trying to get that organized yesterday. And that's why, today, I'm going to be streaming. Oh, man. Oh, there we go. It's working. I'm going to be streaming through the entire night. Because I have to, at about 7... You know what, I should actually set an alarm for this. At about 7 in the morning, I'm going to have to shut off my stream, get in my car, and fuck off to get it repaired. So this guy, I'm going to be pulling an all-nighter. Because I've been asleep the whole day today. Also on phone calls, trying to deal with people. Like a month ago, a fucking public bus destroyed mine. Ooh, I've had that happen. Well, it wasn't a bus, it was a 4x4. I meant to ask, how you liking the patch notes for the US so far? What do you mean for the US? You gotta give me some context. I'm still explaining to my son what he... Your dad's been hiding a secret from you. Where is it? God damn it, where's my nutsack camera? There it is. Your dad needs to explain something. He goes on to illicit websites and donates money to fat guys. It's his thing. Don't listen to what he's saying, kid. Your dad's lying to you. Walking my dog under rain and thunder. Don't say anything funny till I'm home. I don't want to miss it. Well, it's too bad. You just missed a song called the Luigi Special. So, since I'm gonna be here for the next 6.5 fucking hours, my camera is semi-broken, which fucking sucks. Patch notes for the USS... Oh, the USA MMORPG. What, you mean the... Okay, which one specifically, Conk? This is why I say you need to give me context, right? Are you talking about the Indian patch? Are you talking about the you know, the DLC, Rise of Hitler? Rise of Elon patch? Are you talking about the... you know, cartels are now terrorist organizations? Patch notes are wild, dude. Those things are so long. You gotta give me fucking context, man. Fuck me. Fucking Elon throwing the fucking Hitler salute out. Shit, I'm surprised he didn't get his suit designed by Hugo Boss before he did that shit. Fuck me. Fuck me. Just think about this. Hitler has got to be fucking spinning in his grave. The dude was so obsessed with, like, you know, the Aryan perfect ideal, and here's some fucking autist throwing up his fucking salute, being like, I will carry on your legacy. Someone needs to find Hitler's body and strap a fucking turbine to him. We will have infinite power, because that motherfucker's never gonna stop spinning in his grave. Holy shit. It's so fucking good. In Hitler's world, Elon would have been euthanized. Exactly, Super God. That's what makes it so good. That whole thing was so fucking hilarious. Is watching this dude just throw up the fucking Heil Hitler in front of all of the US, and the best part is half of the country's like, no guys, come on, that's not what he meant. And the other one being like, are you defending the Nazi salute? It's the fucking best. My fucking God. I think Elon just proved we do live in a simulation. But in all seriousness, we know why he did it, right? Everyone knows why he threw it up. It's because in Elon's world, he was like, I think I figured out a way. Everyone's criticizing me for my Path of Exile 2 and Diablo gameplay. I think I know how to get out of this. They'll never talk about it again. Sing! And then he just goes for it. At least they're not criticizing his gameplay anymore. I fucking love this timeline. Some fucking random autist climbed his way to the top of the world just so he could throw out a fucking Hitler salute. Oh my God. What a good time. Holy shit. If he was trolling, he's doing it to keep the leftist bullying and seething. I don't think he was. Not anymore. Did he actually? Okay, so this is the best part, Slim Chunky. I've given you zero context because I'm having fun with it, right? But let's look at the actual situation. I'll show you where it was, right? So, where's him throwing out the? Let's see if we find it here.
How inspiring would that be? You know,
How inspiring!
there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning.
I'm sorry, the context is not making it better. There's things that need to inspire you. It's just one of those fucking little Dark Age edits going through his head right now of just fucking Hitler.
And see, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. I love you guys.
I love you guys, but only to fight once. Yeah. Are you blonde?
So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So, and
Oh, they're shouting FIFA. I think so.
yeah. But I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting.
There it comes.
As the president said, we're going to have a golden
Where
age.
is it? Yeah,
it's going to be fantastic.
It's coming. It's coming.
And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good.
Here it comes.
So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic.
I can't wait either.
So
on.
thank you again, and yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Oh damn it! Is it not this one? No, where the fuck is it? Hold on.
A hand gesture.
No, shut up, bitch. I don't want to hear you.
Washington, while thanking the crowd.
Look how fucking hard he threw that out there. I need the actual clip of what he says before this. So that I have some context here, but this is some fucking that's like hard. Oh. But yeah, so the history of the whole that whole salute, that Heil thing, right? Kind of Hitler and the Nazis kind of fucked up everything, and they stole from like a bunch of different cultures, right? So if you know the origin of the swastika, you know that it's a Buddhist symbol for peace, and like connection to the universe. Hitler was quite for disconnecting people from the universe. The salute came from the Romans, who used to say Hail Caesar, right? And that used to be like a Roman salute, which is really funny because he was probably thinking of ancient Rome, as every man does who's like pretty deep into the spectrum. That's like 80% of your thinking for the day. And everyone saw that and they were just like, oh shit, he's back. You know, like how like Voldemort and shit in Harry Potter, he like came back. Adolf is like, this time I know how to play the game. Shaves a little square mustache. This time I will be autistic. I would love to get the context, but the problem with trying to get the context is that you've got a bunch of newscasters obviously talking over the fucking guy because they all need to put their spin on it to tell you what to believe, right? It really pissed me off.
You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections
maybe
are,
this one,
you know, important. Some are not. But this one, this one really mattered.
This one really mattered because I wouldn't have had the camps up otherwise.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
That didn't make it better. No. Oh, fuck me. That did not make it better. That made it worse. Thank you very much. We will be taking the parties that way. Oh, that's beautiful. That is fucking autist. Fuck me. But I get the impression it was some from the bottom of my heart. Damn devilish, you know what? What's up, Iconic? How you doing? How does it feel to be in pre-World War II Germany right now? You better like, you know, you better pass the pencil test soon, Iconic. You better find a white Aryan woman and dye your hair blonde and get some blue fucking contact. Fuck me. This shit will never get old to me. And then it does.
My heart goes out to you.
He did it twice.
It is thanks to you that the future of...
He fucking threw it up twice. He did the full 360. Oh my god. Fuck me. I bet this Omega autist has no idea what he just did. This is the best shit ever. Oh fuck, I was laughing my ass off at this earlier today as well. I bet the next 4 years I'm gonna have to watch US politics so fucking closely. Not because anything different is really gonna happen, because all politicians are the same when you boil them down in a pot of your choosing in your backyard or basement, but because this shit is day one. The next 4 years are gonna be amazing. Oh, what are your general feel for the patch notes? Same shit, different smell, super god. US patch notes, same shit, different smell. Everyone's making a big deal out of it. Everyone's having a fucking stroke. You know what's gonna change for your average human being living in the US? Fucking nothing. But my god, is it gonna be a 4 years of funny fucking nothings. I wonder if we could get Trump to do it. What's the betting pool on getting Trump to grow a square mustache? Wait, if you think about it, wasn't this kind of how Hitler took power in Germany? Where he was like, he wasn't like the chancellor, he was the vice chancellor. And then he was just like, it is my turn now. No, but seriously, this guy's just a fucking autist. I'm more worried about not freezing to death like it's 5 degrees outside. Exactly, Lazel. That's the normal human being response, right? Right? It's, you know, it's them being like, did you see what happened on the news? And like your average human being in the US is like, I can't afford fucking groceries.
That's a huge bitch.
Okay, you know what? I fucked up and left that weight bar, that weight vest thing there, and that's only supposed to be activated when I start WoW. But just because I left it there, I'll actually start with the weights. I'll start with the weights now. So from last week to now, I've cut about 1 kilogram in weight total, and not just water weight, like actual fat. I've been testing myself over the last week, weighing myself, which is devastating for my scale. It keeps telling me to get the fuck off. But I'll start with the weights now because that's my fault. Those activations are only supposed to be there when I start playing WoW. As an autist, every day I fight the urge to do a Nazi salute. Should I start a political career? I mean, Rana, Elon just opened the door for you and everyone else. You know what? You know what? I wouldn't be surprised after all the H-1B visas, where there's like a bunch of like Indians now coming into the US, if like the Indians just like start taking over politics, and they're all like, they get to like positions of power, and you got fucking Indians throwing up fucking Nazi salutes. That'll be the wildest shit. Oh god, hold on, I'm fucking dying here. The memes for the next 4 years are gonna be the wildest shit you've ever seen. That's all I'm about to say. I've been doing that shit for years. It's finally started trending. You started a trend, Slim. It's gonna be the wildest shit. You know how like they were like putting gays in camps and shit like that? I'm just imagining it's 2026 and the biggest Nazi supporter is some gay black dude who transitioned and then detransitioned, and then he's just like, he's just gone fully down the path of World War II Germany. That's what I expect. Like, the guy who should be like #1 target for Hitler is some gay, black, Jewish, transgender guy, and he's leading the movement. That's what I expect. It's fucking amazing. I'm so looking forward to these next 4 years. It's gonna be fucking incredible. Look at him there. Look at him in the background. All he's thinking about is, man, I gotta throw up that fucking salute when I get a chance. Always remember, Muskie video, this is America, because every time something like this happens, yeah, this is America. This is the wildest shit ever, right? Have you seen Baron Trump memes where they size him up threefold? Yes, I have, Supergod. And they make him into like the 9-foot tall fucking giant human being. I've seen those. I love that shit. It's the funniest thing ever, because it actually got a family member of mine to be like, did they genetically engineer Baron Trump? Why is that kid like 12 feet tall? They really believed it. They saw like an image of like Trump, and Trump's like head is at Barron's waist, and Trump's just looking up. And they were like, this fucking kid is like 12 feet tall. What the fuck? My family member believed that shit. Oh, it's fucking beautiful. God, I love America. America's the best. Your fucking country's the best. I love that shit so much. You got the best racism. You got the best autists. Holy shit, you've got everything. You guys win. I see why you're the world superpower. In like a meeting of global leaders, if you think of it like a family barbecue, America is that super rich uncle who's got his cock out on the fucking park bench. And everyone's too scared to talk to him because they're afraid they're gonna get cut out of the wool. Yeah. It's fucking brilliant. Oh shit. Right, now let me actually get on to the things I wanted to look at today. So obviously today is WoW Workout Challenge. Tomorrow is Guild Wednesday 2. Right, definitely an idea that I didn't at all steal from Muckluck, because that wasn't a brilliant idea. I definitely didn't steal that. That never happened. There's 2 primary videos I wanted to look at today. The first was by Sawman, right? The second was by Josh Strife Hayes, and that one's gonna take a while. And you know what? I've got all night. I've got to go take my busted fucking car into service tomorrow morning. So I got all night. I'm going to be here the whole fucking time, right? And then what's going to happen is I'm going to get back on stream tomorrow, right? Or the same day. And then I'm going to do a Guild Wednesday too. So it's going to be a good 2 days for me. This is America, land of the 700,000 one-bedroom homes and severe tisms. Shit, man. You know, I used to think that vaccines caused autism. I mean, didn't cause autism. I'm starting to think maybe they do. Maybe it's not even the vaccines. Maybe it's something in the water. Right? You know how the Romans were all fucking insane? Right? And it's because in every Roman city, everyone had access to water, but all of their pipes were lined with lead. And as we've discovered, lining your water pipes with lead is not a good fucking idea. It's actually really retarded, and it makes everyone crazy. I'm starting to think there's something in the water in America that's just making people autistic. It's beautiful. It's glorious. You think the fluoride in the water is turning the freaking frogs gay? No, I don't think it's the fluoride. I don't think it's the fluoride. I think they've got some fucking other chemical that's like undetectable. I think they've got some other shit in there. If anything, the fluoride's just keeping your teeth whiter than they should be. So yeah, I think the fluoride's there because you're still, you know, like America's now like still secretly rebelling against the UK, and everyone in the UK has fucked up teeth, and so America's like, if we put fluoride in the water, our teeth will look better than theirs. It's like a teenager when they rebel, but they know dad's gonna like slap them across the face, so they don't like rebel in front of you. They do it in these like subtle ways that don't actually change anything. Maybe the prime bottles has something to do with it. No, that's the next generation. Give it 10 years and we'll see some people just fall over dead. Microplastics, probably. By the way, that reminds me, this is a public service announcement. If you haven't shot your cum into a woman by now, and you're starting to hit 30s, remember, microplastics don't leave the body. They're gonna melt you down one day and they're gonna make fucking plastic bottles out of you or whatever the fuck. You gotta get that jizz out before your nuts stop working if you're looking for a family. I know, Ashura. I laughed so hard at the Elon shit earlier today, my hair started growing back. Shit, it was so good. I'm like dying here. I got like phlegm in my throat. I've spent this whole day just laughing my ass off at this dumb shit. Don't worry, Sebastian, it's all of us. I'm gonna have microplastics in me. You, everyone else. I have so much microplastics in me, shit, credit cards. Yeah, but that's because you're not supposed to eat the water bottle once you've drank everything out of it. You know that, Iconic? It's the turtles, they release autism pheromones to get revenge for us killing them with bendy straws. I mean, look, that's about as good of a conspiracy theory as any other out there. You might actually be right. You know what it actually might be? Because we all know that the Earth isn't round, and we know the Earth isn't flat, and that the secret the government is hiding from all of us is that we actually live on the back of a giant turtle. Maybe because we killed all the turtles that were living on the giant turtle's back in the ocean, the giant turtle has now released a defense mechanism, and that's to you know, psychologically manipulate every human being on the planet to love plastic. Fuck. God, I love this. We live in a donut. Fuck, what an amazing time we live in. But right, let me fucking not take forever. There's two videos I wanted to watch today. The first is by Sawman, right? The second is a video by this fucking guy. Ilgi linked this one to me. This was Ilgi's suggestion, I think. Right? I wanted to see what the fuck this was about. Do devs know what gamers want? I think the obvious answer is fuck no. And the last thing we're going to do, that's going to take the longest, is we are going to fix Josh Strife Hayes' ultimate MMO tier list. Because I'm willing to bet that Mr. Alternate Timeline Henry Cavill here has not done this list correctly. I'm willing to bet he's done this list like a theater kid. And that's okay because he is a theater kid. But I'm not a theater kid. I'm a guy who used to be an engineer to some respect. So if he's saying this list is the ultimate list backed by science, I have to now fix this. Because is this science or is this science? That's what I gotta know. We'll skip our way through this for the unimportant parts though, because I know this is a 2-hour-long video. Where is it? There we go. Let's start here. The creepiest MMO ever made. I'm trying to think. What's my bet on this one? There was a sex MMO I saw that I put in one of my videos that I can't remember the name of. but it was really, really freaky because the faces, they look like soulless dead creatures. I wonder if it's that one. But let's see what Soulman's got to say.
Have you ever played a game that left you feeling uncomfortable? Or how about a game that gives you the ick? What about a game that when
that was a black desert rib? I appreciate that. That was good.
you signed up, you felt like your credit card details were instantly stolen?
Star Citizen.
Or a game that just by loading it up, you are now potentially on an FBI watch list.
Oh God.
In today's video, I'm going to venture further down the rabbit hole and explore some more creepy and disturbing MMOs. So if you enjoy videos about games
Soulman's really upped his editing quality.
you've never heard of or are too scared to play, then maybe you'll...
Here's my song. Hold on. Hold on. Did you redeem a song and it didn't work? Okay. You see, I've put this on a list, right? So I have to approve the list, Conk. So I've got yours on a list. So this will be the first song that plays. Oh no, sorry, it's Ashura who sent it. This will be the first song that plays. We'll play it after this one. Fuck it. I'll hit approve now. Make sure that these systems are working. There's a little bit of manual shit I have to do here. And thank you for the resub, Firewolf. Welcome back to the worst place on the internet. We were just talking about how Elon Musk was throwing out the physical manifestation of the hard R on national television. It was great. But I'll have this approved so that it generates and plays your song immediately after this. Okay, Ashura?
also enjoy my YouTube channel, where I go out my way to play dead and unpopular titles, which I then do video essays for, which nobody...
He actually does a very, very good job as a VTuber. I still think that if he really wants to hit that 100k sub mark, he needs to get some... Oh, fuck! We've got another content centipede starting. I'm feeling like I've got a trademark here. I seriously feel like this is now a brand. It's happening again. Welcome to 2025. I found my brand. Big gigantic tits on this dog, but you know, to each their own.
Like and subscribe.
I stand by that statement. I do.
So to interrupt the way, and
I still stand by that statement.
quick note to say that things might get a little bit uncomfortable around here, so some viewer discretion might be advised, although it is just a video game. Let's see what the first MMO has to offer. Also, shout out to my Patreon and YouTube members, because your hard-earned cash paid for this artwork, which I'll probably never use again.
Big, fat, juicy, jiggly titties. Don't tell me that. I want to see this avatar every single time. Every single time this is his avatar from now on. This is it. This is it. He's done it. Hey, I just suggested it. He followed through. This needs to be on a t-shirt. This needs to be on the banner above
He knows
his
what
channel.
he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. He 100% knows what he's doing. Hold on. I'm gonna have to alter your request a little bit. Just because of the censorship part of it. Whatchamacallit? Ashura? Because it's not gonna accept the word Nazi. It won't generate a song about Nazis. So you give me a different description, and then I'll switch out your description with a new one. I have no control over that. This AI does have limitations on it. So it kind of self-censors. So you're going to have to give me a different description. God damn. I wonder if I should put this on a t-shirt. And then just wear this on stream. I'll have a lot of fucking explaining to do.
Cash paid for this artwork, which I'll probably never use again.
What a banger. Big, fat, juicy, jiggly titties. What a banger, goddamn.
Active Worlds is a social MMO released back in 1995. It was created during a time where the internet seemed a lot more ambitious. Players have the ability...
No fucking way. He just unlocked a core memory for me. Soulman just unlocked a core memory for me. Holy shit. I think I played this. I may have played this. I need more information. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was something similar.
To create their own little world which they can share with the wider community. In that world they can interact with emotes, voice chat, and of course text chat. They even had fully customizable avatars. These worlds allow creators to integrate pictures, videos, music, and even webcam. Think MySpace if it was a video game. So why is it on the creepy list? It originally caught my eye a few years back when it was the subject of a haunting tale. A small YouTuber by the name...
Shit. Shit. I have played this game. I can't remember when, but I've played that game. I've played Active Worlds. It was about the same time as I booted up and played Hellgate London. And I remember Hellgate London more because I went through the world of Hellgate and it was completely empty. It was just me. There was no one there. There was no chat activity. I was the one player online on that server. Holy fucking shit. God damn. I didn't even... I feel like... I feel like that dude who like just figured out why he's gay, like he just like regressed in his mind and remembered that like when he was 4 his uncle like jabbed his butthole once. I feel like that's what just happened. God damn.
Name of Vine Source was visiting Active Worlds and was supposedly the only player on the server when an NPC started speaking to him. This led to a creepy interaction and questions around who was this NPC, was it AI gone rogue, or was it just some meme roleplay? I won't butcher the story too much, I'll leave a link though, but either way, Active Worlds is known for not being very active.
Yeah.
So I decided to explore. It was surprisingly easy to install Active Worlds, but what was more surprising was the fact that it had mentioned to the year 2025 on the front page, which means the game can't be that abandoned. In regards to creating an avatar, there's basically preset ones that you choose from, and
this is Elon Musk's next gaming conquest. What you don't know is that Musk actually is the only person playing and developing this game, because after all the criticism of Diablo and Path of Exile, he decided the only way he can be rank 1, number 1 in the world without anyone piloting his account for him is to actually be the only one online in the game. That way he can be a world champ.
And nothing too questionable. There was obviously the school shooter looking guy, a very 90s looking cowboy, but otherwise it was pretty tame. Once I'd selected my character, I was asked to download the game, and I was just thrown straight in. I gave it a minute to load everything up, but it was fairly quick, and then I was greeted with a man standing on my shoulders apparently. I did try to greet them, but they weren't interested. So fuck you, Radboy12345. I played around with the character creator.
They didn't interact with him because they didn't see the fat PNG titty dog. They didn't see that shit. I gotta say, I hold on. I gotta. There are a sum total of 11,000 people who've currently watched this video that he made. Without a doubt, of all the people who watched this video, there is at least one person who thought this as they watched it.
This better not awaken anything in me.
There's at least one. At least one, bare minimum.
Bit, but I couldn't really do anything too spectacular. And I know what you're thinking.
Really? Man of your talents?
I found some other players who were seemingly loaded in just like me, getting ready to go explore. And that's when I noticed the left-hand side, the worlds list. All these places were available for me to visit. So where better to start than the most popular one, Sonus Prime, with 7 people.
Maybe this is not loading, so hold on. Imagine being backed by a multi-billion-dollar company. And this is your 24-hour peak for your MMO. You are only able to outperform a game from 1995 or whatever the fuck by 2,500 times. That's not good. Or closer to 2,400. That is not good. That is not fucking good. New World is my standard baseline for how shit is a game. How bad is a game doing?
Let's run the tape on that one.
What the fuck?
Have you ever played a game that were available for me to visit? So where better to start than the most popular one, Sonus Prime, with 7 people. Now, one thing to note that these worlds can sometimes take a bit of time to render, as you can see in the bottom left corner, and when they do, they can jump scare you with all sorts of stuff.
God, this is the same. This is a similar UI to. Is it called Deep Space Nine? There's a pixel art game with a very similar UI layout to this called Deep Space Nine. I think it's Deep Space Nine. It might be. It's something Deep Space, right? But it's such a fucking good game.
For me, it was a YouTuber's worst nightmare. Copyrighted music.
Ooh! Ooh!
So basically, this area was a nightclub, and someone had hooked up their favorite playlist, which I'll circle back to in a
Hey,
moment.
at least it has more players than Concord.
I'll give you that one iconic. Holy shit. Is Concord ever not gonna be a joke? I think it's Station 13. Is it Space Station 13? Am I confusing Deep Space Nine with that? Yeah, I think I am. Hold on. Yes, you're right. It's Space Station 13. It's this game. What a fucking banger of a game this is. Don't go play it. As a new player, you will get your shit pushed in playing this game. But it will be funny. When you finally figure out how that game works, and you're the one fucking other people over, it's the funniest shit ever. Deep Space Nine was a Star Trek show. Oh, okay, that's why I'm confusing it. Right. That's why I'm confusing the name. I just know it's in space, and there's a bunch of people. You can play as like a doctor, or a clown, or like a captain, or security, or like a tech person. Yes, I think Seth did a review on it. I played Space Station 13 before his review. I think you went a little bit light on the paint when it came to that review. I've seen a much darker shit than what he put in there. Just play the clown. Always play the clown. The clown is the most popular role, and it's fucking amazing.
There's also some artwork on the walls, and the most important thing was that there was actual life on this world.
I don't know if
which
that's
gave
a
me the
world.
prime opportunity to mingle and find out more about this game. So first of all, this bunny is not real.
That mother back there is not real.
It's an NPC, it's a program bot, which means this game is somewhat sophisticated enough to have basic programming and potentially AI.
Is just one of the possible signs of...
That's not impressive, and I'll tell you why. Those bots, right, all you have to do is take a character model with the same rigging, give it a different skin, throw it into the world, and then you have a command list where it keeps on throwing out different commands, right? Which actually reminds me, thank you very much, that I need to start something, don't I? Fuck. Where is it? Fuck, I'm gonna have to... I deleted it. I accidentally deleted like half of the fucking commands I made. Which is really, really irritating. For my WoW workout challenge, which was... God, fuck, I fucked it up big time. So now I'm like redoing them while we're doing this. There we go. Now hopefully I've got the right giveaway code, because there will be a giveaway in the stream at the very end, or when I fuck up in game. Yes, we've got the right giveaway code. Oh, definitely Elon. He has me beat there, Devless. I'm sorry, I'm only like a level 3 autist. That guy's like the grand wizard. He's the clan member of autism. That's the old code, Supergod. That's not going to enter you. Oh, shit. That reminds me, I've got to clear the list. Hold on. Hold on. Do not use that giveaway code just yet. I need to clear the list. Fuck. I didn't clear the list. Of course I didn't clear the list. Why would I have cleared the list? That would mean I know what the fuck I'm doing. Why would I have cleared the list? There you go. Okay. Now the code my friend Jeffrey should work. Capitals matter. Capitalization matters.
Autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world
But
of
hold on, fix the instructions too. Did I fuck up the instructions? Let's see. Exclamation mark giveaway. No, it's set out as my friend Jeffrey. You should all know who Jeffrey is. Super popular guy. It's too bad he hung himself in jail with a roll of toilet paper. The instructions should be good. Let's see. Is it giving the right thing? Did you see the new OnlyFans drama? Iconic, if you talk about that thing involving Yamato, absolutely. Why am I not fucking surprised that he's being a problem? Which brand was that toilet paper? I've been asking myself that same question, Conk. I need that shit that prevents me from getting in touch with my inner self. I need that tough, that Epstein hung himself toilet paper. It's got to be out there somewhere.
Possibilities.
It turns out it wasn't a playlist, it was someone's cheapskate Spotify. And apparently it's hinting at something I should check out for myself.
Debt.com.
And dare I say it, some of the art in here looks modern and AI generated. So this is a 29-year-old MMO with very small signs of a player population. It clearly has the ability to integrate with some modern technologies.
God damn.
And arguably, it's almost as customizable as Second Life, which is still very much alive and kicking. So why does everyone call it abandoned?
Well, because it's got 7 fucking players on the most popular server. What did you expect? You can't have 7 players total and it not be abandoned. The same way you can't have a multi-billion-dollar company like Amazon make New World and it only has 17,000 players and not call it abandoned. The thing that kills me is he is the same shit that Pirate did, but because Yamato sucks Tyler 1's car key, he doesn't get G-kicked. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I think people are more forgiving with Yamato probably because he's a League player. And so it's like you don't judge a regular human being on the same standards you would judge, a seal that just got clubbed over the head by a hunter, right? Same thing.
Under the advice of my fellow partygoers, I decided to go to America. Here's hoping I don't get shot, or worse still, made to consume corn syrup.
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
Now, at a
Average American experience.
glance, there was a lot of blue fuzziness, which I needed to immediately explore. I'm starting to think the blue fuzz isn't by design, and that also...
Oh, what does that say? In memory of Jetta Lewis, who founded America. Who the fuck is Jetta Lewis?
Christopher Columbus was a lying shitbag. I headed over to the main building and got a funny feeling that it may be not rendering correctly. I mean, why were these screens blank? And when I clicked on it, it was basically a teleport to another part of this world, I guess. I then saw another large building and made my way towards it.
This can't be America. This can't be America. I don't see guns. I've seen 0 guns. It's been like a full 3 seconds. I've not seen 7 to 8 guns. I don't believe this is America. If this is America, this is the shittiest rendering of America I've ever seen.
Where this was clearly a picture gallery with no pictures.
Also, there's got to be a building somewhere, a statue of Elon Musk just throwing out the Sig Heil somewhere. Where's that?
Made my way upstairs to see if it was any different, where I then ran into a slight issue.
He got stuck on the wall. Oh, look, that's...
I'm pretty sure this isn't
He just got Star Citizened.
supposed to happen. I sat there for a while contemplating how to get out of this mess, and the obvious choice was just to teleport back in.
Yep. Why is the Star of David around the America thing in the middle there? I don't get it.
Let's just say there's a reason it takes me 2 weeks to create a video. While standing next to another Jetta Lewis memorial,
Hey, look, it's Steve Jobs.
I decided to rebind my keys so I can actually fly and go through walls, as opposed to sit there like a lemon and get stuck. I also discovered how to load up stock avatars, and let's just say I had a bit of fun going through each one.
What the fuck? Okay, so you could just dump avatars in the game whenever you feel like it. Not Star of David, but it is the UN symbol, which is what the fuck. Well, I mean, didn't you watch Idiocracy, that's like a future historical video. You know, along came the and then they un-Nazi'd the world. That's obviously, this guy's ahead of his time. This guy knew.
It looked like the whole point in this world was to basically recreate America. So naturally, I went to the one place of historical culture in America, Area 51. And who's to say that Area 51 does not indeed look like this? I'm certainly not going to say it.
Just remember, if we all run in at once, there's no way they can shoot us all. Speaking of guns, what happened to your YouTube channel intro video? Which one? I've done quite a few of those and then pulled them down because I felt like they were cringe. This Lewis guy that founded America. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay, this one is probably on me because the world was literally called Untitled. And,
oh, look.
Yeah.
It's the rebuilding of California. This is like after the billionaires see all the free real estate after everyone's house is burned down. This is what it looks like. And that's the single surviving piece of road. Privately owned by Jeff Bezos himself.
Next world. So next up, we have a place called Rick's, or as it was referred to as by other people, Casablanca. And I have to say, I really enjoyed the aesthetics, the black and white, the music. It was actually kind of cool to see. I've not seen this before in any other social MMO. Ironically though, because it is in black and white, if I just change the music slightly and throw on a old projector filter.
You know what's real fucked about this? I just had a brilliant idea. You know Fallout 1 is like 1D and Fallout 2. So yeah, let me show you what I mean. So this makes sense, right? The one that had me in it. Oh, that one. Fuck, I have no idea, dude. It's somewhere on a hard drive. I gotta go find it. Let me show you what Fallout 1 looked like, right? So this was Fallout 1, right? This was Fallout 2. Someone could theoretically take this game with this filter and create a Fallout 2.5. And it could actually be pretty fucking good if they knew what they were doing.
There we go. Perfect level of creepy. You're welcome.
Ah,
but no,
good TikTok
generally, I
music.
really like this place. Next up was Meadowplex, which took a while to load, and when it did eventually render, it was a horrifying throwback to the early 2000s. Look at some of these icons. Honestly,
God damn.
Scary. More spooky than that was the Horizon, which was a web page which failed to load. I assume it has something to do with why the controls didn't work as well. Certainly an interesting selection of YouTube videos.
Hold on, I saw Nazi King of the World's name there. Hold on.
As well.
Is that there he is? There he is. Adolf Hitler reborn. There he is. Damn, this is still getting like brand new news from 13 years ago. Amazing.
Certainly an interesting selection of YouTube videos.
Incredible.
Earwax World sadly didn't live up to its name, and I felt underwhelmed at the lack of earwax. It was, however, one of the biggest worlds I had come across, and to be honest, you can tell the owners had been working on this for years. Essentially, I was getting the impression that this was like a adult version of Minecraft, and everyone was just trying to create a space which would be cool to hang out.
Damn. Hundreds of thousands of hours to create all of this. And then no one gave a fuck. Damn. You know, there's like certain people in the world who like try and give you like investment advice. The guy who made that right there, that's this guy. The guy who's like, bro, Light up shoes, light up sneakers are coming back. They're coming back, dude. I'm taking my life savings. I'm putting a mortgage on my house. I'm pulling as much debt as I can. I've sold my kidney to a Brazilian organ harvesting farm. Damn. I'm telling you, right now, light up shoes, dude. And as a secondary, just in case that does fail, which it won't, obviously, I put all my life savings into Huck Tour coin, Trump coin, and there you go. Ashura's got it as well. Melania coin. You know what's amazing about the Trump crypto coin? He could rug pull everyone, make like $5 billion easy, and then just pardon himself. And no one can touch the fucker.
Out in. And that's when I came across something which I really didn't expect to see in a game like this. A reminder that it's not just game titles that can die. Now, it's not unusual to recognize when someone passes away in a game. You see it all the time in big MMOs.
Shit, it was Grandpa. Never mind. This is not your crypto scam investor guy. This was Grandpa. Grandpa was in here building a memorial to Esther. Shit. Now I feel bad. Rip Esther. You must have had... sidebar. Esther must have had some wild grandma pussy if after she died, Grandpa was out here building a goddamn memorial in a fucking game like this. She must have been doing some real freaky shit. That's all I'm saying.
That's a huge bitch!
Alright, goddammit. Now I have to find the other weights.
That's a huge bitch!
Of course.
That's a huge bitch!
3.
That's a huge bitch!
4.
That's a huge bitch! That's a huge bitch! That's a huge bitch! That's a huge bitch! That's a huge bitch!
Now you make me do this, goddammit. At least that lets me know that my system's kind of fucked, because that redeem was only supposed to go live when I started playing the game. But that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind.
Hot damn.
Why would you have this command be spammable? Because I thought it was funny, Devilus. But I'm gonna probably put a timer on it, like a 30-second timer. But I've been fucking around with so much stuff, honestly, that like half of the stuff I'm using on my stream is broken and needs fixing. I mean, fuck it. Today I put up a thing where you can actually generate songs here. And after this, we're gonna listen to Ashura's song.
Where they might do...
I had to adjust the text a little bit, Ashura. But yeah.
Parade, or maybe build a statue. So it was kind of interesting to see Active World's take on this, which was someone basically building a gallery in memory of someone, which I have to say was probably more of a lasting impression than someone, you know, having a parade. As I mean, I'm not taking away from anything, but yeah, this one kind of hit home a bit
I'll
more.
change it out.
But if anything, this served as a reminder that I should probably text my nan a bit more frequently.
Yeah, Grandma gonna die, dude. Grandma dead. Grandpa just gonna be there at the funeral home, telling you about how he built a memorial to Grandma because the pussy was just that good. She knew the gluck double twist.
I give you X-Files World, where cornfields are spooky and scary, apparently. Yeah, this didn't really do much for me. I was, however, starting to sense a bit of a pattern. It seems like some of these worlds had really good premises behind them, but were just like badly executed. Like a world called Movies, but you seem to be Matrix characters, seems interesting, but then why are there floating blue and yellow blocks? And I think this was probably a result of the world just falling into disrepair. And the fact that the game had been running for 29 years and some of these worlds were...
Hold on, I need to count out these. Make sure I got the right amount. I don't know push-ups live. I don't think I have that yet. Don't worry, we're getting surprisingly close to me being on a treadmill for like 4 hours while playing WoW. That's gonna be fucked. That's gonna be royally fucked. Because you're gonna have control over the speed of that fucking treadmill. Not looking forward to that.
Clearly created in the early 2000s, means a lot of time might have passed since the last time the owners logged in to repair or update their worlds. And that's when it hit me that the truth is a lot more morbid than you might think.
Everyone died of old age?
Welcome to Jesus is God TV.
Oh god.
I don't know what it is, but I find when religion combines with computer games, it just fascinates me. They always seem to be about 20 years behind the actual curve or trend of modern society. I don't know why that is.
TTS is not broken.
Why? Why did I make that active? That's not supposed to be active. God damn it. Now I have to fucking watch this video like this. Fine.
And a lot of these are done for wholesome reasons. I know some people might get weirded out by this, but these are just very passionate people. And as well, actually exploring this world in particular, I saw something which, I don't know, kind of made me feel a bit sad. At this point, I had gone to about 6 or 7 different worlds.
I need to use the other cap.
This was the 3rd memorial I'd come across. The issue with active worlds is that over the span of 29 years, a lot of people could have easily passed away.
Oh fuck!
And if you think about the average age,
this game is quite literally just a digital graveyard. This game is nothing but a digital graveyard, and that's kind of depressing. I'm gonna quickly switch cameras for you. That plank was much worse than it should have been. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the right angle for this. Are you willing to give a bunch of Elons? Yes. Yes, I am. That's what's gonna make it funny. It's like at some point, so I've tried to limit the speed of the treadmill, right? But the problem is, god damn it. Okay, so the problem with the speed of the treadmill, fuck. Oh, you like that, don't you, you dirty bitch? The problem with the speed of the treadmill is it goes up to 8, and I'm trying to limit it to 4, and I can't get the fucking thing to limit. God damn it.
the player who still plays this game. And think about it, the OGs, the ones who originally played this game on its first release, they could easily be in their 60s by now, if not older.
They're dead.
It seemed like every world I visited was dead, dying, or in some state of decay.
That's
and unfortunately, I came across more and more memorials. There are 195 active worlds you can visit.
That's because the ball cam's active. Those point redemptions were only supposed to be activated when I started WoW, but obviously, I fucked up some way. And the if statement I put, I think it's because I said, if WoW is active, activate these things. Else, and I think I left else blank. And because I left else blank, I think it just filled it with the second if statement of if not, then do it anyway.
Is it? And I probably went to about 20. So who knows how many memorials there are in total.
This isn't the creepiest MMO ever. This is the saddest. Shit. That camera doesn't work now. Now I have to fix that. Fuck me. Give me a second. That one needs a little bit of jerry-rigging. Hold on, give me a second. Is that working? No, it's not working yet. Give me a second. We get that shit live. It's just winding up. There we go. And then we'll set that to track. There we go. Cool. Ah.
Figured I'd finish my tour where I started, which is at Sonus Prime, which by now had 14 people. I did ask about the memorials and as to why there were so many, and someone rightly pointed out that some memorials are back from the original days in 1995.
Fuck me.
It kind of makes sense that there are that many spanning over the years.
Sawman's playing this game surrounded by old people. Right, that's all he's doing. He's surrounded by old people playing this game. All these people are in like a nursing home. That's all MMOs. I mean, you're not wrong, Ashura.
If people have been doing it since day one. But I think all in all, it being a social MMO, there's just a strong community feel, which was also one of the reasons given. And I have to say, as far as first impressions go, the community was very wholesome, is very welcoming, and they've got
definitely old people. That's old people. All of them are old people. They see a new player, they're like, holy shit, someone under the age of 95.
Got good banter between them. So shout out to the guys in Sonus Prime who helped answer some questions I had. So why is Active World on the creepy list, you might be wondering? Well, it simply comes down to this. It probably has one of the highest mortality rates for a MMO. And I'm basing that
this is, I'm sorry, this is not the creepiest MMO. This is really the saddest fucking MMO. Jesus Christ.
The population of Active World versus the ratio of deaths. What Active Worlds is going through now is something that WoW and RuneScape might see in the future, which is where the game starts to outlive its player base.
That's already happening.
And to me, that's kind of a creepy thought. Personally, I'll give it about 1.5 out of 5 on the creepy list. And on that depressing thought, I'm going to leave you with this. I 100% will outlive ESO. That game is dying. Oh my god.
ESO is going to be here forever. Because there are at least 5 oil sheikhs playing ESO, keeping that shit alive. ESO will be here long after all of us are dead. And it's just because one of those oil sheikhs forgot to close his account and ESO's just been charging it in the background, and he's got like more money than God, so he didn't even notice that like 25 million just disappeared. He was like, oh, okay, it must be a subscription. Oh, here we go.
So let's talk about a little game called Furcadia, which was released all the way back in 1990.
You know what's real fucked up about this? I was having a conversation with Sawman. He was asking me what are the most degenerate fucking MMORPGs out there. And one of the games I gave him was Furcadia. I didn't watch this video. I talked to him after he released this video. So he already covered this shit. It is not creepy, this shit is just degenerate.
86. Which is disturbing to think that some of you watching this video weren't even alive.
Okay, we're gonna play a little game. We're gonna play a little game for this, okay? Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready to play this game? Okay. We're gonna play a game while we go through Furcadia. The name of the game is Tell me when you spot him. Because you know he's in here. You know he played this game. You know he did. And for anyone who's completely lost, as to what the fuck I'm talking about. You got some Googling to do. You got some shit to look up right now, so you can catch up on the law. There is a man tied to this name, and you know who he is. You know who he is. It's time to start Googling. It's time to start looking. Tell me when you spot him.
Live back then. Furcadia actually holds a Guinness World Record for longest running social MMO RPG. What's truly amazing is that since 1996, it looks like they failed to update their website. Sadly though, it still runs better than my own website. Shameless plug. But if you haven't worked out what...
You know, Soulman's website's actually not bad. It's actually pretty well constructed. I mean, granted, he could have gotten AI to do a job that he did himself in 10 seconds. But yes, you know who Moldavius Victory is. Even if you don't recognize the name, you know who Moldavius Victory is. I want you to see if you can spot him. What you're looking for, if you're looking for him in this game, right? We might spot him going through this. Is we're looking for. Maybe this makes it too obvious. I'm not going to say it. Over here streaming while I'm freezing my nuts off in the cold getting groceries. Well, that's better than me. I'm sweating my fucking nuts off. What's up, Jimmy?
What Furcadia actually is yet. It's essentially a furry social MMO, sort of like Habbo Hotel, but with people dressed up as pony men.
And ironically, no swimming pools.
At this point, you're probably wondering, why am I kink shaming furries? Are they really that creepy? Honestly, it's more about the game than it is the aesthetics. But
Tell me when you spot him. Tell me when you spot him.
Rather than talk about it more, let me just show you. So first up, I had to register for an account before I could download the game.
That website looks exactly like I expected it to look. That is exactly how I expected that website to look. My God. You know how sometimes stereotypes are just reality that you observed, but you're not allowed to say it because you'll get in trouble?
Interesting enough, there's a minimal age of 13, which I'm not too sure how I feel about this sort of game being available to such young and impressionable minds. But at the end of the day, it's probably less dangerous than going to school in America. My antivirus...
He's right, but I don't know if he knows the reason. Going to school might get you shot, but even worse, one of your teachers might want to fuck you. There's so much... Like, I looked into this the other day. I went down a rabbit hole while I was like... sitting there at my kid's swimming lesson, and it was my wife's turn to deal with the swimming lesson, so I was kind of sitting there and Googling shit. Damn, America's wild if you're in a public school. Shit, I thought like school shootings were a problem. No, the teachers want to fuck all the students. I was like, what the fuck? It's like, I thought the Catholic Church had this on lock. No, they're fucking amateurs in comparison. Shit, dude. Either you're getting penetrated or you're penetrating the teacher. Shit. Something's happening to American schools, and I don't know what it is, but it's devastatingly terrifying.
Thing to disagree with that statement, though, thinking that this was indeed some...
My band teacher was forced to resign because of that. Do you think it's because he tried a rusty trombone on one of the girls, or do you think it's just, he got caught? That's why the English teachers are always pregnant. That's beautiful. In my school, it was the science teacher, but she couldn't get pregnant because she was like 65. And still, Some dude fucked her.
Something suspicious. It's too late to go back now, though, Mr. Antivirus. It's too late. As you can see, it installed without any issue.
To me, she looked like a suitcase made out of leather. But apparently, not to someone else. Someone else had their beer goggles on at school, and they were like, fuck it, bros. I'm going for it. That's what happens, I suppose, if you're in an all-boys school. You stop thinking you're like a sailor out at sea. You stop, like, ranking women by attractiveness, and you're just like, fuck it, pussy's pussy. I see a manatee in the ocean, I'm jumping in.
Issues whatsoever. Cut that bit out, please. Ah, perfect. And now to create my character, which, interestingly enough, you do in your browser. Viewer discretion is advised at this point. Oh, God. I was somewhat taken back by my initial...
There we go, we found him. We found him. We all know who that is. I can take this down now. We found him. There he is. There he is. It's about right.
First impression.
There's Moldavius.
No. No. Apologies to any furries I offend during this segment.
No, don't
you
apologize.
Have your basic furries, and then you have your...
What the fuck is it with furries in bright colors? Why is it that they don't just want to be an animal? They need to, like, mix it with the colors of a goddamn highlighter. I immediately regret clicking the stream. Welcome, Ob. Yes, you're in the worst place. The most This is the mentally ill asylum. What are you doing here? This is the worst place on the planet. If you have at least 20 points in sanity out of 100, yeah, you're doing too well to be here. This is the insane asylum. This is the starting area in Dark Souls 1. That's what we all are here.
Premium furries, which come in a whole array of shapes and sizes.
God damn. Oh my god. Oh, that just opened up a new rabbit hole for me. What the who's fucking insects? Who it...
Which come in a whole array...
It's not even a mammal. Who is into this? You know how, like, every country... No, I didn't know people wanted to fuck insects. That's a new one to me. Fucking prawns. Now I have to do it. Now I have to do it. Because Sawman didn't. Sawman let us down. He let us down. I gotta find it.
Right, we want him in the center by the chain. Come on! Time!
Hey! Leave that fucking prawn, man! I can't believe someone wants to actually fuck this thing. What is wrong with these people?
Of shapes and sizes.
Thanks for the follow. Yeah, cakes alone.
Oh, chicken.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, no! No, that's just a dog. No. That's just a dog. That's not even like got human qualities. That's just a dog.
Sending you something on Discord. Please share it with the stream.
Okay. If it's your dick, I'm not sharing it. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, and I think we know who that's in reference to. No, you can tell. No, this isn't Saw Man. You can tell because the tits aren't big enough. He already showed us his new profile pic. His new PNG. We know this is not him.
Oh, beach ball.
What, you never seen Jimmy's cock before, conk? Yeah, Jimmy likes to share his cock on stream. You never seen it before?
Now I've seen everything. That is the ultimate option there, really, isn't it?
A fucking beach ball. What the? No, you know what? I'm not going to judge this one. I'm not going to judge this one. I'm not going to judge this one because at least beach balls aren't sentient. They don't have, like, you know, things. And there was a dude when I was younger in my school who he shared a video around of like this really, really hot chick who she was like moaning sexually and she was naked. And then the last 5 seconds of the video, she shot a fully inflated soccer ball out of her pussy. So like, I'm just gonna, yeah. That just brought up another memory. Yeah. But at least the source, I don't fucking know. You'll need to go back all the way to like the early 2000s for that one.
What is quite interesting is that you have the option
Jesus
to
Christ.
buy an avatar for 1 year or for life.
Well, at least we know where World of Warcraft was stealing all their character designs from. Now they didn't just steal from Guild Wars 2. They stole from fucking creepy furry games as well. This makes sense. This game shut down, Furcadia shut down, and all of a sudden, all the immigrants who developed this game moved and started working for Blizzard. This makes perfect sense.
And the price for life is quite expensive. Although technically, if you did buy one of these back in 1996, you probably got your money's worth. But as committed as I am to exploring dead MMOs and just the
Yeah, the thing is, these aren't even good-looking pictures. Who's paying $50 for a shitty PNG drawn by a fucking 12-year-old? Fuck. These aren't good pictures even. What the fuck?
downright creepy ones, I wasn't committed enough to put my credit card details into this website.
Oh no! They put him in a glass jar! No, that's not going to help. I'll save that for later.
So, apologies, but I'm going for basic bitch avatar. You do have an option to write a description about your...
How did the guy whose entire persona online is a PNG dog, how did he not pick the dog?
character, although I just let it write it for me. It looks about as accurate as ChatGPT. Anyway, enough horsing around. It was time to jump into...
Hey, don't talk shit on ChatGPT. At least it's not drawing shitty art like this. If I asked ChatGPT to generate some furry art and shit, I bet it would do a better job than this trash.
Furcadia. Now, I'll give credit where credit is due.
Oh my god, Ashura just figured it out. Soulman's transitioning. This was his coming out story and we just skipped it. I'm sorry. I apologize for my offensiveness. You do you, queen.
To my surprise, this game loaded up with no issues. But at first glance, this is the most scuffed UI I've ever seen for a game. I don't understand the window in window, and worse still, I can't change this. One of the tabs that
You know, every time I think I've hit the bottom, every time I think I've spiraled to the bottom of the shit pile, I see a fucking posture like this in a goddamn furry game. How do you think that's getting used? You know, it's... doesn't stop, does it? It just gets worse. Destiny maxing. I'd say it's Moldavius maxing, Devilus.
Window in window, and worse still, I can't change this. One of the tabs allowed me to teleport to a new area, which was all well and great, but it looked about as dead as the last one I was in. I decided to try my luck again and re-roll to a different room, which took me to Furcadia.
No.
Try my luck again and re-roll.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Why does it say 16 plus? Why does that say 16 plus? And not 18 plus? You're about to enter a mature 16 plus. Adults 18 plus, or adults only area. Maybe there are some zones that are for more hardcore players. Maybe, Ob, but do you know what that sounds like? That sounds like, hey, we really want to trap all the underage kids who are above 16 but below 18 on one server. That way, all the people who are like 45 and haven't yet appeared on Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator know exactly where the kiddies are. The ones that give you legal culpability to be like, I'm sorry, officer. I thought she was 18. That right there is the Dr. Disrespect room. What about age of content? Well, I don't know about the age of content, but I don't think if you're below 18, you should be on the fucking internet. If I'm being honest, the more time passes, the more I start becoming one of these old people who are like, you shouldn't be able to like be on social media at all if you're not 18. Get that shit off of here. Reminds me of a pic I saw of the age confirmation screen on an adult site once. It said, by entering, I agree that I am 18 or older unless I have to be 21. Then I'm 21 or something like that. Yeah, it's probably to cover multiple countries. This is probably the same, but that just freaks me the fuck out. Usually you just leave it at 18 plus. The fact that you're in a furry game that has freaky sexual shit, they are confirming that there are mature rooms, and they're like, yo, we're gonna let 16-year-olds into this one room. That way, the pedophiles who want some legal culpability, who are gonna move state where the age of consent is 16, they're going there. They know exactly which room to target and get away with it.
Roll to a different room, which took me to Furcadia Nights, a 18 plus adult chat room. And immediately I could see two other players lounging around on pillows. So this place...
You know what the worst part is? The background pixel art is not bad. But everything else is a fucking horror show.
This had potential. Right-clicking their name gave me a few ways to interact with them. And whilst going down this list, I noticed the description for Furcadia Nights. And it was quite spicy. Welcome to Furcadia Night, a city of exotic delight. This is an adult 18+ environment for sexual content and crude language. Children under 18 or anyone playing a character under 18 are not allowed here. Use F3 to move between multiple points around the dream. So I did just that and started looking around and exploring Furcadia Night. And it definitely seemed like the place to be. There were players all around me, although none of them seemed to be moving or really doing anything. And
yeah, you can't move if you're jerking off and you got your other hand up your ass. I have something of great interest. Give you a moment. Okay, I'll take a look at that after this. We still got to play Yoshura's lovely song about Elon Musk and his buddies.
The chat box, even though there was this many people here, was just dead, which made me start to question if these were even real people.
Probably not.
Maybe they were bots, or maybe they were just all AFK at the same time. It's like Arabian days.
I'm gonna get copyrighted for this song because Sawman knows how to sing.
More often than not, are hotter than hot in a lot of good ways.
No, they're not.
Arabian Nights.
I feel like this is definitely a coming out of the closet video for Sawman. He's transitioned to a horse. He's fucking, he made a big fat titty dog PNG. I feel like this is either a cry for help, or this is like a you know that stage before like a gay kid or a trans kid, like who's like 16 or 17, is trying to like prep their parents for what's coming next. So my cousin did this, right? I got a gay cousin, and he did this to his parents. So like he couldn't outright say it because his mom was like, she hated gays more than the mother tree in Guild Wars 2 hates lesbians, right? So he kind of like preempted this by prepping his mom. So when he was like 14 and he'd figured out like he was gay, he didn't just be like, yo, I'm gay. What he did was he started joining the knitting club. And then after that, he started hanging out with girls and doing like girl activities like sleepovers and makeup parties and shit. And by the time he was 18, and he told his dad, and he was like, Dad, I'm gay. His dad was like, kid, I knew this when you joined knitting. Like, what the fuck why are you telling me this? But the best part was his mom, because his mom was like, how could this have happened? I never saw this coming. Where were the signs? But his dad was like, yo, you told me about this when you joined knitting, kid. But his mom was blindsided. It was fucking tragic, but also fucking hilarious, because the rest of the family was looking at it like, are you fucking serious? Are you serious right now? He told you this when he started doing all this gay shit. And he was like, he was at home knitting fucking thigh-high socks for himself. Come on. The whole idea of age restriction warnings are so pointless. It's like putting a pile of money on table with a sign saying, don't take the money. Yeah, of course it is, Two Cats Yelling. But the only reason they do it is because all these sites don't want to take legal liability, right? They put that little warning there because it gives them an excuse to not get involved in a legal case when a 16-year-old Jimmy is fucking doing the double twist cock blast to whatever fucking Brazilian fart porn he's looking at on his monitor, and his ultra uber Christian mother walks in the room and is like, that's not what Jesus intended. Right? And then she wants to sue some porn site that's based in fucking Albania, and the porn site's like, well, your son lied when he said he was above 18, so that's not our problem. It's a whole, that's a legalese thing. That's all it's there for.
Arabian mood.
Goddamn.
Sorry, I might have got a bit carried away though.
You know what? I thought AI sang that song, he sang it so well.
Initially, I was going for the angle, all game creepy because it has furries and sex dungeons. But in actual fact, it was creepy because there were just players not interacting. I mean, unless there was some random voice channel I just couldn't see, but no one was moving either. and I actually logged on a couple of days in a row, and some people hadn't even moved from the same spot they were in when I last
So you
saw
know
them.
what I like about Nancy Pelosi?
Oh, fuck.
What I like about here is that she's such a retarded bitch that she is willing to stay in government just because Donald Trump won the election. The reason for this is instead of figuring this shit out myself, I'll just copy her stock trades once they're made public.
Here we go again with the fucking politics. Look, Nancy Pelosi is a fucking great lich, and she's gonna be there forever. Nothing bad's ever gonna happen to her, and you just need to accept that. Nothing bad is ever happening to her. Guild Wednesday 2 tomorrow night. Yes, memories. Guild Wednesday 2 is tomorrow. This is technically the Tuesday stream. I just got started late because I was trying to set up a thing where people could generate songs by giving suggestions. And so you're able to generate songs. Understand that the AI that generates the songs to play on stream does have its own censorship involved that I have no control over. So it will block you from saying certain things. Right? Ashura found that out firsthand when he wanted a song about Nazis. We're going to listen to it after this to see what it did.
Even the pop-out chat claimed to have many users, but when I clicked into the channels, there was seemingly no life. I started to explore the smaller chat rooms, which are basically clubs, and there was
the Dragon's Tongue Lesbian Bar. Hey, you know what? Say what you want about furries, but they got some fucking dope-ass naming schemes. I would have called that the carpet crunch lesbian bar. That's what my name would have been. Barefoot Paradise Bar. Never mind, I take everything I said back. Fuck these guys, put them all in the camp. In the oven. The Germans were right. We're on the wrong timeline. Maybe Elon can fix that for us.
There's a whole spectrum of different themes. You had your lesbian bars, you had your feral bars, and of course, let's not forget the barefoot bar. The Disco Carnival Resort, the one I'm showing now, seemed to make me a smaller version of myself in a child's play area.
In a child's play area. Yeah, we need a list for these people.
So, yeah, that creeped me out a bit, if I'm being honest. I do feel like I was missing some key component here, because when I clicked on some of these player profiles, the ones who were just standing still doing nothing, they were quite detailed. And I mean, detailed.
Oh, this is people's furry OCs. No. No, I don't want to read people's furry OCs. No. Oh. This is just a fucking MMO for fucking Christians. The ones that didn't get famous from fucking their unconscious moms. No. How much for you to perform at my kid's birthday party? $27 billion fluently. No child should ever be near this stream. Or me. I'll fight them. I'll avoid sexual allegations by beating the shit out of them. And everyone's gonna be like, yo, this guy's violent. Zimbabwe dollars, no. We're gonna work in one currency, and that's USD. USD's nuts. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's... Alright, if we're gonna read the fucking furry post, we've got to do it right. There's only one way to do this, and I think you know which way it is. The bespectacled canine in her early 20s was your typical girl next door. You meet her smiling at the grocery store, walk by her at the park for her morning jog, or at the something, seen parked in the front of her apartment at all hours of the day, and her phone number was in the personal ads in the newspaper. Prostitution RPs, either with her pimp or alone, or bringing men to her,
I'd mostly be looking for someone willing to pay the clients with some variety, and the pimp would have a art by Saucy. I can't read the end of this, it's cut off. Incest RP. Perhaps combining the two if brother or father handles her business, or just a lot of sexual tension if she works from home with ferrets. Dad doesn't know, receives her bedroom. Casualness is very good. A regular client visiting her before going home after work, some arrangement for a regular lift, and so on. Adultery. She could be married and she'd still work with or without her husband's knowledge, and try to be a good wife still. Note on the sister's kink. As mentioned below, she can be played with sisters. Basically a term to indicate prostitutes living together for company and protection, just like the ferret rescue. Let me not say that. Hold on. You're right. You're right, Ashura. Doverin, this is the wrong screen. That's better. This is not meant to be a hub, and I usually play Delphine or Moldavius alone, but I get questions about the sisters, so much I had to put them in writing here. Claudia Smith, a field mouse of 18 years, but she looks 4. She is the punk anarchist who never quite grew out of that phase. Her flat chest and filthy mouth means that people often confuse her because of her attitude and lack of interest in school and her coming out as a lesbian. Claudia often causes embarrassment to kind of poodle because of her sexual orientation, but she usually seen with ragged jeans and a death metal t-shirt. Men who end up with her shouldn't expect a lot of enthusiasm. Due to popular demand and positive experience, I'm fine playing Claudia as a trans man as it fits her well. Don't bring the trans people into this. They didn't do anything. What do these fuckers do? Oh, okay. Rachel Donovan, a rabbit of no. Okay, I'm done. I can't fucking do it. I'm done. I think I might know. So Sawman was asking me like, yo, why do you think some of my videos are like not that viewership friendly? Yeah, I'm a coward. John Concrete, I'll take that. I'll blink out of this dungeon faster than you've ever seen before in your life. Rose, I'm getting married soon and I need someone to deliver a speech, making me seem like a badass. I don't know, I know we don't know each other, but I don't need facts in the speech anyway. Would you do it? I'll pay. I'll do it. But understand that the words you're getting from me are not going to be the words you ask for. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know what I should blur and what I shouldn't blur. I mean, what even is extreme pregnancy? I just imagine the
Also, I might just suspiciously have an Indian accent and talk like you hired me off of Fiverr. That's all I'm saying.
Woman on a BMX. In summary, it's a very niche social MMO back from a time when people went to the internet to be niche and social. Is it creepy? 100% yes.
Yes.
Is it because it's filled with furries? No,
absolutely.
It's just all the other stuff in between that.
That is such fucking cope. That is such fucking cope. Holy shit, that's cope. Oh my god, that's fucking cope. He's like, is it filled with degenerates? Yes. But that's not why it's degenerate. God damn.
This is, I said it before, this is Sawman coming out. This is Sawman telling us who he really is deep on the inside. Yeah, that's the right that's the right fucking image to put in the chat, Ashura. That's the perfect one to explain this.
Put it this way, if you play a game which you can't openly admit to, then there's probably something wrong with that game. And for Furcadia, I'll give it about 2 out of 5 on the creepy scale.
You don't fucking tell me that this is not Sawman coming out. This is Sawman. He just fucking came out of Narnia for this shit. This is him telling us all his secrets, but he's, like I said, he's strategically placing this. It'll be video number 5 after this, that he's like, so I've got some things to admit to.
Socialotron is by far the most hardcore sandbox MMO RPG ever created. And it really...
Where the fuck do you even find this?
It did take the expression, play your own way, to the next level. It had PvP, politics...
Come in the name of peace.
And what it's most famous for was its mature content. It was based in a post-apocalyptic world hundreds of years in the future where oil had pretty much ran out, and resources were scarce, and people relied on trading commodities to get items. This included trading sex. It was developed and hosted by one...
This sounds like every porno that was written ever. I'm gonna reveal something to you right now. These kind of worlds where it's like, the apocalypse has happened, and the only currency left is sex. Like, I've seen... God, I've got to turn that light off. Hold on, just be blinded quickly. These fucking worlds where it's like, sex is the only currency, are like, fuck, it reminds me, every single time I've seen this, it reminds me of the one time I had a buddy of mine staying over at my house. And like, obviously, you know, you're young, you're fucking retarded, and we were like, I know we got school tomorrow, but, well, you know what, fuck it, let's go play video games and watch TV, right? So we did. We played God of War and Army of Two until like fucking 2 in the morning. And then we were tired and we wanted to take a break. And this was the first time we discovered that late at night on a channel called ETV, there was porn. And not good porn. I'm talking like, you watch this shit for the plot. And you could tell this was written by a crazy 20-year-old hopped up on cocaine. So this porno that we stumbled across was a porno about a magical genie that broke free from his lamp and needed a new home. And so he guess where he chose? Guess where he chose? He decided to live in some woman's asshole. That was his new home, because that was the newest place that he was gonna live. He was gonna live in a woman's asshole. And so this woman's about to have sex, and she doesn't know a genie's living in her ass. And the guy rubs her ass cheek. And the fucking genie pops out. And the genie looks at the dude and is like, yo, you got 3 wishes, my man. And so he's like, holy shit, I do? And the woman's like freaking the fuck out. And he like doesn't care. He's like, yeah, this is exactly what I expected when I rubbed your ass cheek. And he was like, okay, genie, this is what I want. I want you to make me completely irresistible to all women. Do you know what the genie did? The genie turned him into a puppy. It's just a straight up puppy. And all women found him irresistible. And it was at that point that both me and my buddy saw this porno, and we're like, yeah, we're not going back to playing Army of Two. We're gonna watch this shit to the end. This shit is wild. What the fuck? There was no bestiality, that's the thing. It just turned him into a straight up dog that every woman who saw him from any point onwards in that story was just like, oh, what a cute puppy, he's so irresistible. And they all said the same the same line. And eventually, right, you get to the main character. And the main character is an invisible man. And you can kind of tell he's not the consensual kind of invisible man. And so this woman's sleeping with her ass up in the air. And Mr. Non-consensual invisible man rubs the ass cheek. And the genie pops out while she's asleep. And he's like, yo, I can see you, buddy. What do you want? What would you like? And he's like, well, I've spent my whole life being invisible. My parents like abandoned me in the hospital because I was invisible. No follow-up. That's it. How did he survive? Who the fuck knows? And the genie's like, okay, so do you want to not be invisible? He's like, yes, turn me into a normal person. And so the genie turns him into a normal person, like a straight up just normal guy. And the guy looks down and finally sees the length of his dick. And he's disappointed. And he's like, okay, for my second wish, I'm going to need you to make my dick at least 4 times as long. And so the genie's like, I got you, fam. Immediately turns him into a black guy. It was the best fucking, like, we were so fucking locked in, like 2 16-year-olds watching ETV in the middle of the night, and we were like, what the fuck is this? What the hell? We weren't even there for the porno at that point. We were just like, yo, he just turned black. I wish I knew what the name of this movie was, but it was fucking wild. It was some old ass fucking busted up, filmed on a fucking Motorola Razr movie, but it was great. If I ever find that movie, I will stream it on Discord and watch it with you. I will find that. Obviously, I can't go on fucking YouTube or Twitch, but I will watch that movie. It's the wildest shit ever. If I ever find it, I'll fucking watch that shit. It was great. But now I'm getting sidetracked by the fucking ass genie that I remember. That's what this feels like. That's the vibe this game just gave me. It's the apocalypse. And everyone is just having sex as currency. Also, if my Discord link isn't working, I'll post an invite link.
And released back in 2005. It was even rumored that the creator himself oversaw all the subscriptions and managed them personally. Even with its reputation of being such a hardcore MMO, it pretty much flew under the radar, and not many players or even news sites knew about it, apart from a few science papers where it was used as a talking point in regards to how far players would go when there are no limits. So what's so special about Sociolotron that made it so creepy and frowned upon? It was considered a 18+ adult MMORPG, and players could have sex with other players and of course NPCs.
Of course you can fuck the NPCs, because no other player wants to fuck you. That's brilliant.
3 years, Sociolotron SM has evolved into a multiplayer game with 100 to 200 simultaneous players online.
God damn! 100 to 200 players? These guys are beating out the fucking New World guys. And you're getting less fucked playing this game than you would in New World.
Peak times. Despite our restricted resources, we had several mentions in American and international print and online media.
Of course you did.
But at the same time, it was that MMORPG, so you had max HP, max strength, max mana, and because it was a sandbox, you had the ability to do what you want. So, perhaps you see a low-level player and you've got better stats than them.
That seems really dark. No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro. I think I am. Yeah, you are.
Then you could have sex with them. Because, you know.
Because of the implication.
Yeah. The implication.
kind of adds a new layer to PvP, and if you think about it, maybe the acronym means something different, like penis versus penis. Surprisingly, after 20 years of the release date, there's still only one YouTube video covering this game off, and it
Yeah, it's because the others got kicked off the fucking internet, that's why.
has 1.2 million views.
After a number of failed attempts, I finally grabbed a hold of him and walked him to a private residence. Now we can finally venture into the ever-interesting sex tab. Now, there are a lot of options here. A lot of options I'm not going to...
Hey, you know how I said that this is Sawman's coming out video? Why did he choose this clip? I feel like a dad who's trying to be like, no, my son loves football. He loves running around fields with men in tight shorts. It's a manly thing to do. It's not... No.
to show you. But you'll be happy to know that kiss on mouth is an option. While these options up here are very straightforward, the bottom text box is just overflowing with gratuitous detail. There are also some pretty basic...
Described by some people as Ultimate Online just with sex, I was interested to jump in and play it. But then I made a sad discovery. The official website is down. Any links to that site are down.
Oh, thank God.
And worse still, when you Google the owner of the game, it seems as though he may have passed away.
Gee, I wonder why.
And with his death means that no one can actually access the game anymore.
God damn.
Even though it looks like the game would run on a Sega Mega Drive, unfortunately the actual source code seems to have gone and died with the owner. The closest I can get to the game is using the Wayback Machine to go to the Socialotron website.
Okay, so he either died of dehydration or he got arrested. I'm gonna go with arrested.
And just have a poke around. But even then, a lot of the links are broken. And it doesn't really give you the full picture. Despite the game's extreme nature, it was actually looked upon by many people in a very fond way. There were indeed very morally questionable things you can do to other players, but at the same time, all players consented to play this game and knew what they were signing up for. It wasn't like a...
Hey, people who play VR chat, when you're getting molested in VR chat, remember you consented to play that fucking game. That was on you. You consented. Don't you come here and you fucking say shit about, yeah, I got molested in VR chat. No, you played the game. You knew it was going to happen. You walk into the Booty Slayer's fucking cell in jail. What do you think? Oh, he was just going to give me a back massage? I was going to sleep on my stomach and nothing was going to happen? Learn your goddamn lesson.
Big surprise to them. But by that logic, that means that stuff like age play in Second Life is okay then. And personally, I'm not a big fan of it. There was obviously consenting sex as well as the other type, but not only that, there's a whole array.
Just say raping. Just say you could rape other players. We need to stop this. We need to stop this YouTube shit where we like we have to use weasel words around like actual fucking shit. We need to stop that. We really do. This is bullshit.
Range of skills that you can level up in. It wasn't just a sex MMO, it was an MMO with sex. So where does it...
Oh gee, I wonder what the blacksmith is crafting. Biochemistry. Yeah. How do you think you get roofies in the game, Conk?
Right, on the creepy scale, you might be...
You gotta max out sneak, sleight of hand, and biochemistry, right? That way the bartender doesn't catch you. You can pretend you never did anything. And you can molest them while they're still sitting in the chair, passed out. And be like, oh, I'm sorry, my buddy was... I know this person. I definitely know this person. They're getting in the boot of my car. Honestly, saying the fucking words needs to come back. But sadly, YouTube has proven to shadow ban accounts that aren't advertiser friendly. Of course they do, right? because the advertisers control everything. And unfortunately, the advertisers are also 9,000 years old and from the fucking prude period before, the fucking first people came over to America to infect all the Indians with blankets and shit, right? They're still living in that prudish state. It's retarded. It's actually retarded.
Wondering. Personally, I'm going to say it's probably the creepiest game out there, simply because it now has new lore in that the owner of it has died, and if you do manage to get a copy working, you'll get haunted by some pixelated demon who's going to sex you up in the middle of the night.
I'm not surprised
by
yes,
that. I am giving this 5 out of 5 on the creepy scale. The graphics alone are a 1 out of 5. But the ability to lose a fight in PvP and then lose a fight in penis versus penis.
This is how, like, you know when, like, there are different types of teenagers. And there's always that one weird kid in class who's, like, writing fan fictions about ponies and shit. This is what happens if he doesn't get bullied enough. He makes video games like this and the rest of us have to suffer. Do your duty. Bully the shit out of these kids. That way, you only have to deal with school shootings. And you don't have to be mentally scarred forever.
Maybe it is a good thing this game is dead. So who would have thought a game that allows you to have sex with players without their consent would be top of the creepy list? I didn't. Although I only covered off 3 games, believe me when I say there are still worse ones out there. I did cover off some more tame ones in my first video, but I am willing to go deeper into the rabbit hole, assuming that's what you guys want to see. So get this video to 1,069 likes and I'll do a part 3. And on that note, I'm going to end the video there. If you want to see more content like this, by all means, subscribe to me. You might as well, you got to this part in the video. And also, a big shout out to my YouTube and Patreon.
That's right. Support HD TV rights. Subscribe to Soulman. I'd give you a like, but YouTube decided that I don't get a like button anymore. I may be shadow banned.
Members, because of you, I'm able to buy custom furry art. Thank you, I think. Anyway, I'll catch you on the next one. Bye-bye.
That was a good video. That was pretty decent. A little bit too detailed, a little bit too horror show. I didn't need to know that the world didn't get better over the last 20 years. It just stayed the same and got worse. But hey, at least we know that there are a few games that Elon Musk can go be rank 1 in. That being one of them. We found Moldavia's fig tree as well. That was a big win on our part. What a mess. Jesus, what a mess. What the fuck? Where's your like button? Do you have the dislike rating button? Yes, I do. I do, Zay. And I don't know why it's gone. It's just gone. And it's not just this video. It's this video as well. And this video as well. Ask YouTube. Ask YouTube. Right. So we're going to leave this long-ass video done by Josh Strife Hayes to the end. Right, like I said, I'm here all night. I've got to take my car in for repairs in the morning. So I'm pulling an all-nighter. I want to find out, do devs know what gamers want? Now, I don't know who this guy is, but I think I've seen his face somewhere, and I'm not sure where. Wait, what? I nearly fucked up. We nearly missed Ashura's song. Now, Ashura redeemed a song, right? And what that means is that there's an AI that's strapped to my Twitch now that I'm still testing out. I'm still getting the functionality down. Unfortunately, I do still have to personally approve every single song. I'm trying to make it automatic. But so earlier, I played the Ballad of Saint Luigi, right? You heard that if you were here at the beginning of the the stream. That might be why I no longer have a like button. Now we're gonna hear Ashura's song about autistic Nazis. some Spanish themes.
Im Schatten der Zeit Menschen still und stumm.
Put it in German.
Kriegt Zeiten, wo Sorgen schwer und bitter rum. Autismus, stiller Kampf
Autismus.
Im lauten Raum. Doch Stärke zeigt im Kopf den Freien.
I did not expect it to put it in German.
Hör das Herz schlagen immer laut und klar. Selbst im Dunkeln ist die Hoffnung nah. Mit Bongo-Bässen die Nacht erhellt. Kämpfer unter uns in der Welt gestellt. Zwischen den Ruinen Hoffnung wie ein Lichtblick. Unsichtbare Helden, niemand sieht den Trick. In der Partei, Hauptstadt, stark und eher still. Doch ihr Mut, oh Mann, der war echt und will. Hör das Herz schlagen immer laut und klar. Selbst im Dunkeln ist die Hoffnung.
Okay, this has to be the chorus, which means this is somewhere here.
Die Nacht erhellt. Kämpfer unter
What up, Soul Man?
in der Welt gestellt. Hände trommeln, Herzen im Takt vereint. Kämpfen gegen Stürme,
God damn it.
wo kein Ende scheint. Doch die Seele funkelt, lässt niemals los. Autistische Krieger, die
Autistic,
Liebe
I love that.
Dunkelheit um sie, doch Licht im Herzen.
Oh shit,
Kreieren Welten ohne Krieg und Schmerzen. In Gedanken frei, ein Funke Hoffnung strahlt. Schreiben ihre Geschichten, unbeirrte Pfade. Hör das Herz schlagen.
God damn, it's still going. Holy shit.
Selbst im Dunkeln ist die Hoffnung nah.
Fuck me.
Die Nacht erhellt.
I heard the word night.
Unter uns in der Welt gestellt.
Gestellt, there we are. Hear the beat, the heart beating, always loud and clear. Even in the dark, hope is near.
Die Nacht erhellt. Kämpfer unter uns in der Welt gestellt.
This could have been a real German song in the 80s. I don't know about that, Ashura. There were too many diverse tones in there with the rap. Holy shit. Also, what's up, Soul Man? How you doing? Congratulations on coming out, by the way. We're all very proud of you. We want you to know that we love and support you. If you want the bikini pic on a t-shirt, let me know. I'll send it to you as merch, free of charge. So man, I will wear that on stream. I will wear that in public. I swear to God. God damn.
Dunkelheit sie, doch Licht im Herzen.
Hey, like I said, Ashura, I said that the AI has certain censorship on it. It's still going. Send location and size. I'll send my girth and width to you off stream. Like in a DM. Oh, it's just... Oh, this is... Okay, so that's Saint Luigi. That's the previous one. So it's building a list of all the songs that you suggest, right? Unfortunately, I do have to manually approve them. But there's a point redemption and there's a bit redemption. Right? Do it. Yeah, no, let me just give away my address on stream. No, thank you. I'll let you know how many veins I've got in DMs. I need this to be like a thing. So man, you don't understand. What I'm doing is I'm going down what's called the classical YouTuber path, where I sent a bunch of sexually harassing messages now, so that 5 or 7 years from now, it's all brought up in a gigantic wave that just destroys everything I've built in that time. That's the standard way. That's how it works. That's how you get successful. Right? I can't just, like, you know, I can't break the formula if it works so goddamn well. So yeah, 4 out of 10, not enough Nazi references. Like I said, like I said previously, if you try and put like Nazi shit and stuff, I'm not the one doing anything. The AI will actively avoid it. Crazy how it made it German. I think it's because one of the suggestions in his adjusted thing, Ashura used the word German. So let me read out his prompt so that you got some sense of what's going on here. Ashura said, autistic people in Germany during the Second World War that were part of the biggest political party, Rap Happy Bongo. Right? So it tried to avoid all the Nazi references. Because the AI is like, yo, Hugo Boss uniform? No thanks. I'll skip on that one. I'll skip. But yeah, that was a bang of a video, so man. I'm trying to think why it's only got 11k views in 5 days, but it's like I'm one to fucking talk. I get 11k views in like 2 months. Supposedly NCSoft has cancelled their unannounced Horizon MMO. Oh no, I'm so shocked. How could that happen? NCSoft losing? No, don't tell me that happened. Hold on, let me jelk myself on stream to that news. Okay, we're going to save this one for the last video, right? We'll go through this because I'm very curious to see what this guy said. And then afterwards, we'll jump into the WoW challenge. Wasn't shocking enough. I need to go deeper. I think, you see, I know all the filthy YouTube tricks, but I don't know if they are beneficial to your video in the long term. That's the thing. You know that's the WildStar dev, is it? I recognize his face. Or is it Fallout? I think it's Fallout. I think he's the Fallout dev. I recognize his face. And I think it's Fallout. Timothy Kane is an American video game developer and YouTuber best known as the creator, producer, lead programmer, and one of the main designers of the 1997 video game Fallout. Aha! Okay, we were actually talking about Fallout earlier. I was talking about Fallout 1 and 2 and how one of those games you mentioned, Soulman, could actually be Fallout 2.5 if someone built it out. Damn, this guy's an OG. Okay, so his opinion. This guy's opinion might actually be someone whose opinion is worthy of respect. Because this man built video games when it was about passion and art and creation of something beautiful for people to enjoy. Ah, that's why it's saying Tiananmen. Okay, it's not Tiananmen was based. It's my friend Jeffrey. I understand now why people are getting confused with the giveaway today. Let me see if I can find. We will get rid of that. There we go. It's my friend Jeffrey. We were all buddies with Jeffrey. He took us to the island when we were young. We just don't remember. Some of his takes on games are real good. Okay, so this is a guy actually worth listening to. This is a guy whose opinion is valuable. Because he actually built video games people loved. Thank God this man is still alive. But if he says some stupid shit, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. We might actually learn something today. Is his opinion valuable? He didn't touch enough kids. I mean, he touched their hearts and their minds. He just didn't touch their genitals. So that might make his opinion even more valuable. Being able to touch kids without even being in the room. That makes you a true master. Let's see what he's got to say. I'm very interested. Do devs know what gamers want? My overarching opinion is, yes, the indie ones.
Today I want to talk about, do devs know what gamers want?
AAA, no.
This video is a direct follow-up to my video last week, do gamers know what they like? Before I made
Do even gamers know what gamers want? Kexanu, yes. And I'll tell you why. If you're building something for people to enjoy, it's a rather simple formula. You target a particular audience. If you're building a game for boys between the age of 12 and 16, you're either making Minecraft or Genshin Impact. If you're building a game for single men who are attracted to minors over the age of 35, you're building Minecraft or Genshin Impact. And if you're building a game with women over the age, who have women over the age of 18 who are scantily clad, you are building video games for gooners, right? You see those are three separate audiences. There's some crossover, but yeah. So gamers know what they want if you target the right audience. But if you try and make a game for everyone, you're making a game for no one. Indie devs definitely know what gamers want. AAA studios are fucking retarded. Absolutely. Bro, Twitch just tried to seriously ask me, do you want to send this message? It could be disrespectful. That's not me. I've turned all moderation that I can off on Twitch, right? I've turned all of that off. So that's Twitch directly intervening. That's Twitch being retarded. Game for everyone is the game for no one is the motto of the Helldivers 2 devs. Yes. And then they tried to make the game for everyone and they started falling apart.
That video, I just mentioned I was going to do it in a comment section almost 2 months ago. And Lyre Noir said, personally, I think do devs know what gamers want is even a better question. And you know what? They're right.
He's right.
So both that video, so I made that video and then I made this one pretty soon afterwards. Keep in mind, these were made back in November. Not even that late November, kind of mid-November. So I don't know what the comments were on that other one, and I have no idea what the comments are going to be on this one. But I think it's better that way because I want to give you the raw, unfiltered response to do devs know what gamers want? And here it is. No.
He has to be talking about AAA devs. He has to be. I don't believe, I think this is like him misspeaking, but I don't believe personally that he's talking about indie devs because indie devs just keep making fucking banger after banger, right? I've played indie dev games that I fucking hate, but I can still look at that game and be like, I understand exactly who would enjoy this game. A woman. No, but seriously, I've played certain indie games that I'm like, I don't like this. This is not for me. But I can tell someone is gonna love the shit out of this. He looks like your Argentinian granddad. Yeah, when you ask him about, you ask him, have you ever been in Germany in World War II? And he's like, Nein, I have never been there. I know nothing about the camps. Stop asking me. The best indie games out there have devs that say, I just made the game that specifically I wanted to play. Yes, absolutely. Because they got a deep fundamental understanding of what a good game is, right? Because if someone's obsessed with a certain type of gameplay style, they will obsess over all the things they fucking hate about it and remove that from the experience and make a goddamn amazing game.
No, we don't know what you want. We have no idea, seriously, what you want.
Yes.
I almost did this as a short. I was just going to do a short and go, do devs know what gamers want? Nope.
Oh, cool. Video's over. 1 minute, 26 seconds. Video's over. But yeah, they don't. Do you know why?
Layup, motherfucker!
Hey, thanks for the sub. Mega Crackhead. I appreciate it. Oh, fuck. What the fuck?
Hi, everyone. It's me,
What's
Tim.
that, 126?
One?
Okay, I know why it's doing that. So it's changed the thing, because unfortunately my /say command is active. And that's meant to be for my WoW challenge, where you get to say words in game if you sub to my channel. And the coding is live. Like, none of the redeems were meant to be live yet, but they are, so fuck it, that's where they are.
Nope. And then cut it off. You can stop here if you want to know why it is we're so apt.
Why is this man so shiny on the side? What happened? Is he real? Is he like... Has he been replaced by a robot?
Absolutely confused about what it is you want. Keep watching.
Okay.
Because I know some of you are like, it's stupid. We know what... You should know what we want. We don't.
They don't. They don't. Like I was originally going to say, why do they not know? This is a really easy one to figure out. AAA devs don't know what the fuck you want because they don't play video games. They've never been involved in a community before. All they're looking at is what's going to bang out the highest profit. And ironically, by doing that, they do all the metrics and data and all the back-end shit, but they never for 1 second sit down and look at the piece of shit they just dropped on your plate and think to themselves, is this actually good?
Get ready, guys. This is going to be the best 4 years of your life.
Oh, it is. Oh, fuck, it is. We've already got Elon throwing out Nazi salutes. Oh, it's going to be such a fucking banger. The next 4 years are going to be the funniest shit imaginable.
Here's the longer answer. And it's all kind of can be summed up as because you don't know either. But you got to remember, I'm saying the collective you. I wish English had the collective you. Southern English does. Y'all don't know what you want. Let me dive into that. This is a deep dive on why y'all don't even know what you want.
I disagree with that. I agree with it, and I disagree with it. No crotch shots. They are crotch shots. Sir Frost. Fuck you talking about? Huh? Fuck you mean no crotch shots? You think I'd leave you school children unattended without any crotch shots? We already had Slim in here, who had to explain to his child why he's watching a fat guy in a chair wiggle back and forth from this ball cam angle. He had to just sit his son down and explain how gay he is because of this. That's already happened. So I kind of agree with him, and I disagree with him at the same time. I agree that if you're trying to look at everyone as a whole, you are never going to, in your fucking life, find a game that satisfies everyone. But at the same time, if you just target one audience, one group, you're gonna make a fucking banger. Case in point, look at Black Myth Wukong. What an amazing game. What a fucking robbery at the Games Awards as well, that Black Myth Wukong didn't win.
Which is why we don't know what to give you. First off, many of you only tell developers what you hate. Great. You said what it is you don't want, but what is it you want? I have an entire video on how to give good feedback, and I'll link it below. But I can just say, when you keep saying, I hate this in games, I hate this feature, I hate these kind of characters and all that, great. What kind?
Amazing. So don't fucking do that. Don't fucking do that. It's that 10 commandments. You can do everything, just don't do these 10 fucking things. That's what we're telling. That's why everyone says, I hate this. Because they're like, you could have done anything else, and it would have been better than the pile of shit you've presented to me. We don't want to tell you what to do. We're trying to help you not do the things that are bad for games. That's what we want. We know what we don't want. Oh, woman, only gay character in the game should be me. So, yes, no woman. Men in mankinis. You as the primary gay character. And everyone is oiled up and surrounding you all the time. Perfect game, 10 out of 10. But I heard IGN gave it a 7.
kind of characters do you want? If you hate sarcastic characters, well, guess what? There's an entire realm of non-sarcastic characters. But what is it you want? Do you want funny characters? Do you want serious characters? Do you want characters with a lot of background? Do you characters that with very little that you don't want to spend a wall of...
Yeah, I'll make this simple for him. I'll make this very simple for him. If you make a character that people hate because of their personality, because they don't like sarcastic characters, or they don't like silly characters, you've made a memorable character. If you make a character that people love because of their personality, you've made a memorable character. If you've made a character whose entire identity revolves around their skin color, their gender, or some mental disability they have, you haven't made a character. You've made a signpost for how fucking retarded you are and how little of a job you deserve. It's that simple. Do you want to know a character everyone fucking hates to the point that the actor got hate mail and people wanting to kill him? It was the guy who played Joffrey Baratheon in Game of Thrones, right? But you remember him because he was such a goddamn good villain. He was such a petulant little cunt, and he played that role like a goddamn hero. What a fucking memorable character that is. Even if you hate him, you got to sit there and think to yourself, holy shit, that guy, that actor, what a god. To make you hate someone that much. And then on the other hand, you've got characters that people fucking love. Scarface, Tony Soprano, God, Henry Cavill's anything, really. Shit, there are so many. And you know what the thing is? Every single one of those characters is a person. And they act like a person. They don't act like a fucking identity or signpost telling you what you should believe. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. Like, here's actually a bang of a thing. Have any of you watched Black Mirror? Right? I never watched all of Black Mirror, but I still remember episode 1. Henry Cavill is a mid-actor, yes. But he takes good roles, right? And he researches his roles. So you can think he's mid all you want. He's still at least lore accurate and makes interesting characters. I watched like 3 episodes. Okay, if you watched episode 1 of Black Mirror, right? The main character's a black guy who's like trapped underground and they all have to like be on a bicycle for currency or some shit, right? And the main lover interest is a white chick, right? Now, on the surface, if you heard that, you think it's some DEI shit. But when the fucked up stuff happens to the main character, you don't give a fuck that he's a black guy. You're like, damn, this guy's going through hell right now. Man, I hope he gets his revenge. It makes you feel something. Because he's not running around going, hey, yo, I'm black. Hey, yo, I'm a black man. He's not doing that. He's like an actual character with emotions and feelings who's going through something royally fucked up. And that's why you end up like fucking hoping he wins. And I'm not going to spoil it beyond that, but you're like on his side, you're like, damn, this guy's fuck, I love this character. Fuck these guys. I hope he wins against the system. That's what you start thinking, because you stopped caring about his race or his identity, and not one time does that fucking guy bring it up. And by the way, this is a complete side note, and I know this is autistic as fuck. John Boyega should have been the main character of the new Star Wars movies. Fight me. I remember Black Mirror where they fuck in the Mortal Kombat game. I didn't get that far in. Like I said, I watched episode 1 and 2 and then gave up.
a time in a wall of text dialogue. What do you want?
I just told you.
That's why you have to tell us what you want and not what you don't want.
I just told you.
There's more. Even when you say what you want, you're often extraordinarily vague.
Yes, absolutely, and you should be. You shouldn't be specific. Never be specific. Let the artist create. And then you can decide. Are you going to tell fucking Rodin, the sculptor, you're going to tell him what to do? You're going to say, sculpt me a man. And then he's going to be like, I got you, fam. And he's going to make the best fucking sculpture you've ever seen in your life. That's how it works. Let the artist create. The idea that we've got to be hyper-specific in our feedback is such a terrible idea. Because if you're creating, the same as if you're creating a game for everyone, you're creating a game for no one. If you're creating a hyper-specific game for one person, do you know what you're creating? You're creating My Little Pony OC characters. And no one fucking wants that. Now, Benji said something up here and I missed it. Hold on. Same applies in movies. Think of recent movies. Can you even remember any of the character names? I watched half of Wicked the other day. I don't know a single fucking character's name other than Glenda because she was in The Wizard of Oz. That's it. I draw a blank at the literal main green black woman's name. Why? Because it's garbage character, simple as. So I watched a little bit of that, right? I watched a little bit of Wicked as well. I couldn't get my way through it, Benji, so I'm on your side. You know what the most contrived fucking retarded shit that happens that like triggered my autism so bad about that movie was? They care about her skin color being green. In a world with fucking talking goats, magic and shit, all this wacky shit. But someone with green skin is fucking unthinkable. Like, that's so fucking beyond retarded. It's not like she's got a dick for a nose or something. She's literally just green. And then how the fuck do you have green be a bad color, and then the main fucking city, the big deal city, is the Emerald City? You know what color emerald is? It's green. Fuck, it's retarded. It was so fucking retarded. I felt myself lose brain cells watching that shit. The only thing good about that show was the fact that Daredevil was in it. But that was still diminished. Fuck, man. Oh, wait, you mean She-Hulk? I never watched it. I didn't even bother. It looked like shit from the outside. And if I see a packet of shit and it smells like shit, I don't need to look inside to know that there's shit inside.
You will say, I want a better game. I want better AI. I want a better UI.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just slide the better slider from okay to great on all of those.
Yeah, we would love that. Thank you very much. Please do that. Or what you can do is the time-honored tradition of stealing good ideas from other games that did it right. How's about we do that instead? How's about we do that and we iterate on it? I'm gonna teach you guys something, actually. I didn't think about this, but now I'm gonna teach you something. Right? Do any of you know what the engineer's dilemma is? Yeah, we'll put on some music in the background. And I'm going to teach you the engineer's dilemma quickly. Right. So, the engineer's dilemma is the dilemma that all engineers face at some point in their life once they've optimized for a certain product. Once you make a product exceptional, how do you justify maintaining your job? You justify maintaining your job by making the product shittier than it should ever be. So, if we look at a fridge from like the 1960s, do you see what this fridge looks like? Maybe you're asking yourself the question, Why the fuck do we not have fridges this good today? With roller sliding outdoors, with proper structure on the outside. Why are fridges shittier today than they were in the past? And do you know why? It's because an engineer somewhere had to justify his fucking job. So they took the fridge and they redesigned it. And they redesigned it. And they redesigned it over and over again. And so instead of having an actual fridge that's got all the space and these rotating outdoors and you can decide which level all these things are on, we've now got this piece of shit. We got this piece of shit. Right? Limited slottage on the side. Little shitty plastic clips that break off on here. Right? Limited pressurized space. And most of your fridges try to sing a song to you. And they've got all this digital trash that they don't need. They need a dial on the outside that changes the temperature. Or a dial on the inside that changes the temperature. Right? So all the spacing and ergonomic design that occurred within the 1960s in fridges, that's gone. That's the engineer's dilemma. That's like saying doctors don't want to save people because they don't need them anymore. No, it's not. The engineer will be needed for new problems in the future. Absolutely, but what if your entire job is around fridges? What if you got hired into a fridge company? What if that's your job as an engineer? Engineers specialize all the time into one function. The guy who's designing bombs is not the guy designing fridges. So the engineer's dilemma is the thing. And you know what? Here, let me give you a thing. So, I'll tell you why that doesn't work for doctors. It's because doctors are dealing with people who are sick all the time. Right? Doctors are usually swamped with details. They're swamped with people coming in and out of their offices. And I mean, I know the American ones are paid off to just put people on pills and shit like that. And some of them down here are too. But it's not the same as engineers designing things. I'll give you another example. Here's the perfect example, actually, to show you it's not just fridges, right? Do any of you know what this aircraft is? It's one of my favorite aircraft. I worked on... I'm going to stop there. What is this aircraft? It is the Douglas DC-3. The Douglas DC-3 is such an exceptional twin-engine elliptical planform aircraft that is so well fucking optimized that for its engine size, its spec, its weight, its fuel, its consumption, there is nothing better. And do you know how you know that there's nothing better? Because 3 separate times, it might have been 4, 3 separate times, airline companies wanted to replace the DC-3 with new aircraft with new designs. And so they took the DC-3, they made adaptations on it, they changed the DC-3 to justify their existence, and all their newer designs worked worse than the original DC-3s. And you know what the funniest part about it is? The aircraft that were meant to replace the DC-3s were then replaced themselves by the old-ass 2-decade-old DC-3s. The oldest design started replacing the newer aircraft because they just lasted that much longer. But the engineers had a dilemma. How the fuck do you justify, I need to make a commercial aircraft that does what the DC-3 does, but better? We make it worse, so we can iterate towards better. And along the line, someone got sick of their shit and said, fuck you, the original's actually outperforming all of you. So, we'll get rid of you, we'll get rid of the aircraft, and we'll pull the old ones, pull some maintenance on them and put them back in the sky. That's a real thing. That's an actual real thing that happened. I agree with you, light bulbs in the 60s or 70s had too long life times, and people decided to make worse. Yes, exactly. The reason it doesn't work for doctors, right, is doctors a lot of the time have to deal with a multitude of shit, and you got to ask yourself, which doctors are we talking about, right? Now, if you're talking about dentists, all I'm saying is, if you're looking at the engineer's dilemma, there have been multiple dentists around the world who have been sued for pulling teeth that were unnecessary, for doing dental surgery on people who didn't need it, and they ended up in prison for that shit because they were trying to justify their existence so they could pay their bills and keep their job. That's happened. That's actually happened. Hold on. The fuck American doctors will literally milk you for life. Doctor visit 200. So, Benji, I would say you're right, but I think the thing you got to add into that mixture of what you're talking about is the doctors also have to deal with the health insurance. And you know what happens to the health insurance? You got to get a little bit of that Luigi special for things to never change and them to get even stronger. I'd probably make some fire fridges. Just steal the designs from the 1960s and you'll outperform most modern fridges. Toyota Hilux of planes. Yes, exactly. It was actually the Toyota Hilux of planes. That shit was insane. The DC-3 was such a goddamn good commercial aircraft. Like, there were aircraft, DC-3s, that were rusting. The insides were rusting, and they still flew better than the planes that were meant to replace them. You have no idea how fucking beautiful that design was. Like, if anyone knows anything, aerospace or aeronautical, or they're a pilot, and they look into the DC-3, and they understand the calculations behind the DC-3, they look at that thing and they're like, this thing is not just an aircraft, it is a fucking work of art. It is beautiful, it is amazing, and it probably wasn't made by third worlders or ChatGPT. So that's the engineer's dilemma. It's literal engineer porn. The video game, hold on, I don't want to miss that, that's a YouTube message, I just need to. The video game example, here's either Age of Empires 2 or Melee. Every new game that comes out in those series, everyone just plays for like a month before they, most of them go back to the old, exactly, because they're trying to iterate on a perfect formula, when all they needed to do was do the same formula more efficiently. And they fucking refuse to do that because it means that now, instead of getting paid some megabuck salary for a redesign, instead you're now paying for some big bullshit. You're just optimizing like small little things, and therefore they can't justify a massive salary for you. Why do you think the A10 Warthog is still in sale? Exactly. Right, A10's another good example. The SR-71 Blackbird as well. Nothing comes close to that for aerial reconnaissance and surveillance. Even to this day, right? Nothing comes close to that. Do you know how special the SR-71 is? Fuck, sorry, my autism's activating here. I'm talking about engineer shit. But I'll give you this. The SR-71 is such a special aircraft that flies at such high speeds that when it's on the ground, it leaks fuel. Because when it starts flying, the wings heat up to the point that it seals all the gaps. Also, SR-71 is such a special aircraft that you can't have regular machining work on that aircraft. You need to hire an actual fucking blacksmith to maintain that plane. That's how insane that aircraft is. But you can't even convince a Marine to step foot inside. Of course not. That thing's a death trap. I'm sorry, Ospreys fall out the sky all the time. More than anyone admits. Those things are insane. Those rotating engines? No, fuck that. No. Yeah, I'm full of weird aircraft facts because that's what I went to university for. The machine gun from the A10 Warthog was made by a washing machine. Yes, General Electric. People don't know this, but General Electric has been involved in aircraft and military equipment for fucking ever. Let's continue. I'm getting off track here.
I have an entire video on why developers need context to your feedback. That's never more truer than when you give feedback. when you give, especially positive feedback. If you don't say what you're talking about, it can be really vague. For example, what is better for you mean in a game? Or
okay, so he is right about this, right? He is right about, you can't just say, I want this to be better. He is right about that. Also, thanks for the follow, Dragons versus Vampires and Tharmun. I appreciate it. So, he is right about this, right? Is, what does better, how do you define better, right? And I think the best way to define better is not shit, right? I want this thing to not be shit. That's a simple translation, right? Your UI currently is shit. I need you to make it not shit. Then the dev asks, hey, what part of this UI is shit? And you'll say, okay, this menu feels super clunky when it opens. And then the dev will be like, okay, cool, great. I know how to fix that. I understand what you mean when you say it's ultra clunky. We can just, we'll slide this into a thing so that it transitions instead of pops open and freezes the game behind you and feels weird. No worries, I got you backwards. First was YouTube, then Discord, then you went live. Okay, well, I appreciate it, man. Also, welcome to the most mentally ill place on the planet. Better equals more good. There you go. There's another way. Here's another interesting fact. How come, I don't blame him for this, but how come when people bitch about something, the AAA devs who are paid a massive fucking salary cannot for the life of them figure this shit out, but some fucking autist who sits in a basement all day looks at a day one release, and by day two, he's made a mod that's fixed half of the problems. And he did it for free. How come one fat retard in a basement with a little bit of programming knowledge can fix a AAA game better than AAA game devs? Explain that to me. How can he figure it out but they can't?
Or when you say, how is that AI bad? What are you talking about? What are they not taking cover? Are they just running straight at you shooting? What do you mean? When you say you don't like a UI, what is the friction point in that UI that you're encountering? What is it that's bothering you? If you just say that UI is dumb, it's not helping. And trust me, it's not just gamers who do this. I've worked with people who've literally said that out of their mouth. They're like, that looks dumb. Great, I'll get right on that. Sometimes, though, and, you know, we've talked about...
Because the devs are fentanyl addicts. You might be right. You might actually be right, Devilus. So they can spend more money on themselves. Execs want it to be shit. You might be right, actually, Zare, because it's a pretty good idea to make your game good enough that people will play it, but shitty enough that it irritates people, right? And then what you do is then you sell a DLC to them that fixes those problems. But it doesn't fix all the problems. It fixes 20% of the problems. And then the next one will fix the next 20%. But what will happen is when you get the next one, it fixes the next 20%, but it breaks the previous 20%. That way you can go on an endless cycle. God damn, what am I doing here? I need to be a game dev. I'll be fucking rich. Oh, man. Man, I'm in the wrong place. Because the fat retard cares and the fresh out of college devs don't. They're just there because it looks good on their CV. Is Thurman? You're wrong about nothing.
I've talked about how some UI issues are really an underlying system mechanic issue. This comes up in the videos on encumbrance, where you can have a really good UI if your game supports encumbrance, but you take encumbrance out and suddenly that same UI is terrible because people can carry more. And suddenly there's a lot more things in their inventory, and the UI you were using for a limited inventory doesn't work for a UI with an unlimited inventory. So that's why you need to be very specific about what it is you didn't like. Do you really hate that UI, or do you hate that you can vacuum up everything And
so why do we have to go with these? I don't think he's doing this maliciously, right? But I think that's kind of a false dichotomy. If we're looking at something like encumbrance in a UI for an inventory space, maybe you don't need to just throw it out the fucking window. Maybe you just need to change the values of encumbrance. Maybe encumbrance isn't a yes-no. Maybe encumbrance is it strong enough or is it not? Maybe it needs to be smaller. Maybe it needs to be bigger. Maybe the effects on different components of encumbrance need to be changed. Maybe you fat roll once you get above 80%. Maybe 80% is too low of a figure because you picked up one stick. Maybe that just needs to be a larger number. Yes-no is a bad idea. Yes-no is a terrible place to start with designing anything, right? I'm saying this from an engineering perspective of like the way you design a PRS. It's not yes-no, it's to what degree do we need this thing to occur? Once you've decided to what degree, what is the approximation, then you can start working towards yeses and nos. Hold on. For example, Cyberpunk 2077 made a big comeback. Tell me I'm wrong. It did. It did make a fucking huge comeback. But that's probably because Pan Am's asses was like 20 million polygons. One of the worst things in UI is the need to scroll because there's too much. You're right, Chielde, but that's also shitty design. That again is shitty design because what the dev's done is he's had to be as lazy as possible, and he's taken everything and put it under one fucking stash tab and said, fuck you, it's your problem. Do you want to know what's really fucked? I started playing RPG Maker games because I was looking for a porn game to play when I was doing my Twitch speedrun ban, right? And what I discovered is random autists who make really shittily drawn porn games in RPG Maker know inventory management better than AAA devs. That's what I discovered. Most RPG shit, even if it's just a stock standard, I copied a template. It had an auto-optimize feature. It had categories for different items. It had weapons separate from gear. Gear was organized from best to worst. And I looked at this shit and I'm like, God damn it, how the fuck does this kill Skyrim's UI? How the fuck is this better? And it's just some retard who made a Kuma game and it wasn't even a good one. You'd be surprised how often shit like that are caught in development by the ground floor developers, but when the developer inform the leads that this will be an issue, they get ignored. Every release that fails comes with dozens of stories of leads and executives say, no, you know what, you're not right. You're not wrong, Nvidia. The one case I can think of off the top of my head is the fucking book salesman who was in charge of New World, right? Where if one of the game devs designing the game said that there was a shitty system, the book salesman said, you are not allowed to come to me with an issue about the game that needs to be changed. What you first need to do is you need to write out a 3-page essay on why this is bad and then give it to me. Now tell me in a development cycle of a guy who finds 100 problems with a game, you're telling me this poor fuck has to now write out 300 pages of shit so that the book salesman retard in charge of New World can understand what's wrong? Of course that's not going to be fixed. That's why New World fucked up so hard. Want to see a dog shit UI? Check out Sword Art Online. Watch Kirito use it in the first episode. The biggest pile of shit UI. I haven't watched Sword Art Online. I have been getting into a lot more anime. I just got through watching Freerun with my wife. Let me tell you, Freerun's like, yo, fuck these demons. I'm gonna kill every one of these bitches. Yeah, it's kind of cool. God, that show was... I thought there was gonna be like, a wholesome little thing about an elf reliving her memories. No, she's like, yo, I won, kill yourself. She just went low tier god on a demon. It was great. I'm still working my way through Berserk. I want to actually get the book set, the original book set of Berserk, instead of having to watch one of the shitty animes, because I've seen some of the 3D stuff and it just makes me cringe so goddamn hard.
Or do you want to be able to vacuum up everything, but you just wish the game would somehow organize it better? Be specific.
Generally speaking, if you think you've got 10,000 people yelling at you that something's shit, at least one of them knows what the shitty thing is and is probably telling you what the constructive criticism is. 9,000 people might just be like, yo, fuck you, and not tell you a goddamn thing. That's fair. But there's about 1,000 people that are telling you exactly what's wrong.
The one that really gets me, and that many of you refuse to acknowledge. You all, again, I wish English had a plural you all do not agree on what a good feature is. Go back and watch.
That's true. He's right about that. He's 100% right about that.
Watch both of my encumbrance videos. They're linked below. Or watch the video I had on fast travel. Or even the video I did on providing game difficulty, different options in there. Read the comments on it, which I know a lot of you don't do, and you complain that YouTube doesn't do a good job of sorting them. Just pick one of those videos, set it to show all the comments, and scroll for a few minutes. You will find...
I've got the solution to this, and it's the same thing I said at the beginning of this video. Design for target audience. Design for a target audience. Right? Wukong had a target audience of males between the age of 15 and 35. Men. Hot, spicy, naked men. They knew. And they designed for that. And no one could give a shit how bad the UI was because the game was good. They would forgive the shitty design of something because the game underneath was so fucking good. Designed for target audience, not for everyone. Because no one, he's right about this, no one can actually agree what they like and what they dislike. Here's a good example. A lot of people tell me that the indie game Red Strings Club is a fucking dog shit game. Do you know why? If you play...
You had to sleep with two people that had the combined age of 30. How old would they be?
A 29-year-old pregnant woman. Bam. I'm fucking a flesh mecha. 30, yes. 29, a few months. 29 and 6 months. There you go. She's 6 months pregnant. I'm fucking a pregnant woman. I'm banging a flesh mecha. It will be a little bit weird when she's saying, no, please stop hitting me, but there you go. I'm not going to prison.
Find that some of you literally say you will not play a game that is lacking a particular feature, and then keep scrolling, and you'll find people who hate games that have that feature. And it can be anything.
Like I said, designed for target audience.
Fast travel, VO, walls of text, story mode. Some of you require it, and some of you skip games that have it. And you have reasons for doing it. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I am saying is there is no possible way to make a game that will make all of you happy. What's interesting to me, and this channel has made me really acknowledge...
Oh, that reminds me, I didn't finish my point, right? So, when did Ilgi start lending you his wife? What do you mean Ilgi's wife? I was talking about Ilgi, Jimmy. I make him put on the dress and everything. No, my original point, Red Strings Club. I like the game, and the game is like super left-leaning, right? It's actually about a gay couple who find an android robot that they make work as a bartender, and a lot of people get pissy with the game, and I can't blame them for this, because there are some like ultra-liberal things where you say like, you can have an argument with the robot, and instead of giving you a valid answer, the robot just calls you a fucking idiot, right? And you can tell that's not That's not in character. That's the dev giving their political opinion. But the rest of the game is pretty fucking decent, if you look past that. But if you can't look past that and that ruins the game for you, I completely understand. It makes sense. I get it. Right? So just design not for everyone. A lot of games are designed for sales, which isn't for anyone. Exactly. It's popcorn. You think you're doing something, but it's got no internal substance.
Legit. You don't even agree on the fact that all of you are disagreeing. Some of you don't acknowledge there are any other game players out there. There was a video I did where I said people frequently want better graphics, but a lot of you ask for better graphics. And someone said, and I quote, "No one asked for better graphics."
No, okay, you see, that's retarded. Now he's just taking the most retarded comments he's seen. Do you know where I want better graphics? Do you know where I want ultra high polygons? God, which game is it? See if I can find it. I want the best fucking graphics imaginable. No, I don't care that my PC has a fucking stroke and turns into a goddamn space heater. You give me 25 million polygons in the first Descendant. Yeah. Goddamn yeah. Fuck yeah. You goddamn right I want better graphics. Do you know where I don't want good graphics? Do you know where I want an artistic, stylized piece? I would like an artistic, stylized piece. I would like something with its own theming and trending. It doesn't have to have the highest graphics. But give me something fun. So don't sit there and say, and read the most retarded comment in the world and take it seriously. I haven't finished Disco Elysium. I want to do like an informal game review on it. There. But so far, what I'm seeing, I like. I really like what I'm seeing so far. Yeah, the first Descendant download. I'm scared of Warframe, Nvidia. I've said this before. I'm scared that if I even see Warframe, I'm gone. That's me. I disappear for like 6 months. I'm scared of Warframe. At least First Descendant's sloppy enough that I know I'm there for the ass and then I'm gone.
I guess you never read a...
I'm actually... Don't tell my wife this, but I'm actually in First Descendant because I'm trying to find outfits I can put on her later. Don't let her know that. I want her to think my ideas are original.
Review and you don't go on any forum boards. Because yes, they do. And keep in mind, better graphics... Sometimes they're just talking about they want a higher resolution. They bought a 4K monitor and they're upset they're not getting a game in 4K. Sometimes they want a farther view distance. They're upset that it clips really early. Or that there's always things blocking their view. They don't get a nice wide view of anything. Sometimes they just mean more creature variety or more location variety. These are all better graphics. These are all things that require a lot more art time, a lot more things to be loaded in, a lot better optimization of your engine. These are all going into the category of better graphics. And all...
Do you want to know why graphics is a cope? Do any of you understand the asymptotic curve of graphics? Anyone who's played around with anything like CFD or animation or physics engines at all will understand what the asymptotic curve is. Yeah, I'll show you. We're learning a lot today. So, let me just take out my Ferret software application. Right, if you want to look at graphics, here's your polygons. right? Hold on, is that right? We're looking towards an asymptotic line that sits here, right? Which means as you increase, no, this should be polygons. This is polygons, and this would be quality, right? This is your change in polygons. This is your quality, right? If you double your polygons, if you got 1 polygon and you double your polygons, you have a linear relationship increase. If you triple them, you still have a generalized linear equation. But the more polygons you start to add, the closer you get to an asymptotic line, where the difference between 25 million polygons and 250 million polygons is like 0.2% of a difference, right? So you don't need to change this because who gives a fuck? Because your quality change is so goddamn tiny, no one cares. So maybe you need to stop there and spend this 0.2% of time that you put on the polygons for processing that's taking fucking months. Maybe you need to actually add a personality to that ass cheek that you put in the game. Maybe I want to know where that pair of ass cheeks came from. Is it a pair of virgin ass cheeks? Are those ass cheeks from a whore? Where are they from outer space? Are they blue? Are there 3 ass cheeks? Maybe these aliens need to shit twice. Right? But graphical quality is a cope after a certain degree. You get to a point where it stagnates out, and then you just start wasting time adding more polygons. Thing is, using more polygons doesn't mean more quality, it means less FPS. Yes, it does. It means extremely high processing times, and it's insane. Tell that to Activision that decided Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 remake needed 50 trillion polygons. But then you see, you're missing the point of Call of Duty doing that. The reason Call of Duty does that specifically is because they want to take up so much space on your hard drive that you have no space for any other game. So you only have space to play their game and nothing else. So that's a different strategy. That's not about the polygons. They're just using the polygons to force you to play nothing else but their game. But it's easier to just increase the number and say, here we have XYZ. Hold on, I missed that. I don't know where I missed that. XYZ now, same they did with map size. Yes. You know it's another cope? Guys, that game is programmed in Unreal Engine 5. That's my favorite cope. I hear those words and I switch off, right? It's like going to a bar as a single guy and looking at the hot girl, and you're kind of drunk, so you don't know if your eyesight's blurry, and then you see an Adam's apple and you switch off immediately. Or maybe some of you switch on. The problem is that instead of putting it into other gameplay systems, they put resources they don't put into those polygons in other graphics tech. Yes, but it's the same thing. It's a quality issue. At some point, you hit a threshold where it's no longer valuable to continue doing that.
All of you, I guarantee, have asked for some form of better graphics at some point when you're responding to a question of what did you like and dislike about this game. Now, keep in mind, too, sometimes you guys talk about art style, but everything I just mentioned, even if the art style stays the same, you will need more polys and more textures and more everything just to give you more creature variety.
See, more polys and more textures. Anything but more creativity, huh?
Or more location variety. So just that means, falls under the aegis of better graphics, but means more work, more artists, more time, more money. And many of you say, well, I don't really care about graphics. I'm one of you. Graphics have never been high on my list of what I care about in a game. But many, many, many players are attracted to a game by its pretty graphics.
He's right.
Even if they stay afterwards because the gameplay is so good.
He's right. And again, I'll say it again. Design for target audience. If I am designing a game, wait, let me even take it outside of the realm of games. If I am designing a fucking pair of underwear, I am designing for either men or women. One of those two. If there needs to be dick space, guess what? Maybe you are 1 in 1,000 women with the big floppy vagina that needs that dick space. And by coincidence, you're gonna buy my underwear. But most of the people who are gonna buy, yeah, huge clit, gonna clit like a finger. But if most of my clients are men, I'm designing for men, you just coincidentally fall into that category. So design for target audience.
Graphics open the door. I've told some designers under me, sometimes it's like dating. Your head may be turned by the prettiness, but you stay because of the personality and the chemistry. So it's like that with games. Make a pretty game, more people will at least get their eyeballs on your game. Then they're stay because of the mechanics. And then later on, they'll deny ever even looking at your game because it was pretty. One of the things I want to point out is many of you argue against things that would make a game that even tries to provide more things for more players. And I've talked about how...
Yes, gatekeep your games. Gatekeep your games. I'm sorry. You gotta do it. Do you know what happens if you don't gatekeep your games? You get pay to win. You get a bunch of fucking people in there saying this is problematic and that's problematic and this is outdated. And then your favorite game is their favorite game and it's not your favorite game anymore. Gatekeep. It's good for you. It's good for you and it's good for those other people because they can fuck off and find a game that works for them instead of them ruining yours. Gatekeep that shit hard.
Designed by committee is bad, which I agree with. And usually that leads to making a game that's so bland and vanilla that no one can really have an argument against it, but nobody really feels like playing it. What I mean by that is many of you literally have argued that games should have fewer game options. I'm not even talking about game difficulty, just fewer game options. I have a video on game options. I'll link it below. Again, read those comments. Many of you are going, yeah, I hate when games have a lot of options. I don't know what to set. The designer should have decided that. Why are they making me do that? That just means they didn't have a strong vision. Not ignoring for the fact that many of those options are there to let more people play the game. I'm colorblind. That's a disability. There are games.
That's an easy fix. Right, if someone has choice paralysis because you gave them the choice between a green, a red, and a blue shirt, then take away the green shirt and give them the red and the blue. Right? UI designers figured this out a long time ago. What you have is you have a button that says advanced settings. Right? You have the basic settings for the people who have an IQ in the single digits, and then everyone else can just click the fucking advanced settings buttons and play with that shit because they know what they're doing. Nice and simple. There you go. Satisfied two groups. Is it that hard? We figured this out a long time ago. Software's been doing this forever. Fuck motion blur. 100% right. Relentless. I don't know why I need Vaseline on my fucking screen when my eyes are already broken.
I literally cannot play because they have puzzles or information that I'm supposed to pick up on that's color-based, but there are no color blindness options. The worst ones of these are ones that don't...
That's just accessibility. Now he's conflating two terms. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what he's saying here, but it sounds like he's conflating people who go through analysis paralysis with people who are like colorblind or some shit. And that's a different thing.
Say up front that they do that, and then later I'm playing the game and I realize I'm playing it wrong, or I've encountered puzzles that I literally cannot solve, and there's no option to do so. Super frustrating.
Yeah, but that's fine. You can just do what Pirate Software does and pre-game all your games and have the wiki open on a separate page that no one sees and pretend that you did it the first time round.
So let me sum up, because I've been ranting for a while. I get that you, the individual, want what you, the individual, want. But you have to realize that you, the individual, are not very good at giving developers feedback, and that you, the individual, are not everybody the game's being made for.
Yes.
Many of you aren't even in the majority, and I hear you. I don't think I'm in the majority. I
Probably
like a
not.
lot of niche games. I've made a lot of niche games. And so that's kind of what I'm saying here is game development is hard on its own, technically. But this lack of consensus among game players about what they want takes that difficulty to a whole new level. It's that much harder to make a game that you want to be popular, that you want to have a lot of sales, because most of you don't know what you want. Those of
Counterpoint to what he's saying. Where is it? How many devs was this? This was like 10 people. 19 million people have played Palworld. Did you know Pirate Software used to work at Blizzard? I bet he was the one drinking the breast milk, Devilish. God, wasn't it like, I can't find it here, but wasn't the dev team of Palworld like 10 people, and they were hiring some kid who was in high school to do 3D modeling shit for them? They spent a little over 7 million and had at least 40 people working on it. Okay. 40 people. Somehow Palworld is that popular. Palworld popped off, so obviously they have an idea of what people wanted. The First Descendant did. Gacha games know exactly what the fuck their community wants. God, how long's Genshin Impact been around? League of Legends? I'm sorry, how long's that been around? Obviously they know what people want, or they wouldn't still be here. That's my counter argument to what he's saying here. I really feel like he's saying the same problem with different answers that do not complement the real problem. I kind of, maybe I'm talking past him, Conk. Maybe I'm talking about one thing and he's talking about a completely different thing, and I'm misunderstanding his initial point here. But my issue is that it feels like he's building a false dichotomy, right? He's trying to say everyone collectively doesn't know what they want, and not one single human being can agree with another one single human being, and there's no middle ground. I think that's, maybe he explains it further in some of his other videos, but it's like, that doesn't fit. Two people can see the same system in the same game. One person can love it, the other person can fucking hate it, but maybe both of those two people still agree that the game is good. League of Legends isn't the reason League is still around. The size of that community is tiny. TFT is why League still keeps going. Alright, chill, dude. Dota then. Dota 2. We'll use that as an example then. And TFT, that's actually another example. Apparently people wanted auto battlers, and they got auto battlers, and it worked, and it kept people around. So yeah, maybe you're right about League. Maybe that community's fallen off, but guess what? There's Dota 2. There are other MOBAs that people love. TFT has a 300 million player base. Jesus Christ. Oh God, gaming has become an old age home already. We're all too old to play high APM games. Dota also doesn't gain new players. It's just being propped up on a loss by Valve. I don't know. That their professional gaming scenes makes too much fucking money for me to think that. It's like millions of dollars for the winner of Worlds. It's insane. TFT is in a high APM, but that's what I'm saying, Chielda. It's become an old age home. None of us have the APM to catch up, so everyone just plays a strategy game like TFT.
Do you know what you want are very vague at expressing it, and many of you don't realize that what you want isn't what a lot of other people want. This is why, for most of my career, I just made what I wanted, what I liked. I hoped other people would like it.
Yes, that's a good idea. He was targeting an audience similar to him. He's just figured out the solution. Target the audience that cares. That's what he did. That's why he's successful.
It was me and the team just trying to make something we'd like that would make each other laugh, make each other have fun. And we were like, gee, I hope people like this. We weren't sure. We didn't care. And when marketing would ask us questions like, what's the demographic for your game? We didn't know. We didn't have an answer. And most of us, we didn't even care. We're like, I don't know. Why don't you go home and play the game and tell me what you think, who would like it? Many of you like my earlier games. Maybe
they were bangers. Let's be honest. Fallout 1 and 2 were bangers.
It's because I did make them in a vacuum like that, and I wasn't thinking what people thought. However, I can tell you...
Oh no, the artist created something and people loved it. Yeah. The artist created, no one told him what to do. And he created something people loved. Damn, it's almost like everything I said at the beginning of this fucking video was already the solution. You know what? I have an idea for a game. Hear me out on this. It's a game about an elite spec ops squad from the US that's trying to take down all the gangs in Mexico. For some reason, the gangs are all run by a woman, and it's a porn game. It's called Bangbusters. Make it happen. Don't let your dreams be memes. Make it happen. Since it's in Mexico, those bitches better have fat asses. That's all I'm saying.
My later games sold more copies. So what's the right path? I don't know. But I can tell you this. Do game developers know what game players want?
See,
no.
It doesn't actually matter that his later games sold more copies. What matters is, did people love his game and did he make a profit? You don't have to make all the money in the world. You just have to make enough money to keep going.
You don't.
Fat asses and chronic nosebleeds. Here's all the coke. That would be perfect. Okay, I'm going to finish that off with a story, right? I'm going to tell you all a story about why I think he's going off on a path that he shouldn't be going off on, right? To make design a little bit easier to understand, right? Here's the story. This is a story commonly told amongst engineers, and it's very important you tell them this in like the first or second year of their university experience, so that they fucking learn from this. Once upon a time, there was this magical land called America. Now, in America, there was a manufacturing plant. It was called Great Big Evil Megacorp. And their logo was a fucking smoke that looked like an arrow. Right? I know it sounds too bullshit to be real. But in America, this company delivered products to people. And the products came in boxes. And they had a machine that would take the object, put it in the box, seal the box, and then move it down the conveyor belt off to delivery. Now, in the land of America, every now and then, the machine they had would take a box, put nothing inside the box, seal the box up, and push it down the conveyor line, just like it would do with every other box. When this happened, this company, this evil company where people used to piss in bottles and whose logo was a smoke that looked like an arrow, they decided, this is not correct. We're getting complaints, and that's not on. We need to focus on important things like enslaving the population. So what we need to do is we need to hire a bunch of engineers to fix this empty box problem. And so, this company, being the biggest, the best, and the most profitable in the world, hired the absolute best engineers in the world. Like the fucking best. I'm talking top tier, no one can come near them, straight out of India from an H-1B visa, like the best. And these engineers all got together and decided we're gonna fix the box problem. Now we can't touch the original machine, they don't want to let us do that. So we're gonna design a conveyor belt that detects each box independently, scans the boxes, looks inside, confirms an object, analyzes the object, tells you what the object is, shifts it off, and if there is an empty box, it is then going to mechanically take the box, remove it from the line, and discard the box. These brilliant, amazing, multi-million annual paid a year engineers then went to this company, Big Evil Corporation, with their solution. And they said, we can do this, and we can fix all of these problems for a low sum of $800 million. Now, Big Evil Corporation doesn't like losing money. That's a bad thing. If you're Big Evil Corporation, you want all the money. You need all the money. $800 million? What the fuck is wrong with you? So in the land of America, this was before they started hiring DEI hires, they had this one manager who spoke up in the meeting, and he put up his hand, and he said to the then CEO of the company, he said, Mr. Zabos, I think I have something that's going to be a lot cheaper. What if we take a bunch of undocumented individuals from the land that is south of our border, called Mexico, we bring them here, we pay them less than minimum wage, and we make them check the boxes. How does that sound to you, Mr. Zabos? And Mr. Zabos was like, okay, do you have the calculations for me? And he said, yes, I do. This will cost us $10 million. If we do this across every single factory in existence, and it'll cost us $10 million in the space of 20 years. Right, this was before inflation was the thing. So Mr. Zabos was like, that's a fucking brilliant idea. God damn, we're gonna get some of those border hoppers into our country. We're gonna sit them down at the conveyor belts. And Juan and Pedro and Julio and Jesus are all gonna tell us which boxes didn't have it. Right? So, they did that. And for a while it was working. And obviously, these systems never had a problem again. Now, that's a little bit strange, right? Because how do you go from 100% problem to 0% problem? Right? And this happened in a specific factory. Every other factory still had guys where there was, like, every now and then an empty box still got onto the truck. But there was one factory where Mr. Juan was sitting doing a perfect job. And Mr. Zabos was so goddamn impressed with Juan that he wanted to see, what is Juan's method? Why is Juan so fucking good at this when Julio and Jesus and all these other goddamn coyotes who came into America, who we gave freedom to, who live in subsidized housing and can barely fucking afford to piss? Why can't they do a job like Juan? So, Mr. Zabos went into his box packing company and he found Juan dead asleep in a chair. Fucking asleep. Passed out, cap down. He was a sleepy Mexican, right? And this was really confusing. So Mr. Zabos was like not wanting to fire his best box identification employee, pulls Juan into an office. And he says, now Juan, you have 100% rate of detecting empty boxes, more than anyone else in the entire land of America. How are you doing this? And Juan said, he sat down and he looked at Mr. Zabos and he decided to tell Mr. Zabos what he was doing. He said, no, sir, looking at the box all day is make me tired. So what I do is I found a piece of rubber at the place Home Depot, and they found a screw and a drill. And I put a piece of rubber across conveyor belt, and I drill screw through rubber on one side of conveyor belt. And when box full, the rubber it flex, and when box empty, it stop and push empty box off of conveyor belt. Mr. Zabos was amazed. Mr. Zabos was like, oh damn, how did you do that? How much did this cost you, Juan? And Juan said, it cost me $2.50. And it was at that point that Juan and Julio and every single one of them lost their job to a $2.50 rubber band and a screw pushed into the conveyor belt, and they were all kicked over the border back to Mexico, where they were killed by the cartels. All while Mr. Zabos made all the profit in the world and never had to spend a penny on another fucking person again. And just remember, the engineers wanted to charge him $800 million, the best engineers in the world. It's always a happy ending for all. That's what I'm saying. Also, what's up, Wojciech? So that's the story they tell engineers, right? And they tell engineers the story because what you think the solution is doesn't have to be the most high-tech shit imaginable. Sometimes the solution is just the most straightforward thing you can imagine. And game devs don't seem... Juan fucked everything. Fuck that guy. He did. So, game devs seem to have this idea in their head that they need to make everything super advanced and technical and amazing, right? And that's just not fucking true. Sometimes simpler is better. Sometimes the straightforward if-and statement is better than building a goddamn neural network that does the exact same thing. That's the problem here. Game devs are trying to be so smart that they're fucking stupid. They need to reinvent the goddamn wheel. Hold on. The problem is that at the time, Tim is referring to the devs had significantly more power and influence in game companies, in part due to incredible difficulty of using game dev software and the fact that the job was niche. If Tim was starting out today, he would not have been allowed to make something like Fallout just because they thought it was cool. I disagree, Nvidia, and let me tell you why. Who gave some insane fucking single individual permission to make this game? Who gave him permission? No one. Fucking no one. He just did it. And people love this game. It's such a good game that it spawned an entire genre of shit that you see in other games. Juan is a rat. He may have to do something with software. Okay, let's not get focused down on Juan. God did, and we were all the more better for it. You know what? You're right. So there you go. Right? You don't need to tell a musician. You don't need to give a musician permission to make something. You don't need to tell a passionate game dev You don't need to give him permission to make something. He's gonna fucking make something. Because he can't help himself. But what you can do is you can take a passionate game dev, put him into a large company, fuck his ass under the table. when he reports it to HR ignores it and throws it out. And you can slowly grind away at that dev's soul. But hey, at least he got big company on his CV. At least he's got big company on his CV. Yeah. Vampire Survivors was a copy of a mobile game called Magic Survival. Well, guess what, Shielde? Great idea to copy that game and put it on PC. What a fucking genius idea that is. And guess what? That makes my point even more poignant. He didn't have to reinvent the fucking wheel. Even better, actually. I want to be a game designer. Then I saw the industry and said, fuck that shit. You cannot be a game designer and like in a large company and expect to be doing something passionate. If you are in a large company, more often than not, you are a peasant. You are a peasant in the digital fields. Your job is to chop down the wheat and give it to your fucking lord while he fucks your wife in front of you. And your wife is the video game in this case. That's how that works. As engineers, we don't need people like Juan. That's what the engineers thought too. All these brilliant H-1B visa ones. They thought, oh god damn. Well, get rid of Juan now. Before he puts another rubber band and a screw across the conveyor belt. Got to complicate the code so the boss doesn't understand and won't fire you. Yeah, that's actually a pretty decent idea. That goes back to me talking about the engineer's dilemma. Right, so there you go. That's how we can explain it, right? I just saw Peter Molyneux in a trailer at TGA. If that man can keep coming back to make games, imagine what someone who doesn't actively fuck up the reputation of the games can do. Where's this guy? He just kept coming back. And he just kept giving us bangers. He just kept coming back and giving us bangers. Look how far he got. I mean, sure, he may have had to sell his soul to the devil to get this done. I mean, look at him. Look at this poor fucking man. He lost everything. He gained everything and lost his soul in the process. But he kept making bangers. This man is a god. 1.05 billion net worth. There you go, Conk. 1.505 billion. What a goddamn legend.
Although some devs steal kitty milk to function.
I mean, that is kind of true. Hey, listen, if you're not raping at least
there is
one or
only
two
one
employees,
God, and he's up above.
Yeah, okay. If you're not at least raping one or two employees during a work day, can you really say you worked that day? It's about the emotional labor you put them through. And maybe sometimes the physical labor if they decide to keep the baby. Sure, make the code complicated work until you leave the company and no one can fix it easily. If anything breaks, i.e. dungeons and Guild Wars 2. Well, there you go. There you go. Right? Nice and simple. Now, I have one last thing, and this is going to be a long one. We're in it for the long haul, like I said. It hits 7 a.m. I got to go clean out my goddamn car and take it for repairs because it's fucked up. Tomorrow is Guild Wednesday too. So what's going to happen is I'm going to go repair my car and come home. I'm going to pass out. I'm going to pop my head off that fucking pillow and I'm just going to start playing Guild Wars 2. That's how this is going to work. I don't even know if I'm going to get to WoW tonight. Rosa was browsing stream. Steam, and I found the game you showed in the last Guild Wars 2 video. The one with the pinkish elf. Fuck, which one was that? God, I can't remember which one that was. It's now 4 a.m. over here. Oh, yes! Yes, I remember. Okay, I remember now. Yeah. That porn game. I wanted to speedrun that porn game so I could beat Seth's record, but I realized I'm not that good at the game. I can use it for memes.
Oh, great.
Okay, so this next video is really important to me because this is Josh Strife Hayes' ultimate MMO tier list, right? Backed by science. Now, is this science? Trust the science, or is this actual science? That's what I want to know. Because I'm willing to bet, and I don't hold this against Josh, I'm willing to bet that he constructed this list the way a theater kid would. Which is, he took a bunch of data, he put it into a list, and he was just like, fuck you, here's the list. So we're going to be fixing this list for him.
This video is 2 hours.
Yes.
So we will be here for 14 days.
Yes, you will. Get strapped in. Get strapped on. Get pegged down. It's going to be a long one.
MMORPGs are great. Massive virtual worlds you can explore around with your friends.
And you know what? We'll watch this at 1.25 the speed because, come on. Come on, he talks slow.
Incredible adventures, fighting terrifying monsters and finding hidden treasure. You can do everything from leading a guild into battle to just living a quiet life out in the wilds. There are so many games and so many different ways to play them. At the end of the day, the best MMO is the one you enjoy. No one game is better than any other. Wrong!
Cope.
Every MMORPG ever made can be sort of objectively sorted from worst to best using a scientific method, and I've spent the last 2 months making this chart, so I...
God damn, that's a big fucking chart. Also, he said the word objectively. Just redeemed creator song about ball torture. Alright. You didn't give a full description, but we'll see if the AI does it. Let me see if I can approve that. We'll listen to that. Let's see. Will the AI be able to figure out what the fuck you meant when you said something that short? And will it be in German? Okay, it's decided that you wanted a punk rock song. It's filling in the gaps. It's decided to go intense. Let's find out. Oh, that's generic. That's super generic.
Hands are shaking, sweat just pours. Pleasure found.
It's somewhere between Rise Against and Good Charlotte.
Push the limits, raise the stakes. Every squeeze and every ache. Hearts are racing, minds explode. Ball and chain, a twisted ode.
Foo Fighters. You know what? That does sound a little bit Foo Fighter-ish, doesn't it?
In this game, we test our fight, turning dark into the light.
This is Foo Fighters if David Grohl also gave himself the Kurt Cobain treatment and someone else took over. This is definitely punk. Maybe a little bit of Psycho Stick in there as well.
No regrets and no remorse in this wild uncharted
I will say, even if it's generic, it's catchy. Yes, this is AI music. Wojciech, I'll give you this, Wojciech, right? I'm gonna tell you this. You can tell your musician friend this. I have yet to hear a single AI generated song that comes close to what your friend can do. I've yet to hear. That's why I keep on saying, I think future musicians who actually have talent are going to use AI as a tool to help inspire them, as opposed to something that just takes them over. It's just going to be another paintbrush for them to use. But let's continue with the list of insanity. Now, here's the important part, right? This list that he's done is not science. Or technically it is. It's data science. It's data collection. But what I'm interested to see is, does he adjust for certain metrics and variables, or does he just shit out a numerical number? And we can go through explanations, and I'll show you what I mean using diagrams. We'll use the Ferret software stuff to show you exactly what I mean.
Can prove it. Welcome, I'm Josh Dreyfus. Since starting my MMO content creation career many years ago...
Man, does this guy not look like alternate universe Henry Cavill?
Most common email or message I get by far is, Josh, why do you look like Henry Cavill from Wish? The second is, what MMO...
Fuck's sakes, he's inside my head. Okay, that freaked me out a little bit. Jesus Christ. Did he like pre-prime me somehow to like say that? It's his joke. Or you watched the video already? No, I haven't watched the video already. I've heard him called default British man. I haven't heard him call himself that. I called him alternate universe Henry Cavill, and he's like, why do you look like Wish.com Henry Cavill? Jesus Christ. You fucking got me. You got me good. I wish I had time to pre-watch shit. Holy fuck. I'd be so much better at this if I did. Oh my god. I wish I had that fucking... You know what? That might actually be a good idea. I have to go to the gym every day. But fuck, then I need to like build a list of shit I'm going to react to. I do this like 10 minutes before I go live on stream. He's also called himself We Have Henry Cavill at Home. Maybe he's called himself that in a different video, and that's pre-primed me to think that. That's probably it. Man needs to put his chat over on the monitor he keeps looking at. Listen, I've got my chat open in two different places. The problem is, over there, it gives me YouTube and Twitch. Over there, it just gives me Twitch. One could say it's Henry Cavill if he was British, but Henry is already British. Yeah.
Oh, should I play? Every year we get more top 10 MMO videos, and those videos are either far too similar to the previous year, or they don't agree with my subjective opinion at the time.
Zay redeemed a song. You skipped. Okay, we'll get to a point in this video, and then I will click the approve button on that song, okay?
And are therefore wrong. Because of this, I've spent the last 2 months of my life...
Remember, when you redeem a song with an explanation, right? It's not that it's in the chat. It doesn't tell me in the chat. A little pop-up notification thing appears on my second monitor over here. That tells me whether I should approve it or not. I'm trying to automate the process, but unfortunately, I haven't got there yet. That's why it's also only available on Twitch currently. I'm getting there. Give me some goddamn time.
I've creating this extremely scientific video, cataloguing every single MMORPG of any relevance and ranking them in order of their positions on other MMO videos to create... this chart. There are 250 MMORPG games on this chart, arranged by 20 years worth of data. So grab a cup of tea.
I'm guessing by the colors, what he's got here is he's used Excel and sellotape. That's a pretty fucking big chart. I gotta respect that data collection. That's fucking amazing.
Tea and settle in because we are going to be here a while. As usual, a big thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep this channel alive and allow me to do extremely scientific.
God damn, look how many patrons this guy has. He's got to be making bank.
Things like this. More information on how you can support at the end. Part of this video is sponsored by Gamersubs, but it's a 12-second part, so you probably won't be paying attention when...
Is this the... Hold on, is this the VTuber who is selling whale pussy flavor? I don't know, they all look the same.
When it happens. For now, let's begin. The opening aggression was of course a joke, but I have still spent the last 2 months of my life creating a 48-page spreadsheet ranking 250 MMO games. But why? Well, the whole project was inspired by YouTube comments like these. It's honestly sad that the top 10 MMOs of 2016 has mostly games from years ago. There really needs to be a huge change to how these companies make MMOs.
He's right.
This video feels like a video from 3 to 4 years ago.
It's always going to be a video from 3 to 4 years ago. They're all the same. All of them are the same. Don't look up Bowberry. Don't tell me what to do. So this is what you're into, huh? You into fat bitches, huh? Alright. I get it. I understand. Kinda. You know, if she's big enough, you don't have to aim for the pussy, you can just pick a fold and go to town. I am Ahab, and this is your white whale. Shit. At least you know she'll never run away from you because she can't run. At least you know when you say something sweet, she's gonna gobble that shit up. You know you have to be fit to date a bitch like this. Because if you fucking her, if you want to take her from the back and you're going at it from the front, you're going to have a 10-kilometer run to get there. You know she smells like nacho cheese. You know she's leaking nacho cheese, Ashura. She'll roll down the hill away from you. Well, when she's at the bottom of the hill, she can't go anywhere else. She's stuck in a valley.
You know it's bad when the list has been the same for the past 10 years. Seems like MMOs are dying. Nothing but cheap trash is coming out. I
have yet to see a false statement here.
Where I've been looking at the same upcoming best MMO for 5 years now. Still mostly the same games too. The genre is really stale. And this video just shows us how dead MMOs are. I thought I would find some hidden gem, but it's all the usual suspects.
Yep.
The general opinion is the genre is stagnant, has been for a while. Companies are realizing players don't want to leave their home MMO for another, as an MMO is more than just a game you play. It's a culture, a personality, a world you spend so much time in it becomes a collection of memories and part of your history. Making a new MMORPG is expensive and risky. For the same price, you could release 10 mobile games and make 10 times as much money. We don't have the release...
He's right. It's also cost effective to do that. If you're ever looking to make money and you don't give a fuck about anything else, right? Make a mobile game. Make it as shitty as possible, put as many gambling mechanics as possible, and you will get lonely housewives who don't know how to download Tinder and cheat on their husband to play this shit instead. And you'll make bank.
Volume that we had in the mid-2000s MMO gold rush era, and the top 10 MMO list of any given year is pretty much the same as the previous few years gone by. So which top 10 list can you trust? Are they all just lists of player counts as of that specific moment with no critique of quality? Are they subjective opinions of whoever made the list? Is it a community vote or all of the above? Ultimately, they're just entertaining videos, and there's nothing wrong with that. Now, the videos are subjective, they're opinions, but what if we could take all of that subjective data, cross-reference it, literary review it, compile it together, and present that compilation in an objective way? Would we discover anything?
Okay, these are the things I'm looking for, right? Okay, let me take the cum sprites off here so you can see what the fuck's going on. Right? These are the things I'm looking for in his video currently. These are the variables I can spot. Does he account for change in time? Right? And what that means is one of the first variables he needs to account for in his list is the fact that an older MMO is going to be mentioned far more times than a newer MMO. The First Descendant came out a few years ago, right? You are going to have someone mention an older, shittier MMORPG in a lot more top 10 lists than the First Descendant, for example, right? You're going to see certain games continually pop up. Does he account for the variable of time, right? If he does account for the variable of time, is he doing it in a linear sense, or is he doing it in a logarithmic scale, right? The correct thing to do with time is to always put it on a log scale, right? If you're looking for things like designing for infinite life, cycles to break down, so on and so forth, you use a log scale, right? So if he's going to do this correctly, he needs to account for a variable of time, and he needs to assign a... Oh God, you can't see that. He needs to assign a fineness ratio variable that takes whatever time period that each MMORPG is mentioned in and assign a variable that adjusts for whatever that is, whether that be 0.8 or 0.7, but he needs some variable, some coefficient that attaches to things, right? The best way he could probably do this is he can either use, if he's going to be very basic about it, you use a summation method. So you say summation f of x, you've got your function here, right? Where your function of summation is then a summation of that multiplied by your fineness ratio for each and every variable that is an act of y that leads to the function of x summated, right? That would be a really nice and easy way to do that, right? Very simple, very straightforward, would do a well point in time adjusting things. You would also need to assign a score, right? I'm assuming he's done this from a data science perspective, right? You've got to assign a score. So maybe it's out of, I don't know how many games he said. He said 150 or something, right? So if you've got 150 games, you give each game a score out of 150. That tells you the game's ranking from top to bottom, and which ones keep on appearing and which ones keep on being mentioned over and over again. So 250. Okay, 250 games, right? That's the shittiest 2 in the world, but I'm leaving it there. So you've got 250 games. You give it a score out of 250. Each point for each time it's mentioned. That'll give you a list of rankings. Then, if you add in the fineness ratio over here, you can then prevent things like doubling up, right? So if something has 56 out of 250, and that's like 3 games, right? So it's A, B, and C. You can't see that. Shit. And let's say that's 3 games that do that. You can now take those 3 games, apply that fineness ratio depending on time, and you've now got a defined list where everything has a position. Right? That's not that hard to do. That's pretty straightforward. This is addition and multiplication. My man is overcomplicating the wheel that he made a fucking rectangle. It's not overcomplicated. Okay, maybe it's the math symbols that are making this very complicated, right? Here, let me make this simpler, right? I'll make this a lot simpler. Each game is ranked out of 250, right? Each game has a score out of 250. For each time each game is mentioned, you add a +1. You take the total of the times that it's mentioned, and you're looking at the time span. So maybe he's starting from YouTube 2005, and he's going to YouTube 2025, or 2024, I suppose. When was this released? Okay, 2024, right? You take that time span, And using a log scale, you can assign a fineness ratio to each time a game is mentioned along that scale, going from 0 to some value of 1. You then take each point and multiply it by k for each point of k on the graph here. And also I just realized I need to charge my phone because it's got my alarm on it. So, you add that together, and you will get the score for each individual game on a list. It's addition and multiplication. And clearly k equals squiggles. Yes, exactly. It's just addition and multiplication. You assign a k value for each of these points along the log graph between 2005 and 2024, or no matter how far he's going back. For each point in time, you multiply it by its respective k value, you summate it together, and then you put it in a list. As opposed to shitting out, oh, it was mentioned 7 times, therefore it gets 7 points. That's not hard. What was k? It's the fineness ratio. It's the coefficient that tells you how valuable is that +1 point for each time something's mentioned. The closer we get to the most recent date, the closer to 1 it becomes. Easy list. 1 WoW, Final Fantasy 14 2, and bottom is the rest. I mean, I'm willing to bet that somewhere, I'm willing to bet that WoW is going to be number 1. I agree with you on that. I don't know if has Final Fantasy been mentioned that much. I'm outside of that community, so I wouldn't know. So if it was in 10 videos rated at 10, is it 100 or is it 10? So it is, okay, let's say it's at 10 videos, right? Relentless. But let's say video number 1 is 7 years old, or the oldest video imaginable. You would assign it a score of 1 multiplied by 0.1. And let's say the next time it's mentioned was yesterday. Then it is 1 multiplied by 1. That way, if it's mentioned twice, both now in the present and all the way back in the past, its total score becomes 1.1, which gives it a far more unique position than if you were to just shit out data points and then not care about fineness ratio or accounting for time. Because obviously, newer games are probably going to be mentioned less. This is level 1. We're not at level 2 yet. You know what level 2 is? Which I don't think would be fair of me to expect, or anyone to expect. You know what level 2 is? Now you have to account for the number of YouTube channels that exist in the MMORPG space between the beginning of your list and the end of your list, and it's probably going to look something like this. Don't save. You're probably going to have something that looks like this as level 2. Right? So we've done level 1. We've assigned fineness ratio k already, right? We've got our value x for each time period that is summated with each individual fineness ratio. Are you in hell yet? Welcome to engineering. This is year 1. This is year 1. This is not year 5 or 4 or 2 or 3. This is year 1. Not that hard, I promise you. So, level 2 is now you got to take that and you've got to assign fineness ratio K2. And you assign that because over time, the amount of channels covering MMORPGs is going to change. And then you've got to account for that difference versus that difference. And so you add that to this, and now you got level 2 of fineness ratios. Yes, welcome to Egypt, Wojciech. It's not that hard. It's multiplication and addition. That's all it is. That's all you're doing. Also, if you're confused as to why I'm using that one symbol, this is the symbol I'm using. All that symbol means is add things together. That's your beginning, that's your end. Just add things together. That's all it means. Why are you using square roots, Devilus? You don't need to do that. Just assign a fineness ratio. Make your life easy. Yeah, you got to be a Sigma male to understand the summations. This is why I chose to study a subject without numbers. Look, I don't blame anyone. I'm going to give you a story now. I love numbers. Wow, the autist loves numbers. No one saw that coming. I actually used to love numbers a lot more than I do now. And it was grade 7 that some old cranky Scottish bitch fucked that up for me, and I never fully recovered. Fuck you, Mrs. Addison. I hope you burn in hell, you Scottish cranky old cunt. I don't regret a single word I said in that sentence. But isn't it weird that I just showed you a bunch of numbers, and actually all those numbers were just letters? Welcome to multivariable calculus. It's not that hard.
About the genre.
Now, I'm willing to bet he's done none of that. I'm willing to bet he's just done flat data.
Plan. Step 1. Watch over 100 top MMO list videos and read multiple best MMO articles spanning back over the last 20 years.
Oh, now we've got fucking articles as well. Oh, here we go. Now you have to account for a third layer of fineness ratios if you want to make your life easy. Layer number 3. Layer number 3 is now you have to find all the outlists and how many of them exist. Back then, plot their existence over time, how many times they do repetitious behavior, eliminate those repetitious behavior mechanisms, and then ascribe how valuable is an article versus how valuable is a YouTube video. Which means you've now got another variable here, A, and A is a function that you would define as Y, right? Nice and simple. Oh, you can't see that. Here you go. Once you've got that function defined, will this be on YouTube? It's on the stream on YouTube. I'm gonna be at 0 viewers if I keep doing this shit. Right? But essentially, you assign a function here as to how valuable are articles versus YouTube videos. And do you know how valuable articles are? I can tell you the value of A right now, right? And why this would need to be separated out into its own calculation and then added into everything. Do you know why? There you go. Ashura's got it. Ashura just did math. I did it. I won. I got you to do math. Ashura is 100% correct. Any video game journalist article has a single value of 0% worth. There you go, you got it. Congratulations. You just learned. A is an individually negligible value because guess what? Fuck journalists. Fuck gaming journalists. There you go, you just learned math. I'm so proud of you.
The videos watched will be from a variety of channels, ranging from commercially successful channels with over 10 million subscribers and high production values, down to hobby channels with literally just 1 subscriber, making a slideshow of images on Windows Movie Maker. The articles will be from major news sites and minor blogs. Make sure to record where all of the videos and articles are, in case you need to refer back to them later, because you will do. The bad
20% is way too high, TK. Articles are probably inversely proportional where they were more years ago. I would say no, Relentless. I just think they're more obvious about what the fuck they're doing now. Because there's more money in the space.
The bad news is doing this will take you the best part of 2 to 3 weeks. The good news is you don't need to do it. I've done it for you. Step 2. Establish the scoring system. For every video and article, assign points values to the games listed on that article in reverse of the position.
There it is! Point scores! Oh, look, and he's actually inherently, by these point scores, added his own arbitrary fineness ratio by defining each of them as a different point. Beautiful.
In relation to the total number of positions.
Oh, that's layer 4. He skipped to layer 4. If you've got a top 10 list, you've now got to decide another fineness ratio where the guy at the top gets more points than the guy at the bottom of the list, right? Number 10 should not be ascribed to the same variable as number 1. So now he's ascribed a fineness ratio here. He's done level 4, he skipped level 3, he skipped level 2, and he skipped level 1.
On that specific list. Now that sounds complicated, but it's a fancy way of saying if the list has 10 games, first place earns 10 points, second place earns 9 points, third place is 8, down to 1 point in 10th place. If a list had...
Josh explained it. I don't disagree with you, Shielde. I don't disagree with you, but he needs to make his scoring system far more complicated. He's doing baby math here. We don't do baby math here. We make our life difficult, god damn it.
8 games, then first place would be 8 points, second would be 7, and so on and so on. Essentially, last place on any given list is 1 point, and then you increase by 1 point for each place higher. Record every time.
You go. Okay, let's use Josh's system, right? Let's use Josh's system, since you're also fucking obsessed with simplicity, right? Here, let's make this all really, really simple. I tried to help you. But fine, we'll use Josh's system. You're so good, I understand now. Okay. Okay, he's ascribing points, right, to each system. He's saying 1 at the bottom, 10 at the top. Okay, that's for where it is in the list. So then make another list of points.
Fucking nerd.
I am a fucking nerd, and I'm proud of it. Make another list where 1 is at the bottom, 10 is at the top. This is old. This is new. Right? The older a game, the closer it is to 1. The newer a game's mention, the closer it is to 10. Then make another list. Right? 1, 10. The closer it is to games journalist, 1. The closer it is to YouTube video, 10. Is that hard? Is that fucking difficult? The scoring system doesn't fit in the square hole something. You're supposed to force it into the square hole, Psycho Fox. If better equals more points. Yes, if better equals more points. If newer equals more points. If accounting for how many YouTube subscribers there were in the past versus the present, more points in the present, less points in the past. And actually, no, less points in the present, more points in the past. There you go. He just fucking needed more points in the fucking system. That's all he needed to do. If he's going to do it in an arbitrary number system. There you go. But if is better but older. So you've got your accounting for both, right? The game is older, but it's better because there's less YouTubers. And if it's high on the list, more points. Contact him and help him make a new better list. I would, but he's going to be like, who the fuck are you? I'm going to go back to playing Superman in a different universe. Josh will kill himself. Just some guy with fucked up teeth on the news. And today a YouTuber fucking hung himself from the roof after looking at numbers for too long. Numbers have been outlawed now in Britain. But age doesn't make a game better or worse. Age doesn't make a game better or worse, someone. But age tells you how many more times a game is likely to be mentioned. Right? If a game is older, EverQuest is going to be mentioned or brought up in more conversations than fucking The First Descendant or Black Desert Online. That's how it works. Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, it's just me. You smell so good. It's agonizing that I can't stuff you in a locker. You know what, TK? You wouldn't be able to. I spent my entire childhood being a fucking nerd and fighting for my goddamn life in martial arts. Let me tell you something. You had to do both if you wanted to survive in South Africa. There's no be a nerd and not be able to defend yourself. It don't fucking work like that. Lineage 2 will be brought up a lot more than Crowfall, yeah. But you see, it'll be brought up a lot more than Crowfall for time reasons, for listing reasons, for the number of YouTubers who existed in the past versus now. Right? If you don't account for that, your list, I'm sorry, is invalid. It's a fun little exercise what he's done here. But the spectrum I'm on tells me that this is not the correct numerical value to assign to each thing on the list. You would suggest that the furry game you were playing earlier will score high. It'll score high in recency. It'll score low in everything else because everyone else wants to hide their shame.
This is why you don't have that much Patreon subscribers.
Probably, Ashura. Probably.
The game appears and keep a running total.
That and I've been ignoring the Patreon for a while. I actually need to... I think one day on stream I'm going to update it.
Of their points in a spreadsheet. Some data scientists watching this may think this is a terrible way to collect data, and they are right. For example, the data from...
Yes! Yes, he agrees! He's fucking... Oh, thank you, God, he agrees. Fuck all of you, I was right. Even Henry Cavill agrees with me. That's what I goddamn thought. It's right. It's right. Fucking thought. Even the theater kid agrees with me. Do not question my autism.
From only one video would look like this. Game mentioned, video it's mentioned in, points based on the placing within that video. These are not the final rankings for every game in the list, just one video. Make sure you keep a detailed document of all the videos you use in case you want to cross-reference or check later. This data is pretty simple so far. The data from 10 videos would look like this, as the videos begin to mention more games, so you need more rows, but this is still a readable chart. But then the data from 107 videos and 20 articles, spanning roughly 20 years with all the substyles within the MMO genre, would look like this. This took me several days of inputting data manually, and every single comment that says...
That still doesn't describe. Each one of these needs 4 assigned values. So that list is 1/4 the size it should be. I didn't call myself a data scientist. I said I know about data science. And even the variables I'm ascribing, I'm trying to be reductive.
Why don't you use AI? You don't understand the value of art. This is my magnum opus. If you were to export this chart as a PDF, it would be 48 pages long. If you were to then print out all 48 pages...
Needs to be longer.
Pages and stick them together, it would look like this. I've done this because Google Sheets cannot zoom out far enough to take a screenshot. This is the only way to visualize the amount of data there is. There are 1,000 data points on this, gathered from 20 years worth of data, featuring 250 games. Some of these games aren't even on Wiki.
No, Josh. No. Your big fancy lists don't mean shit. If you zoom in... Enhance! Where's the CSI music? Your big fancy list don't mean shit if all of these cells are empty. All of these are empty. Do you see that? There's a few numbers here and a few numbers there, and numbers there, a little number there. Empty. Not all of them are empty. Sure. You got a few numbers here. A few numbers there. Little bit over there. Little cum stain up there. A little bit of semen up here. But the vast majority of this is empty. He has a system charted out. Relevant, hold on. What the fuck is that?
Enhance. Enhance.
Yeah, enhance.
Just print the damn thing.
Hold on, we're gonna take a listen to this. I feel like I kind of fucked all of you up a little bit by showing you too many numbers, right? I just took you into like math 101 and I feel like I hurt your souls a little bit, so we're gonna listen to some music as a palate cleanser. We're gonna listen we'll listen to, I'll approve it now. We'll listen to Zez's song. See if that makes you feel any better. Oh goddamn, it's a cowboy song. We'll help you feel better, okay? I don't want you to feel upset or bad. I want you to feel better on the inside. Thinking about numbers.
In so many ways, but life took a turn, as fate sometimes can.
What is this?
This rugged cowboy.
A western country song about a cowboy with testicular cancer that really wants to impregnate his wife.
Doctor had words that cut deep inside. You've got a
The doctor had worms.
you can't
Oh, words.
hide. With a tear in his eye, he faced the storm for a family he dreamed of, yet unborn. He said, I want to love her, give her all I got, leave behind a legacy, a tender spot, though the sands run quick through the old hourglass.
Come on, this song is not that good. Again, generic AI music.
He rode the plains, the pain.
I feel like I'm sorry about that, but I feel like I really broke some of you with some mathematics there. Math is magic because it's how you launder money.
Dreaming of kids with their sparkling eyes. In a small prairie church, they prayed aloud for his strength to endure, made a promise vow. Through the toughest ride, she stood by his side.
AI is supposed to be for funny. Agreed, Psycho Fox.
Love her, give her all I got, leave behind a legacy, a tender spot, though the sands run quick through the old hourglass. I'll plant a seed that forever will last.
Sheldon, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course you can put AI music on there. The one Jimmy linked the other day, that AI song about plankton, that's like kind of a Linkin Park ripoff. That's on YouTube Music, dude. That's why I couldn't play it on stream. It'll get my shit copyrighted. When do we get access to a restricted AI? Your 4090 can run it locally. When I set up Linux. Playing AI music in old folks' homes. I bet they don't know. I bet old people just don't fucking know, dude. I bet old people on Facebook and shit, I bet they see AI trash all day and they just have no registration. And you can't be mad at them because they just weren't like brought up with technology. And so like one day that's going to be you, right? One day your grandkids are going to be like, no, granddad, you can't fuck the toaster.
Discord DMs.
The fuck is this? My brain was like this 10 minutes ago. That's me. That was me the entire time through every single engineering lecture. I completely understand. Your lecturer starts going off on like fucking partial differential equations and multivariable calculus and how to solve for vibrational mechanics, and you're just like, that's, yeah, no, I understand. No, that's me. I get it. Let me tell you, when it came to aircraft structures, that was me all day long. Holy fuck, I hated aircraft structures so much.
Some of these games aren't even on Wikipedia, they are that
Okay,
niche.
let's carry on.
Extrapolate this scoring data from all of the videos and every article. It will take you a while, but don't worry.
Did he account for really, I just thought of this now. Did he account for really, really shitty garbage shit bucket channels like Lazy Peon, who put 2 MMORPGs in a top 10 list and the other fucking 8 games aren't? Did he neglect games that don't fall into the classification, or was he a little shit and did he leave them behind? We need to find the AI this guy uses. I'll take a look at that now. No, he didn't. I don't know if you're fucking with me, Ashura, but that invalidates his entire data set to me. The fact that he didn't neglect things that are outside of the category. Because those are data points that are considered null.
Asking AI to make a hit country song called Got My Nuts Stuck. I shouldn't even say the title. I
was sitting on the porch with a cold one in hand, watching the sunset over
that's
this
Suno.
old piece of land.
That's made with Suno, it says here in the corner. My AI's got the same restrictions his does. The AI I'm working with has the exact same restrictions because it's the same program. It's the exact same one. I could make a song about it, nuts getting stuck.
Worry, as you can see, I've already done this too. Then step 3. When you have all this data, add up every single point a game has earned from any video or list it appeared on, and then arrange every single game in order from least points to most, thus giving you a 100% scientific, objective list of every MMORPG.
It's not objective, sorry. Sorry, Josh, it's not objective. Nothing about this is objective. Nothing can be objective because this is all people. People are never objective.
Scientifically ranked according to their arbitrary point value derived from the subjective combined rankings within almost every ranking video or article over the last roughly 20...
Oh no, I can get an AI to swear. There. Mine will swear, it's just certain words like Nazi and shit. It won't make songs about that.
years. Doing this gives us the chart. 250 MMORPG games, some of them still alive, some dead, some never even releasing. If you are just bothered about the top game, click the timecode in the description to skip to it now. Hello everyone who clicked the timecode in the description, you're back at the start of the video.
I was honestly, the only reason I didn't get tricked is because I was waiting for something to pop up here and it didn't. I'm fucking stupid, I didn't listen to instructions. All the math in the world. Can't obey basic instructions.
I made this, you will watch it and you will like it.
That's well played,
Some important notes before we get to the list. 1. Some videos don't do 1 to 10 ranking, they do tier placing, A, B, C, that sort of thing. In these cases, I awarded points based on the number of tiers. If the list had 5 tiers, then every game appearing in the top tier...
Oh shit, I didn't even think about assigning points to tier lists. Shit, okay, that's another layer now. Okay, that's well played.
Would earn 5 points. Then as the tiers go down, the games earn 4, 3, 2, and finally 1 point to every game in the bottom tier. 2. The videos and...
Okay, why does a game on A or above only get 5 points, but if someone does a top 10 list, it gets 10 points? He needs to explain that to me. Some videos don't do 1 to 10 ranking. Videos used showcase a variety
articles
of MMO
are used
styles.
are a mix of top 10 best free, top 10 best mobile, top 10 retro, graphics, MMOs for PC, for console, for current year, action, tactical, American, European, international. Going back roughly...
His scoring system is off. He needs to do 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 for tier lists if he's going to do it that way. Because you need to keep a set list. Why should something that's rank 1 on one video only get 5 points, where something else that's rank 1 on another video get 10 points? If you're going to do it this way.
20 years to give a variety of answers and make sure that I'm not favoring one style of MMO, time period, or console over...
Wait, what about top 100 list? Does the top game get 100 points? No, the top game would then get 10 points, and game that gets second place would get 99.9 points. Sorry, would get 9.99 points.
Over any other. 3. I am not including any MMO-style minigames made within larger games like Roblox. They must be standalone games. The only exception will be the Minecraft MMO Winecraft, because if I don't, the fanboys will shout at me. Again.
That's fair. That's fair. I agree with that. That's fair. That's fair. Minecraft people will come after you. They'll find out where you live and fuck you, child. You don't even know you had one. They'll go to the orphanage, reconnect you with your long-lost love child, and then fuck them in front of you. He might wait it later. Well, he's gone through this whole explanation of his calculations here, Bumpershoot. So maybe he does explain how he weights it later here. But that would be a very strange place to put it, as opposed to explaining weighting earlier on. He's missing about 4 layers of weighting.
4. Sometimes an MMO releases, dies, and then re-releases.
Believe me. I know all about weight.
With a different name, or it has 2 versions of itself, like old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3. We will handle these games like this. If one game has 2 distinct versions which are justifiably different...
Wait, hold on, wait, so does that mean all WoW variants are removed and it's just WoW? I mean, he's talking about distinct versions now, so we'll see.
Like World of Warcraft and World of Warcraft Classic, they will count as 2 games because the top 10 lists they appear on now likely treat them as 2 games. If they are the same game with a different name, like the Secret World and the Secret World Legends, or the many versions of Bless we eventually had, they will have all their points totaled under the main game name, and I'll just mention both versions exist when we reach it on the list. 5. For each game, I will include the total number of points it's scored in this system, and if I'm able to find out the information, whether it's still online or not. In the case of a tie, and there are lots of ties on this list, the ranking order will be weighted in favor of the view count of the video the game appeared on. 6. Some of the games on this list are just objectively not MMORPGs. When we reach them, I will show you the exact video they appeared in, which granted them the spot on this list. And some of those original videos are worrying.
Wait, hold on.
7.
I missed that. Let's go back in this 2-hour-long video so I can get one sentence.
In favor of the view count of the video the game appeared on.
Hold on. Okay, each entry will include the points scored and current status. Oh, shit. And then there's another 2 layers. You need to account for like to dislike ratio, and you need to account for the amount of people who watch the video. And then if you want to go a 3rd layer deep, you need to account for the average audience retention, which is about between 25 and 40% by the end of a video, because most people watch about a 1/3 of the way through a video and then they fuck off.
6. Some of the games on this list are just objectively not MMORPGs.
Yes.
When we reach them, I will show you the exact video they appeared in, which granted them the spot on this list. And
oh, okay, I take back what I said. That's right. Tell me which of these channels are fucking worthless and who should never be listened to again. And I bet IGN is one of them.
Some of those original videos are worrying. 7. Some older and I think extremely important games within the MMO design process, like Habitat, Island of Kesmai, Legends of Future Past, the original Neverwinter Nights, or any of the text-based MUDs, do not appear on this list, because videos and articles simply don't mention them. As influential as something may have been at the time...
Do MUDs count as MMORPGs? I've played MUDs before, and they are insane, but they're also text-based games. You can go through a MUD and not interact with a single human being, but then the counter argument is you could do the same in any modern MMO. I suppose it's kind of its own thing. It's kind of like text-based D&D as opposed to an MMO. So yeah, MUDs shouldn't be included. Neglect them.
This list is about the best games according to other lists, not the most important according to me. 8. One of the strangest things I discovered doing this research is the majority of top MMO videos don't actually show gameplay. They show cinematic trailers and marketing materials the game has created. Because these are...
Do you know why?
Do you know why most YouTubers never show you gameplay? Because half of the fucking MMOs mentioned never actually release. And so all you've got is the promotional material and whatever bitch got paid $800 to lie to your face. I know because Life is Feudal tried to do that to me. They tried to make me lie. But me, Autism, good. Autism, know how to lie good. Autism, stop lie.
Easier to find and simply look cooler than gameplay. But I want to show the gameplay of each game if possible. Now, some of these games aren't available anymore, but we can still see what they look like thanks to the amazing work of all the MMO content creators who came before me. So every game clip shows not only the game name, but where the footage comes from. So massive respect to all the classic MMO content creators who made this list.
Hold on, is Sawman on this list? Blah, 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 Redbeard Flynn. Sawman should be on this list somewhere. Let's see if we can find him. There he is. There's Sawman. No fucking way I'm on this list. I bet you money I'm not even on this man's radar. Well, when I said I'm a literal nobody, let's look for my name. I promise you it's not here. Literal nobody. We had a discussion in the Discord on how tall you are. I figured it was around 4'11". I'll never let you know. You'll never know if I'm dwarf height or gnome height. You'll never figure it out. Yeah. I don't exist here. See? I'm on no one's radar. What did I say? I can do anything because I'm a literal fucking nobody. Tall for a midget.
Possible. Now, we have 250 games to get through, so instead of breaking down games in detail like I normally do, you're getting a sentence or two about general vibes, anything important it did, if it's still alive, and then we are moving on. At the end of the video, I'll answer some questions you'll likely all be having about the list. Please remember the score.
Wait, you hate that Josh hasn't sorted that list alphabetically? It's I don't know, he probably just shut them out in like a thing, in a text document, and then copy pasted it into editing software. I don't blame him for that.
Are based on the number of appearances and placings in over 100 very varied best MMO videos. If your favorite MMO doesn't appear on this list, it's nothing personal.
Shit.
It just means it wasn't important or popular enough to be mentioned even once in over 100 videos from the last 20 years. So I'm not saying your game is bad. The data is saying it's bad.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, the ultimate, scientific, objectively correct, points-based, 20-year collated data MMORPG ranking list which took months to make and will be...
This fucking bastard has to style on me. Make a 2-hour-long list, and then he just has to make me feel bad by playing a Mesmer. Fuck this guy. You know, sometimes you just hate someone for their success. This man makes me jealous.
Be outdated the moment the video releases. Here we go. This is an advert for Gamer Subs. Don't bother skipping, it's only 12 seconds long. Making this video took so long I couldn't film a good advert, so here's me on the floor with a dog. Here's the product, here's 10% off. Done. 5 seconds left, we can do this.
Nah, that's just a thirst trap. God damn it.
I believe in us. Okay, back to the video. 250, Meridian 59, the first 3D MMORPG released back in 1996, the grandfather of the genre mentioned literally once in the last 15 years. That is extreme disrespect, but the future is now, old man. Despite being monumentally important, online, and still actively updated, Meridian 59 gets overlooked by MMO history. 200...
Damn. I might want to actually play that. Oh, for fuck's sakes, this game again. This game is a plague. Moldavia's fig tree strikes again.
49, Furcadia. Here's a horrifying MMORPG fact. The longest running MMORPG, literally in the Guinness Book of Records as the longest running MMO, is Furcadia, a furry roleplay chat room. No real gameplay and all the stats.
Oh, the furry game holds a world record? Someone needs to just... I'm not saying go out and do this. I'm just saying I wouldn't be mad if someone just set all their servers on fire.
Stats are made up, focused on player-driven narrative, and still gets mentioned more often than Meridian 59. 248, Loom, The Power of the Dragon. I cannot find anyone who has heard of this game, let alone played it. Releasing in China in 2010 and making no impact at all in the West, so niche I cannot find when it shut down. 247, Istaria, Chronicles of the Gifted. What is it with the MMORPG landscape and the eternal war between furries and scalies? Istaria is the MMO where you can be a dragon and has some of the most disturbing fan art of any game on this list. 246, Algernon, a World of Warcraft clone which released in 2009 and shut down in...
You can tell how generic this game is because if you look at the bottom here, it has the exact same UI layout as Rift. This is the Rift UI layout. Right, the bars look the same. The backgrounds are a mildly different shade. I thought this was Rift for a second, like some early version of it.
In 2017, it's planning a return in 2025 as a Web3 crypto game. As disgusting as that sounds, it's...
Oh, Christ. Yeah, okay, well, you know, after you've lost all your money on Trump coin, this one's going to be a sure bet to make you money back.
Not the only game on this list we'll see try to do it. 245, City of Heroes, a superhero MMO launching in 2004 and shutting...
City of Heroes is that low on the list? Oh my god!
Down in 2012, amazingly rising from the ashes in 2024 when NCSoft officially allowed the private fan server Homecoming to host the game for real. One of the few times we've seen an MMO company and a fan server work together like that. Nice one, guys. 244, Titan Reach. Described by the Lazy Peon as a third-person RuneScape, Titan Reach was a crowd-funded MMO which went through development...
This is called Unity Asset Store MMO. That's what this is. City of Heroes slaps, what the fuck? Hey, I didn't put it there on the list. He did.
Hell changed its name to World of Titans, ran out of funding, got more funding, then the developers got really...
Fuck.
This list will see tried to do it. 245, City of Heroes, a superhero MMO launching in 2004 and shutting down in 2012, amazingly rising from the ashes...
Oh, come on, don't go back in time.
One of the few times in Reach changed its name to World of Titans, ran out of funding, got more funding, then the developers got really into NFTs and the whole thing shut down in
Okay, so this was a scam. This was a scam.
22, which is probably for the best. 243, Whack Fu. The pros of this game are it's a stylized...
I once hopped in a Discord call, and a random stranger gave me a 3-hour speech about why Whack Fu is the best MMORPG in existence and why everyone should play it. Number 243.
Isometric grid turn-based tactical MMO and still online today. The cons are it is French. 242, Free Realm.
That's a massive downside. You got to at least minus 10 points for that. We got to put that one at 250. We got to bump that one backwards.
A colourful, child-friendly MMO set in the magical land of Sacred Grove, releasing in 2009 and dying in 2014. The president of Sony Online Entertainment at the time said the reason for the shutdown was, turns out kids do mean stuff to each other a lot and don't spend a lot of money. I could have saved you a lot of time, Sony, and told you...
No, okay, bump it up. Bump it up. Plus 10 for this one. Kids doing mean shit to each other and not spending money, bump it up. Come on, plus 10. Online behavior. We gotta numerically account for online behavior. Kids bullying the weaker ones. Yeah, come on. Plus 10. Up that list a bit.
Do that before you made an MMO. 241, Eternal Senia, generic gacha mobile battler. The data demands...
That's not an MMO. That's not an MMO. Get that fucking shit off the list.
This game be put on the list, but as it's a stupid choice, we're going to ignore it. 240, EverQuest 3. The footage shown is not EverQuest 3 because EverQuest 3 doesn't yet exist. And now...
Oh, I was about to be like, there's a fucking EverQuest 3?
In 2023 and expected in 2028, the sequel to one of the most important MMOs ever is on this list because of hype and speculation. So please, stop putting games which don't exist yet on top 10 MMO lists.
It's never coming up.
239, Silk Road Online, a Chinese MMO from 2005 set on the famous Silk Road trading route between China and Europe. The trifecta of trader, hunter, thief gameplay choices were focused on PvP. It's still online now, and by all respects, isn't bad. 238, Metin 2, a 2004 Eastern European MMO still extremely popular in Turkey. To this day, I get messages from people demanding I acknowledge Metin 2 as the...
Yeah, that's Turkish people for you. The least nationalistic Turkey person is a guy wearing a Turkish flag, driving a car covered in Turkish flags, yelling about Turkey out his window. He rolls out of bed, and his bed's made of Turkish flags. The Turks will be loud about this shit. Especially if this is the game they like.
The greatest MMO of all time, and I will not. 237, Undecember, hack-and-slash action RPG like Path of Exile, but worse. 236, Gloria Victis, realistic PvP-focused
Oh my god. I've got one. I feel like I'm looking at Pokemon cards here. I've got one of the worst ones. You know, in 25 years, this might have some value.
Evil MMO with brutal grounded combat and high lethality, a small but dedicated player base. 235, Waven, turn-based, grid-based tactical MMO
Not an
on
MMO.
PC and
Fuck
mobile,
off.
set in the same world as Dofus. Canned
Pokemon
chat options
Energy
make
Card,
communication rather
the banned
limited,
one.
made by the same people who made Wakfu, which means it is also, unfortunately, French.
Okay, minus 10.
234, Rust, base building online survival game. Very
Rust is Rust an MMO? No, it's not. It's definitely not an MMO. Is it? Would it be? No. Fuck.
successful game, but it's a survival RPG, not an MMO RPG. It's on the list because most mainstream gaming news sites don't know the difference and keep saying it's an MMO. 233.
Okay, that makes sense. Most games journalists are fucking retarded.
Torchlight Frontiers. Announced in 2018 and originally planned as an MMORPG set within the Torchlight franchise, it eventually got rebranded as Torchlight 3 and released as a mostly single-player RPG with multiplayer features.
Damn, at this point I'm expecting to see Albion Online somewhere here.
Now sits at mostly negative on Steam. If you've ever wondered how accurate these top 10 MMO lists are, you've just seen an MMO which doesn't exist rate higher than City of Heroes.
Nice.
232. Ember. Emater, pronounced Ember apparently, is a mech versus kaiju MMO still in development. The source of much
This
drama
looks
as
cool.
early builds didn't look very good, and the main dev is spending more time waging a Twitter culture war than actually making the game. 231, Master X Master, PvP MOBA League of Legends knockoff. Not an MMO, released by NCSoft in 2017 and shut down in 2018. And if you're wondering, why is a MOBA on the best MMO list? We can consult the giant chart of ultimate MMO data. We can find Master X Master on the game axis. Follow along and see this game received 1 point from video 39. We can then refer to the master list of all videos used to generate this data and see that video 39 was Game Ranks, the top 10 new MMORPGs
Of course it was fucking Game Ranks
of 2017, where Master X Master placed 10th.
Gee, I wonder what channel is never worth listening to.
And that is why this video took 2 months to make. Not only did I watch all of these videos, I saved all the data so we can refer back to anomalies like this. 230, Echo of Soul, generic Korean hack-and-slash MMO where you enhance yourself with the souls of defeated enemies, launching in 2013, winning the Best MMO 2014 award at the Thailand Games Festival, then shutting down in 2015. It was revived a year later only in Korea. 229, The Repopulation, kickstarted sandbox MMO, third-person sci-fi shooter.
Never heard
Early
of it.
access opened up in 2014, remained early access for 8 years, then shut down
Don't
and
care.
shut down.
We're gonna
Will
skip.
it be good? It will
Soulframe is not out yet.
probably be like Warframe, but with less war and more soul. 227, Archlord, made by Codemasters, the same
Never
people
heard of
behind
it, don't
2014. The unique in Neverwinter Nights, part retro futurism
City of
steampunk.
Steam, don't
City of
care,
Steam
never
was
heard
meant
of
to
it.
be a browser-based MMO and had a died. 225, Uncharted Waters Online, naval trading game with an anime flair which uses an actual map of the world to give you a really rather massive amount of ocean to sail.
I think I've played this. I think I may have played this for exactly 5 minutes before deciding I never want to see this again.
Objectively bad, but me being British, the moment I learned you could invade places and trade tea, I played this for several days. Amazingly, still online. 224, Vanguard, Saga of Heroes, a 2007 MMO produced by Brad McQuaid, one of the original guys behind EverQuest. Vanguard released before it was really polished due to financial pressure, won the 2007 Biggest Disappointment Award from GameSpy, then
This is the WoW UI after add-ons.
won the Least Fun, Most Desolate, and Lamest Launch Awards in the MMORPG.com yearly awards. It changed from a subscription to free-to-play model in 2012 and then shut down 2 years later in 2014. 223, Grimm's Hollow, not
That's a fucking Undertale ripoff, come on.
an MMO, an indie RPG literally made with RPG Maker. Has a cool art style and timing-based minigame style combat, but not an MMO. Why
Not
is this
an
game here?
MMO.
Well, we can consult the chart. Grimm's Hollow received 1 point from video 83. Video 83 is top 30 best free MMORPG for PC.
Hey, Best Game X, guess who you should never listen to? That's Game Ranks, Best Game X. I'm making my own list. Santa's got a big red sack that he wants to put down your mouth. Game Ranks first, this guy next.
C2 Play in 2024 by channel Best Game X. And surely we can trust Best Game X as they put out a 20-minute video every single day. Only a professional could do such a thing as that.
Jesus.
222.
Okay, that has to be AI generated channel. That's either a content farm in like China or some shit, or that's just AI generated trash.
Horizon Online, announced but as of yet unreleased MMO set in the Horizon franchise, whether it ends
We
up
get to play as the dumpy bitch. Nice. I would play this MMO, but not for the right reasons. Horizon Online is already cancelled. Nice. Oh god damn it! I kind of wanted to see it fail and take down the whole game studio with it.
full MMO or a scaled-back co-op game we should know by 2026. 221, Hunters Arena Legends. Again, not an MMO, a match-based battle royale like Fortnite or Naraka Bladepoint.
Hold on, the Horizon MMO cancelled today. Holy shit. What perfect timing.
It's on the list because, check the chart, Video 72, Top 15 MMORPGs 2021 and 2022 nominated it. Interestingly, this video was made by William Wagner, a channel with literally one subscriber. When I say I scoured the internet to find every MMO ranking video, I mean it. 220, Realm of the Mad God, one of the more unique MMOs on the list.
Okay, I've seen this. I thought this had pretty good ratings. I don't think this is an MMO, but maybe I'm wrong.
Pixel art multiplayer bullet hell, free and surprisingly fun. Also, interestingly, one of my weaker worst MMO ever episodes. In fact, I put out an updated apology video because of that, and the apology video now has more views than the video it's apologizing for. Nice. 219, Kurzpell, anime cel-shaded action MMO from the people behind Grand Chase. Sells cosmetic underwear in the cash shop for $10 if you're into...
Why is this not high on the list? Cosmetic underwear, come on. Come on, this should be like at least top 10.
That sort of thing. 218, Riders of Icarus, Russian MMO about collecting mounts and fighting while riding them. Icarus clearly having a great time. Also requires a localized font patch, as my playthrough replaced all the text with question marks. 217, nice. Das Tal, isometric sandbox full loot PvP
Online
MMO.
again.
Got renamed to The Exiled, then shut down in 2022. 216, Otherland. Oh,
I missed it, Jimmy, sorry.
Otherland is an MMORPG based on the Tad Williams fantasy novels of the same name, following the story of uber-rich people who build a virtual world in an attempt to immortalize themselves as digital gods. I found it through a PC Gamer article talking about the strangest MMOs, and after playing it for an hour, the graphics, ambience, plot, and general design captivated me so much, I started my epic quest to finish it while being the only player. This journey was documented in my 10-part series, I Played the Most Insane MMO on Steam to the End. Otherland was an absolute trip, an unforgettable journey, with some of the best writing, level design, environments, and enemy design I've ever experienced in any game. The chess-themed land of 8 Squared, and the digital data corruption you play through at the end of it will stay with me forever. I have a deep personal love for Otherland. Unfortunately, the server shut down in 2022. The game is removed from Steam, and one of the most visually...
I can't tell if he's going to just dunk on this game now, or whether he's being serious. I can't tell whether this is all sarcasm or not.
Video games is gone forever. It lives on in our memories and in screenshots. Rest in peace, Otherland. 215, Shards Online. This project is an absolute mess. Shards starts as a crowd-funded MMO. You can still find the Kickstarter page online. Then Shards Online changes names to Legends of Aria. Then the original development company, Citadel Studios, gets acquired by Blue Monster Games. Then Blue Monster Games changes their name to Reaper Games. Then Legends of Aria gets removed from Steam in 2022. Then it gets relaunched on Steam as Legends of Aria Classic under the original Citadel Studios name, which is still...
Man, this is just a lesson in how skeevy and manipulative and money hungry all these game studios and publishers are. That's what this is. You should see his Otherland series. I'll probably watch it at some point in time. I've never heard of it. I haven't even seen a series. I'll probably watch it.
Alive, but has very few players. 214, EverQuest 2. EverQuest was possibly the most influential MMORPG of all time, but the sequel unfortunately released in
The EverQuest 2 sucked compared to the original.
2004, same year as World of Warcraft. Both games offered very similar gameplay experiences, and EverQuest 2 lost the popularity contest. Still online today though, and seeing a resurgence in popularity thanks to some fresh start servers, it limps along. And you can play as a frog, so that's cool. 213, Mortal Online.
Why would anyone want to play as a French person? Hey, Mortal Online! Dick Sausage game! The first one!
Mortal was both ambitious and niche, two things which often don't work well.
Do you think like Mortal Online 2 is then like 212? I'll laugh my ass off if the next one is Mortal Online 2.
Together, a hardcore, full loot, full nudity sandbox MMO where you can kill anyone, even NPCs. It thrived for a bit while it had enough players to sustain a player-driven narrative, and then slowly, like the unlucky NPCs within it, died. The sequel is doing better. 212, The Matrix Online. Ignoring the irony of an immersive online game based on a film about the dangers of an immersive online life, The Matrix Online released in 2005 and
I've looked into The Matrix. Oh, fuck. I'll be like Sci-Fi. I'll hand everyone over to the goddamn machines if we never have to see this piece of trash again.
lasted 4 years, shutting down in 2009. Ubisoft blamed the lackluster response to the second and third Matrix films causing a declining interest in the franchise. The Matrix was always one of those franchises that seemed ripe for a video game adaptation and could just never get it quite right.
Guild Wars 2 is probably like in the top 10.
211. Therion Saga, a retro-inspired menu-based RPG with 2D graphics
Not
and
an
lots of
MMO.
long, tedious crafting chains. Released in 2013 and still going, which is respectable. Unfortunately, like Wakfu and Dofus, it is French. 210. Toontown Online,
worse.
the original Toontown, an official Disney-branded, child-friendly online hangout game with light RPG.
Oh, I know Toontown. It's also known as FBI Honeypot Online. In order to sign up, you need to give your home address, and you need to pick which age range of child you're trying to attract, and that way they know how quickly to get to your address. It's fucking great. It's fantastic.
RPG elements released in 2002 and ran for 11 years before dying in 2013. About 1 week after it shut down, the fan server Toontown Rewritten was launched and remains online to this day, with many, many reminders that this is not affiliated with Walt Disney and does not make any money from the game. 209. Nicer. Cute little pixel art MMO which ran into huge amounts of social media trouble when they tried justifying rather expensive microtransactions, and then legal trouble when there was an account data leak and thousands of passwords.
The faces on this thing look freakish.
Words stored in plain text were stolen. Went into open beta in 2019, then almost all of the devs left the studio about 4 months later, and it slowly died. 208. Age of Wushu, Chinese martial arts inspired MMO launching in 2012, inspired by the Ming Dynasty myths and legends. The Western version.
Why do all Asian games have the same problem? Has he said Wizard 101? No, yet he hasn't said that yet. Why do all Asian games? It looks like the UI is always copy paste. It's always Control-C, Control-V from every other Asian game. Like, I could probably go back 3 decades and find the same fucking UI with just a few artistic changes. It's always the same.
Of the game Age of Wulin closed in 2017, but the original Age of Wushu is still going. Graphically, it's a decade behind everything else, but mechanically, it still holds up. 207. Eden Eternal, also known as Finding Neverland Online. Eden Eternal.
Oh shit, for a second I thought this was Rose Online. I played that game. What a banger.
Is a cute anime-style MMO released back in 2010. It's still going. However,
I wonder if even once this game is mentioned. Hold on. If it's not in the 200s, it's probably not mentioned. I might know about a game that not even Josh Strife Hayes knows about. I might actually have the edge here on esoteric, strange shit. That he has no idea exists. Maybe he's won 250 times in a row. But I won once.
However, it announced it would stop the creation of new accounts in 2021. Then it had a
I
sort
wonder
of
if he mentions Flyf as well.
relaunching under the same name but a new company, X Legend Entertainment. It is still online, but the
Is that
English
what you named
translation is
after? No.
patchy at best. 206. Fiesta Online. I feel my original review for this game still holds up.
And not only is it a hobby horse, it's a hobby horse that clips into our character model so it looks like we've
Nice.
just shoved a stick up our ass. But amazingly,
Nice.
that's not the worst part. The worst part is the face, which blinks. They've just taken the head from a regular horse with giant blinking eyes and rammed it onto a stick.
That's pretty freakish, actually. That's called being efficient, but also horrifying.
This is terrifying. If I have nightmares, this will be in them, but I've got a game to play. So with that sorted, me and my blinking horse head fly away with my magical arse stick.
205. Grand Theft Auto 5 Online. Not the first thing you think of when you think of
GTA Online. You could actually argue that this is an MMO. You could theoretically argue that this is an MMO. I'm playing Ragnarok right now. It's def has to be mentioned. Remember, everything on this list comes from media fucktards. Yeah, I'm not surprised that there's a bunch of retard shit here that isn't actually an MMO. Pulling an all-nighter. Yes, I am the Sin. I'm going to be live for the next hour and a half. Then I have to go downstairs, clean out my car, and drive my fucked up, trashed out car to a repair shop in the morning. That's why I'm pulling an all-nighter. Then what's going to happen is I'm going to come home, I'm going to pass out, I'm going to wake up, and then I'm just going to play Guild Wars 2, because it's Guild Wednesday 2. I thought I would be done with this and I'd be playing WoW, but it turns out, nah, that's not happening, because Josh Strife Hayes had to make a fucking 2-hour long video.
of MMORPGs, but it does kind of fit. GTA 5 Online is on the list because, check the chart, it scored 3 points from Video 67, which was Best MMOs to Main in 2021 by Shadow MMO. Overall, Shadow's list is actually fine, and while GTA is an unusual inclusion, he's not strictly wrong. The game is still online, and probably will be until it stops printing money. 204, City of Titans, an indie project from Missing World Media aiming to make the next superhero MMO. It seems that we've all collectively decided superhero MMOs are all named City of something, and this one will be using Unreal Engine 5, because that's the next...
How is this strange fucking thing mentioned more than City of Heroes? By what metric is it not an MMO? You could argue that it's not an MMORPG because either it doesn't function or behave the same as a massively multiplayer online game and rather acts as a multiplayer instanced game, right? But that's all technicalities. And it's like the definition of an MMO can be pretty fucking fluid because at its core, massively multiplayer online. And if you can call Furcadia an MMO with 7 players, then why couldn't you call GTA that? You could argue it either way.
Next buzzword in MMO development circles. Not out yet. So why is it ranked as objectively better than other games which exist and can be played right now? I don't know. Blame the data, not me. 203. Anthem. Oh, what could have been? Anthem was an online shooter MMO announced back in 2012.
Man.
It was being made by BioWare, legendary studio behind...
I have not thought about this game in an eternity. Like, I have not thought about this shit at all. Quake 2 is my favorite MMO. Mine's Unreal Tournament 2004.
Games like Dragon Age and Mass Effect, so it could have been amazing. But it was also being developed by Electronic Arts, so instead it shut down 2 years after release. 202. Battleborn. Again, not an MMO. Battleborn was actually a failed attempt by Gearbox Studios to copy Overwatch, launching in 2016 and shutting down...
Oh, this is the Overwatch clone. What the fuck is this doing here? How is Battleborn this high on the list? What the hell is wrong with people?
In 2020. There's actually an old Hollywood story of crazy things actor and cult leader Jared Leto did while on set as the Joker. But the most heinous one is definitely when he told the cast and crew of the film he'd bought Overwatch for everyone but had actually bought Battleborn instead. Why is this game on the list? Well, it scored 3 points from Video 32, which was top 10 most anticipated MMOs of 2016 HD.
Hold on, it's an MMORPG. It's not an MMORPG tier list. It's an MMO. Technically, all MMOs are MMORPGs because you are role-playing as something. Shelde. So the distinction is negligible. In GTA, you are role-playing as someone who has even an iota of freedom from the government.
MMO play. I guess 20...
You're basically role-playing as a Rwandan who doesn't speak English, who just moved to America and decided cats look delicious, and maybe you're going to blame it on the Haitians.
2016 must have been a dry year for MMO news. 201, Hearthstone. Why?
What the fuck?
Why is Hearthstone on the list? Consult
what the
chart.
Fuck?
3 points from Video 29. Bring that video up and...
Oh, Jesus.
No, free MMO station. Hearthstone is not one of the top 10 most successful free-to-play...
Yeah, free MMO station, another channel to never listen to.
...play MMO games in 2015. I don't care if your video does have 614,000...
No, move. Move, I want to see the logo. I want to remember the logo, Josh. Move.
...views. It's wrong, but the data demands it be here, so here it be. 200, Closers Online. Kicking off the top 200 with Closers, a 2.5D side-scrolling anime beat-em-up launching in 2014
not an MMO.
and 2017 on the West. Closers Online is still online and has remarkably positive...
This is just Double Dragon with anime tits.
...reviews. 199, Asheron's Call 2. Continuing the curse of the sequels often not being as good as the originals, Asheron's Call 2 Fallen Kings launched in 2002 and died as a standalone game only 3 years later in 2005. However, in 2012 it became available to Asheron's Call 1 subscribers, remaining with the original until both of them shut down in 2017. 198, Pirates of the Caribbean Online, Disney's next attempt at an MMO.
You are fucking kidding me. They made Pirates of the Caribbean into an MMO. You're kidding me. Well, I suppose I should have expected that after The Matrix. You gotta milk them little gay nipples. Get as much as you can out of people. You played this. I never even knew this existed.
MMO. Pirates of the Caribbean Online casts you as Jack Sparrow's young protege. Releasing in 2007, 4 years after the first movie, it wasn't really riding the hype. It has standard third-person gameplay with some...
Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why this piece of cash grab trash wasn't riding the hype. Wow, it's almost like they made this game for money and not because they wanted to make a cool MMO.
combat and shut down in 2013.
You know what I would actually kill for as an MMORPG? Take Assassin's Creed Black Flag, expand out the map, change the combat, make that an MMO. That would be a banger.
13. Again, though, the community steps in with private servers, and much like Toontown Rewritten, the Legend of Pirates Online makes sure you know it's definitely not associated with Disney. They have even added their own content, though, which is really cool. 197. Fallen Earth Classic, a knockoff Fallout MMO, which in many ways is better than the actual Fallout MMO. Grindy, but still holds a small population. I remember really liking
Wasn't that Skull and Bones? I don't know if it was Skull and Bones. Was that the Unity Asset one with the low poly graphics? I'm talking about make it good. Rose is a confirmed Ubisoft simp. Oh yeah, no, I love it when... You know what actually, Devilis? I support every decision that Ubisoft has ever made when making these dog shit games. Do you know why, Devilis? Art of War Sun Tzu, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. I hope that they never stop making the quality of games they're currently making. That way, they can evaporate, and we never have to deal with them ever again. And the sooner, the better.
The city designs.
Yes, I support Ubisoft. Every decision they make is the right decision. I'm fucking toxically positive about Ubisoft.
In this game. 196. Shire, classic 3D grindfest MMO which released on Steam for about 5 minutes and then got taken down. 195. Guns. The more we advance, the more gamers seem to yearn for the past. Guns the Duel was a fast-paced Twitch gameplay PvP battle game about ranged and melee combat. And now we have games...
That's not an MMO, but that reminds me of a vampire game. Some obscure PlayStation 2 game that I played a lot. I can't even remember what it's called. But you play as like a vampire hunter who becomes a vampire, and you're hunting down Lazarus, and there's some hot polygon chick who's got like tits made of like 2 triangles. Not Blood Rain. It's not Blood Rain.
Games like Battleborn and Overwatch trying to emulate what Guns was, which itself was trying to emulate what Unreal Tournament or Quake was. Guns released in 2006 and shut down in 2013. Guns got bought...
Unreal Tournament was fucking peak. Okay. Back in the day, UT was fucking peak. Nothing beats that shooter for me. That lightning gun, the goddamn flak cannon, the link gun, if you use it correctly with your teammates, God, nothing caught up to that game for FPS shooters, and I sucked at that, but my team was good.
By Mangasoft in 2016 and is on Steam but not actually available to download. The sequel Guns 2 is, but that was never as popular. 194. V-Rising. Not really an MMO. V-Rising...
Not an MMO.
...is a hack-and-slash action game with online PvP and online co-op. A good game indeed, but with a server cap of less than 100 players, many do not consider this massive. 193. ReWorld Online. It is important to remember that this is ReWorld Online, an Albion Online-style player-driven sandbox MMO, not ReWorld Online, which is a Chinese copy of Roblox. Having the same name as another game happens surprisingly often in the MMO space. ReWorld Online, the MMO, last updated Twitter about 2 years ago, and if you click the official ReWorld Online homepage via their Instagram, you get this. So I think it's dead. 192. Wild West Online. Interesting game this, because it involves known game devs...
I saw Soulman play this.
Sergei Titov, and if you don't know that name after a quick dive into MMO scams, you will. Basically, Sergei is often involved with reskins, name changes, and re-releasing bad games under new companies as new games. Remember the DayZ? It's that guy. So if Wild West Online looks a lot like New Frontier, it's because they're the same game, and they're both bad. 191. Smite. Okay, who put this here? Video 29.
What the fuck? I feel like 1/3 of the games he's mentioned so far are not actually MMOs. So there were 2 kinds of styles in the game, which were bugs and animation cancelled. The end result is carpal tunnel K style, which means Korean style was most used, a D style, K style. Okay, I just whip out my D style, and I'll use it on someone's P style, and then their A style too. I'm agnostic. An A style is an A style.
In the same video that put Hearthstone here, will someone check on Free MMO Station and see if they know what an MMO is? 190, Kingdom Under Fire 2. This was an MMO real-time strategy hack and slash hybrid. Planned
This is just lower graphics thrown in Liberty.
to release on multiple platforms. Those plans were scrapped in development and instead it released on PC.
I never said I was sleeping, Filter. I said I'll go sleep after I hand my car in to go get fucking repaired today. I said I was pulling an all-nighter. I'm gonna go clean out my car in like an hour and a half. And then I'll go sleep. And then I'll wake up. And then it's Guild Wednesday too.
In 2017, only to shut down 4 years later. 189, Wayfinder. Touted as a big MMO release, Wayfinder is actually a class-based shooter which failed to live up to the MMO hype, so it re-released as a single-player shooter with 3-player co-op. Not a bad game, but a perfect example of why companies can't keep using the phrase MMO to describe every online shooter. You're setting expectations.
MMO is slowly, here's a hot take for you. MMO is slowly starting to become a marketing term that every single game company in the fucking world uses, and then they never make an MMO. They just use the word because they know it's going to get you obsessed with the thing. It's just a marketing term now, right? If you think that there are MMOs out there, they are not. Whenever you see it in marketing material. Every time you see the name MMO in the marketing material, know that you're probably reading a lie. And that it's probably some bullshit single player, and they're trying to get a hold of the MMORPG community because they know everyone is aching for an MMO. They saw that with New World. There's a million fucking players lying dormant, waiting for a good MMO. Yeah, these are my titty weights
player
now.
base then get upset you're not
My wrists are
meeting.
sweaty.
188, Monsters and
Knees weak,
Memories.
arms
This
are
is an
heavy.
attempt to create a new MMO exactly like the old MMOs, similar in many ways to EverQuest, even down to the nameplates, basically.
That camera's not going to work. Okay. Unless I do this. Okay. That camera is not going to work in the React screen. So I don't know why you did that.
It's EverQuest, for a new generation of old gamers who want new games in the old way. Slated for a 2026 release. 187, Dragon Quest X. Dragon Quest X Rise of the Five Tribes is the cross-platform MMO entry of the long-running Dragon Quest franchise.
I have not thought about Dragon Quest since I was a kid with a Game Boy.
Releasing in 2011 and selling over 1 million copies by 2014. Unfortunately, the Wii U and 3DS versions will end in 2024, while the PlayStation, Switch, and PC will last a little longer. 186, Enlisted. This is a squad-based World War II first-person shooter, and you might be thinking, if it's that, how is it an MMO? And that's a very good question. Let's consult the chart. The answer is because it appeared in Article 14, which means in April of 2024, Gamerant listed it as the 18th
a
best
games journalist site. Gee, wow, they always tell us the truth, don't they? I hope whoever wrote this article got fired.
free-to-play MMO of all time. Not best of that year, best of all time. 185, Battlestar Galactica Online. Battlestar Galactica, the rebooted TV version, is one of my favorite TV shows, and while the browser-based Battlestar Galactica Online reached over 2 million users in 3 months, it only lasted 6 short years and shut down in 2019. The frackin' toasters.
This looks like a alternate timeline EVE Online.
One. Starbuck hears nothing but the rain, so say we all. 184, Lego Universe. If there was ever a franchise which could...
Got replaced by an AI? Ashura, I hope so. Because I bet the AI can at least tell the difference between what is and isn't an MMORPG.
Justifiably deliver multiverse adventures, it would be Lego. But despite promise and decent reviews, Lego Universe Online only lasted from 2010 to 2012 and shut down due to low revenue. 183, 12 Sky 2, another Chinese MMO about factions and territories. 12 Sky 2 released in 2008 and is still going. 12 Sky 2 Classic is even on Steam. 182, Tantra Online, a Korean MMO of little note, releasing in 2004. Big in the Philippines until those local servers closed in 2011. It is still online globally and limps along with a small but...
I don't even know what the fuck this is. I don't even know what I'm looking at here.
Dedicated player base. 181, Rohan Online. I tried to play Rohan Online, but it kept asking me,
oh, you're fucking kidding me. Another Lord of the Rings MMO.
Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? Popular in Indonesia for 12 years, it shut down in 2020. The game, that is, not Gondor, which by all accounts has never been to Indonesia and is doing fine. 180, Windcraft. I know I said...
Hello Kitty Online was an MMO too.
I bet it's better than half of the shit he's mentioned so far.
No MMOs made within other games, but I feel Windcraft is a decent exception. A fully fleshed out and remarkably popular MMORPG built within Minecraft. I get about 2 to 3 emails a week from people asking me to play Windcraft, so here's a secret.
I think Benji was actually gearing up to like lean into this Windcraft thing as much as possible, and then like he started seeing player numbers and stuff. I think this is the game. He was trying to lean into something. Maybe it wasn't Windcraft. It was like an extension to Minecraft, actually, I think. Minecraft Dungeons, something like that. And he saw the player numbers and he was like, I can't fucking do this. Never mind. I don't care. But he get up for like a month. I feel so bad for the guy.
I've never even played normal Minecraft. 179, Monster Hunter World. Not really an MMO. Monster Hunter World sees you teaming up with other players to go and hunt giant monsters.
Okay, good game. Not an MMO.
Back to town and doing it all again. Fun, yes, but the MMO aspect of this game was vastly overblown during its marketing. 178, Astelia Online. Korean MMO Astelia released in 2018 and was abandoned only 2 years later in 2020. Then a new version called Astelia Royal released in March of 2021 and shut down October of the same year. Then it relaunched as an NFT game called Astel of Atra.
Damn. Imagine failing twice and then you come back as a crypto game thinking things are going to be better. Holy shit. Oh my god. The balls, the testicles you have to have, and the lack of of any kind of critical thinking you've got to have as a publisher to think it's going to work on the third try. Yo, I heard Amazon needs people for their new MMO, New World. If you're looking for a job, any of the publishers who did this shit, there's one waiting for you in the West.
Which thankfully shut down in 2023. 177, Twilight Spirits. Generic action MMO Twilight Spirits never got an English translation, got put on Steam, then didn't release. 176,
nice.
Sky Saga. Sky Saga Infinite Isle was a Minecraft-looking sandbox MMO where each player had their own floating island. Then in 2017, production stopped and presumably all the islands fell down and everyone died. 175, Team Fortress 2. No.
Not an MMO.
Why is this here? Consult the chart. Team Fortress 2 scores 5 points from video 29, which was free MMO station. Again, top 10 most successful.
Wow. It feels like there's certain people on YouTube that it's just content slop. It's just fucking shit, and they should never be considered a valid source, and no one should listen to them ever. It's almost like, do I reveal this? Can I get in trouble for revealing this? I don't think I can get in trouble for revealing this. It's almost like, and I'm not saying they did this, I'm saying it's almost like some of these guys bought a YouTube channel with a stack of subscribers and then started making garbage after rebranding it. It's almost like that happened. Definitely didn't happen. Not without that channel, though, eh? Never happened with that.
Successful free-to-play MMO games in 2015, that one video has put Hearthstone, Smite, and now Team Fortress 2 on this chart. I am calling Idle, president of MMOs, and asking him to exile free MMO station. You have lost MMO privileges. 174, Neocron. Post-apocalyptic cyberpunk first-person shooter Neocron, similar vibes to Deus Ex, released back in 2002 and was very technically impressive heard of it for the time.
Is it true you don't necessarily need a publisher when making a game? You don't. It's just that means all the expenses are on you. And MMORPGs are famously incredibly expensive to maintain and build in the first place. So everyone leans towards getting a publisher when you're making an MMO because you need a sugar daddy to make sure you can get to the end point where you can publish something. And the problem is, sugar daddy don't care that you told him to put on a condom. Sugar daddy don't care that you're taking a dump right now. Sugar daddy wants you to put it in. Sugar daddy told you to cut half the content. Sugar daddy told you you've got 3 months to get this shit up and running, or that golden tap of money they have gets cut off real fast. So yeah, usually publishers are the ones that then screw over the people making a game. That doesn't mean there's not manipulative and shitty people making MMOs all the time. It just means that the publisher usually makes things worse over time, not better.
Extremely atmospheric, closer to a life sim than an MMO, amazingly kept online by a fan project. 173, Star Wars Clone Wars Adventures.
Oh, I remember
this was an MMO set within the Clone Wars franchise, tying in with the excellent TV show. It ran from 2010 to 2014, and now a fan project has made an emulator which maintains a small player base.
Oh man, I'm going to need to look that up.
72. Profane. Profane
it's
is a
New World.
player-driven sandbox MMO promising all the other things every other player-driven sandbox MMO promises and using that art style which all the other player-driven sandbox MMOs use. And much like many other player-driven sandbox MMOs, it's still in production and not out yet. 171. Dragonica.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. I'm gonna be really fucking mad if New World is somewhere in the top 50.
Online. Also known as Dragon Saga, Dragonica Online was a cutesy side-scrolling MMO from 2006 and is still online, available on Steam. 170. RF Online. Rising Force, shortened to RF
Never heard
Online,
of it.
released in 2004, did very well with its daily chip war events between factions and has since died and been brought back several times, each time with a worse cash shop than before to milk the players. Most of the official servers shut down in 2023. 169. Night Online. One of the most popular
Never
Turkish
heard of it.
MMOs, Night Online
Looks
launched in
like Ion.
2004 and is still going. Available on Steam to mostly positive reviews. Generic Eastern European gameplay, but
Looks just like Ion.
a cracking soundtrack. 168. Flyf. Flyf or Fly for Fun
Hey, it
launched
is
back in
Flyf.
2004 and has seen incredible success since, being translated to 10 different languages and relaunching with some differences as Flyf Universe, which is cross-platform, mobile, tablet, and PC. Still online, still doing well. 167. Ark, Survival of the Fittest. You've probably heard of Ark, Survival
That is
Evolved,
not an
which
MMO.
launched in 2017. Well, 1 year earlier in 2016, Ark, Survival of the Fittest launched as a standalone game. It was a battle royale esport and even had a cash prize pool sometimes. It was merged into the main Survival Evolved
an
game when
MMO.
it launched. Not really an MMORPG. 166. Landmark. This is an interesting one. Landmark.
Hold on. New World is probably top 10. Can you name 10 active MMOs? New World, Final Fantasy XIV, RuneScape, Guild Wars 2. Damn, the list gets sparse after number 5. Old School RuneScape, RuneScape Retail, WoW Retail. Shit. I don't know if I'd consider Guild Wars 1 a full MMO. Elder Scrolls Online, Black Desert Online. First Descendant. And if we're going to replace the 2 retail ones, Albion Online and Core Punk. There you go. And then you got Rift, you got EverQuest. But Rift, EverQuest, Warframe's not an MMO. SWTOR is kind of old school. I don't know how alive it is. Is EverQuest still kicking? I don't actually have enough information about that. Destiny 2 maybe. I don't know if I'd count Destiny 2 as an MMO. I suppose I would. Right? Warframe doesn't behave like an MMO, at least not in my head. Oh yeah, Hearthstone. Thank you, Devilus. Of course, how could I forget Hearthstone? The famous fucking MMO Hearthstone. You know what I'm surprised is not on this list at this point? Teamfight Tactics. You know what number 2 is going to be on this list? Just based on the way these shitty channels do things, it's going to be League of Legends. World of Warcraft's going to be number 3, League of Legends is going to be number 2, and then number 1, it's going to be something stupid like Yu-Gi-Oh! I swear to God. I've lost all faith in people who make lists after going through this and finding out that half of what he's spoken about is not an MMO.
Landmark was originally known as EverQuest Next Landmark, and it was a toolkit for players to make content for EverQuest Next, another game which wouldn't happen. But then the EverQuest Next Landmark toolkit was renamed to just Landmark.
You know what? You're right, Thormund. How could I forget the infamous, famous MMORPG that everyone loves everywhere, Call of Duty? Of course, that's going to be like up there in the top 10 list probably.
And launched as a standalone game in 2016, keeping some of its player creation properties, and died only 1 year later. 165. Pax Dei, that's how it's pronounced, the developer said so, is a sandbox MMO made in Unreal Engine 5.
How is this game so low on this list? It's brand new. Is it that bad that people didn't even want to talk about it? I would think a ton of people wanted to talk about this. They spent so much money getting people to talk about Pax Dei. Do you know how much money their marketing team spent going around finding people being like, hey buddy, here's $5,000. Talk about this shit game. I'm so shocked that this is so low on the list.
Which features such innovative and unique gameplay mechanics as crafting, building, survival stuff, maybe some PvE, possibly PvP if they're feeling spicy. Recently been hit by the is it pay to win controversy. Answer, maybe. 164.
A lot of videos about tax day, but not tier listed.
philosophical
That's
idea
fair.
of
He
the
probably
brain
didn't
being
count them.
completely empty and only filled in by sensory or
Relentless.
perceived experiences, such as data
Tabula
being written onto a
rasa,
blank
heard of
tablet
it, never
or
played it.
tabula. It was also a shooter sci-fi MMORPG by Richard Garriott, the guy behind the Ultima series, releasing in 2007, going free-to-play 2 years later, and shutting down only 1 month after becoming free-to-play. 163. Raiders. Raiders is another Korean MMO launching in 2012 and being funded by a real money cash shop, so of course it was incredibly pay to win,
cash
but
shop,
it still
never
shut
mind.
down in 2015 when the entire development company just sort of mysteriously vanished. It exists now on private servers. 162.
So that was a money laundering scam if the company just evaporated.
Firefall. Firefall was a sci-fi shooter MMO from Red 5 Studios led by Mark Kern, one of the original guys behind World of Warcraft, now the guy trying to make Ember, the 232nd game on this list. Firefall launched in...
You know what the thing is? I saw this on Steam. I think this was on Steam. I've seen Firefall somewhere. And when I saw the name Firefall, I thought it was about firefighters. I didn't even know it was an MMO. I literally thought Firefall was about being a firefighter. And I was like, oh, this is like, Euro Truck Simulator. This is Firefighter Simulator. I'm not interested.
2014 and then shut down in 2017. It is, however, most famous for spending several $1 million of its marketing budget on a real-world promotional bus which traveled around and let people play Firefall on it. More videos and social media posts have now...
Jesus. The fucking... Who gives these people... The advertising budget on this shit is ridiculous. How can you fucking give these idiots so much money and then make a dog shit game? Surely you gotta think to yourself, maybe if we want people to eat the birthday cake, we don't take a shit inside the birthday cake. We pay extra money to not shit inside the birthday cake, and then we worry about marketing it. Holy Jesus, how many companies now is that have the formula backwards, where they're like, here's a piece of trash, we're just gonna market it, and that's gonna work. God
made
damn.
about the bus than about the game. 161. Dust 514. This was a first-person shooter, and while not a standalone MMO itself,
Not
Dust
an MMO.
514 was connected to the MMO EVE Online. In many ways, it was a spin-off. Action in one game could affect the other. Victories, losses, trading alliances. It was meant to be the boots on the ground experience within EVE. Releasing in 2013, it only lasted 3 years and shut down in 2016, likely because the EVE players couldn't find the spreadsheet weapon.
Yeah. You don't take Excel spreadsheet nerds and make them play an FPS. They're not good at that. They're not good at point and click adventures. That's not how that works.
160. Decaron. Decaron is a Korean action MMO translated into English and relaunched under the new name Two Moons. The original Decaron limps along on private servers, but they did launch a mobile version called Decaron G, which shut down in 2024. 159. Worm Online. This was a hardcore survival...
You know what? At this point, I'm looking at this list, and all these MMOs are kind of blending together, and they all look like the same thing. All of them just look like the same thing, and the graphics change every now and then. Clearly don't understand modern gaming. You spend 75% of the budget on the marketing. Obviously, I don't fucking understand how it works. I don't understand how it keeps happening. So obviously, I have no clue how this works. Don't look Guild Wars 2 Taxi ever in your life. Don't tell me what to do. Fuck is this? Taxi or ferry, unofficial term referring to moving players to a particular instance or explorable zone. Oh, I've had that happen to me. It was great. Look for the commercial. I'll look for it later.
MMO famous for being very, very grindy. It was made by Rolf Janssen and Marcus Persson. Marcus would go on to become known as the guy who made Minecraft, and Rolf would go on to become known as the other guy who made Worm Online. 158. Shadowbane. This was a fantasy MMO launching in 2003, 1 year before World of Warcraft. It was created by a team very familiar with classic text-based multi-user dungeons, or MUDs.
Hold on. Okay, I just googled it here. What the fuck am I looking at? Using hidden cameras. Passengers had no clue. Cab looks normal. This is the most cringe shit I've ever seen in my life.
are you going?
I love your cab.
Nice cab you have set up.
What the fuck?
This is the most.
I'm just gonna look up an image. Now I'm gonna show you something. And only true connoisseurs are gonna understand this reference. Why? Why the fuck does it look like I'm gearing up to watch something? Why the fuck is this so familiar, this scene? It looks the same. It's just this time it's like a Christmas theme or an event theme. It looks like, and you know what's worse? This looks like it would be a lower quality porno. Only connoisseurs will recognize.
Most interesting cab I've ever been in.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is.
What's all this for then?
What is this?
Are you free?
I am.
That's pretty fancy.
Do you need a ride?
Yeah, we do actually.
Come on in. So where are you guys from?
You know what the thing is? They tried to make this look all fancy and shit, but honestly, the inside of this just looks like the inside of your average car in Turkey. This just looks like a Turkish car. That's all it looks like to me.
Montreal.
Montreal. I am from Santa Monica.
Australia and San Francisco.
Man, I would not want to admit where I'm from if I was caught inside the fucking porn taxi here. The Guild Wars 2 porno taxi. I would not fucking admit where I'm from. I'd be like hiding my face, being like, so where you from? America.
From Amsterdam.
So do you live in LA? No, I'm from a land called Tyria. Oh.
Oh, Tyria. He has a Tyrian cab license.
This is the fucking most cringe shit imaginable.
Stay official.
Yeah.
Who thought this was a good idea? Who thought the fucking bang bus here was a good idea? It's even worse because there is no porn, so there's no justification for doing this.
It's real. Look,
It's where the taxis are in Tyria. How did you get this gig then?
Oh, well, this is just something I do on the side. I'm trying to...
This is the gay porno scene. It's three dudes in the back of the Turkish car. That's what's going to happen right now. Baldy in the back there's going to be like, oh no, I left my wallet in my other pants. And we all know where it goes from there.
I feel like I would get my organs stolen if I stepped in this taxi.
I would have opened that door, looked in that taxi, and been like, not a fucking chance. Not on my life. I'll take the Shoelace Express. Hire me a bicycle. I'm not getting in there. You can't make me.
Do it in South Africa too.
All right, sweet. Mm-hmm, yeah.
Do it in South Africa? No, not a chance. No, you open a taxi and it looks like that on the inside. You know you're going to the non-consensual bang bus. No one's getting in there. This is the you need to fix your life bus, this thing.
Yeah, I'm saving up for the Great Sword Eternity.
Was that?
The Great Sword Eternity?
Oh.
Oh, that's so cringe.
How do I get to Tyria?
Oh, fuck. Use teleportation portals?
Yeah, LA could really...
How do I get to Tyria? Is that the name of your pussy? Kong, good point. Imagine the smell. Imagine after driver number 3 has ripped a fat fart in that fucking car, took an aerial shit in there, and it's just seeped into all that material. Jesus Christ. One guy smokes a cigarette in there, everything's stained forever.
Use some of those.
Oh man, that's so bad. Look at that.
Tyria, we use teleportation portals?
Yeah, LA could...
They've got a fuck bed in the back. Why is there a fuck bed in the Guild Wars 2? There's a whole space here to go to Pound Town. There's enough space for at least 3 cameramen of varying angles.
Really use some of those.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a portal?
Like to go through the traffic jams? I mean, yeah.
That
would be really sweet.
Really cool. You don't have that in Santa Monica, do you?
I can't teleport anywhere.
What do you do in San Francisco?
I write computer programs mostly.
I'm a comic book editor. It can get a little repetitive sometimes.
Interior, there's new stuff every day. I mean, it updates every 2 weeks. Sometimes I...
You couldn't pay me to get in this fucking thing. Imagine this poor person has had to have their face immortalized as the driver of this fucking car, and she didn't even get fucked once. Not once. This is so bad.
There's new stuff every day. I mean, it updates every 2 weeks.
Man, you've got to be on some like you've got to have a serious cocaine addiction to do this. This is like you ran out of copper to collect from your neighbor's yard, but you've still got a meth addict to feed, like a meth addiction to feed. And you're like, yeah, I'll drive the Guild Wars 2 taxi. I'll do it.
The video was the fucking.
The video was the fucking. That's fair. I bet this car is rented and it could actually be used for pornos. I bet it has been used for pornos. I really feel like this was an office decision where someone sat down and there was a Kuma in that room making a decision. He was like, I've got the perfect idea, boss. I saw it in a video I found online. You're going to be so proud of me.
Sometimes islands come out of the oceans. Centaurs.
You gotta watch out for the centaurs.
Oh, I heard about them.
You heard about
This
the centaurs?
video is fucking my brain.
Fuck me. That poor woman in the back is trying her best not to cringe. She's like, yeah. My driver's schizophrenic. I need to get the fuck out of here now.
Are you scared?
I am scared of centaurs. They are half man, half horse, and 100%.
And they've got a real big dick like me. That's what I'm expecting out of this.
It's terrifying.
All sorts of crazy stuff.
I love it.
You never feel like you're grinding. Like it's just something new and exciting every time.
No, you don't. You never want to feel like you're grinding. You always want to feel like you're gyrating.
In New York?
We call them something different.
What do you call them in New York?
We call it the subway.
Do they charge you subscription fees to live in Santa Monica?
Hefty ones, I assure you.
Well, it depends on how you define that.
Yes, it's called rent. It is so expensive. Yeah, that's a drag.
They charge you the highest subscription fees in the.
I really love how none of this video has had anything to do with Guild Wars 2. They just built the inside of an average Turkish man's cab, made it look like a fuck bus, and now they're just talking about rent. How is this, man?
Country to be in New York.
Interior, there's no subscription fees.
None.
None.
That would be nice.
That's a lie.
Paying every time you want to. You just want to pay, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Exactly.
That's amazing. Maybe I want to live there. That's nice.
You guys should move over there. Actually, that's what I recommend.
Really?
Yes.
How do you become a Tyrian? Are you born a Tyrian or?
Anybody can.
How do I become a Tyrian? Do I get to fuck you? Is that how I do it? How hard? Pull over here in this dark alley where no one can see us. Why are there 7 cameramen?
Emigrate to Tyria. Do you think you'd ever migrate to Tyria?
Yes, absolutely.
I want to emigrate to Tyria.
Give us the address.
Hold on. This video translated to 100,000 subscribers. I'd need proof to believe that shit. I genuinely need proof to believe that shit. Because this is the most cringe shit I've ever seen in my life. If I was 11 years younger and I saw this for the first time, I'd probably uninstall Guild Wars 2 if I was playing it.
Yeah, sounds better than Santa Monica. Sounds a lot better than Santa Monica.
Listen, the marketer said so. Oh, you mean the filthy fucking liars who ruin video games said so?
Interior,
oh yeah, I'll believe them.
We have big Norn women, and they are the best women.
I bet they do. They are. You don't even need to grab them by the pussy because the pussy grabs you. I've seen it before. My brain just forgot about the cringe-induced trauma. Jesus Christ. This is like, you know what the thing is? Every single person they put in the back of this car looks like me. They're absolute fucking munts. They are mingers. They are not the people you want to fuck in the bang bus. They are the cameramen. What? You think they could at least fake some attractive people? Some hot bitches and be like, ooh, I play Guild Wars too. I love guys who play it. And then the subscription fees, and then, you know, that's when subs go up. Fake that shit. Don't put fucking Jim Bob and Slimbo over here in the goddamn back of the thing and expect that to translate into things. Make them talk about rent. Jesus Christ.
The centaurs.
Sasha Grey said she was too good to appear. Yeah, she probably didn't want to catch an like an STD in the back of that thing. My God. Why? Please tell me that the comment that I'm going to see when I scroll down is going to say this looks like the fucking fake taxi or some bang bus. Please tell me. Please, God. Even for the internet, this was sad and awkward. This is why we never hear of any marketing. Jesus Christ, Anet, what were you thinking? This is why I never heard of the game back in the days. A dark stain on the history. Definitely Meg Turney. Anet. Oh, these people are not the cultured individuals I was hoping they were. So tell me about Tyria. I'll tell you after I'm done fucking your ass. That's what I expected to happen at some point in that video. The entire time, I felt like it was going to be the most uncomfortable porno imaginable. Jesus Christ. I never want to think about that again. If you think about it, they're saying there's people live in a shithole and they should move to base Tyria. Yeah, just live in a shithole and then play on your PC. That'll make the outside world better. That always works.
It hit the top 10 selling PC games at the
Jesus,
time and was the
bad.
first MMO to feature dynamic terrain, so players could destroy buildings,
Oh my
dig
God,
paths
that's
around
bad.
mountains, but stability issues with doing this plagued the game. So in 2008, the game had a reboot, deleting all player and city data to begin again, and players didn't like this, so it never quite recovered and shut down in 2009.
I don't know this game.
157, World of Warships. World of Warships is what would happen if World of Tanks had
This is not a fucking MMO.
The Beach episode, a naval warfare MMO with a slower pace, freemium cash shop, and lots of YouTuber adverts. If you really like the ocean or using maths to work out the exact angle of a really long-range cannon shot, you'll love World of Warships. Just be aware it has such a problem with new players being ganked. One of the most popular videos on the game is called
I'm not going to play it
The
if
New
it's
Player
copyright,
Problem.
Jimmy.
156, Marvel Heroes. Marvel Heroes was an isometric action MMO where you could play as famous Marvel heroes, such as the ones in the Avengers, or unknown Marvel heroes, such as the ones not in the Avengers. Launched in 2013 and
Nice.
shut down in 2017, it lasted
Nice cash grab.
4 years, which was about the length of time we all really cared about Marvel films. 155, Dota 2. Why is Dota 2 on the list? Consult the chart.
What the Please give me the name. Give me the name, Josh. Name and shame. You said name and shame. I respect that. I respect that you left these pieces of shit on the list.
It was
Name and
nominated by
shame.
Video 29. It's free MMO station. Again, stop saying MOBAs.
It's the same guy. It's the same sack of shit. You said First Descendant was an MMO. It's limited to like 6 people in an instance. Okay, let's take First Descendant off the list then. I just want to believe it's an MMO. And you know what, Shielde? You know what? Can you blame me? Can a man not dream? As was previously stated once upon a time by Martin Luther King, I have a dream that one day some big booty bitches will be in my MMOs. Some hoes with some big fucking dumpers on them. I, Martin Luther King, would drag my dick through a mile of glass just to hear her fart through a walkie-talkie. God damn. Okay, this was... Holy shit.
Are MMOs. This is supposed to be a scientific video. You are ruining science. 154, Broken Ranks. This was an isometric adventure MMO where combat switched to a tactical side-by-side turn-based style, plagued by technical issues such as only the party leader being able to control every member even though they were other players, and an egregious pay-to-win cash shop saw the player base crumble quickly. Still online, but not doing well.
Would anyone else in their incel years exhale hard when attractive women were on the screen? I don't get that. You'll need to explain that one to me. Like, I don't tend to have any kind of reaction to seeing a physical object on a screen. It usually doesn't affect me. Chair, dish, woman. It's just another game asset.
153, Adventure Quest 3D. Adventure Quest 3D takes all the side-scrolling charm of the original Adventure Quest and slaps in a third dimension, which honestly...
Think about it. Why would anyone exhale hard because there was a dishwasher on screen? I don't get it. I would never say women are objects. Never. But I will say that just like any piece of machinery, every woman has a reset button. It's deep inside the vagina. You gotta smash that button a few times before it fucking works, because the machine is always faulty. Okay, so say you're playing WoW, right? And you go into first-person mode and you put the camera real close to the pixelated pelvis, and you just try to breathe the same air, real incel shit. I never did that. I will give you this, Benji. I used to be friends with a kid who was pretty weird. He had a chronic masturbation problem to the point that he was jerking off in bathrooms at school. I think I've spoken about him before. And he had to go for treatment for this. And what happened was some other kid caught him in the bathroom, took pictures of him, and somehow the kid jerking off alone is gay, but not the dude who took the pictures. Very fucking confusing. But anyway, this same guy used to be my friend when I was younger, right? He was a grade below me, and I had Grand Theft Auto San Andreas at home. Ah, yes, a friend. No, this is actual friend. I'll admit to my own degeneracies, someone. I'm more than happy to admit to that. You can ask anyone. If this was me, I'd think it was funny. Now, he used to come over to my house and play GTA while I was doing my homework, because I lived down the road, so we'd walk to my house, we'd chill, we'd play Army of Two. This is the same friend I watched the genie porno with, by the way. We'd play Army of Two, we'd play SSX, the snowmobile one, right? And so he would play GTA while I was doing my homework. One day, my other childhood friend comes over to my house and plays GTA. And he goes through the screenshots in the game. And there's just a bunch of dead hookers and upskirt shots of their fucking 2D pixelated underwear, right? And I'm sitting there this fucking guy spent hours of time at my house killing hookers and taking pictures of of their underwear. And now my other friends discovered this. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sakes, I can't believe he did this. And I can see the look on my friend's face, yeah, someone else, huh? And I'm like, oh, no. I was fucked. At that point, I was fucked. I'm like, there's nothing I can say. I've been fucking styled on by a Kuma. He came over to my house, killed hookers, took pictures of their underwear, just built a fucking library. I'm talking hundreds of images. And then my other buddy comes over, plays San Andreas, goes into the screenshot, is like, yo, what the fuck is this? And now I look like I'm gonna grow up to murder hookers and take pictures of their underwear. I was so fucked. I just sat there for weeks afterwards. I lost sleep over this. You gotta be extra nice to that friend at school. Luckily he didn't bring a gun to school. He wasn't violent, but damn, I bet if he punched someone, his right hand must have been real fucking strong. Army of Two was awesome. It was a fucking awesome game. It was amazing. Time to admit that friend was you. No, it wasn't. I had my own problems. That wasn't them. But did you delete the pic folder? I was about to lie to you. I did. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Relantis. I scrolled through all of them. I had to know. I scrolled through all of them. I don't know how he got such accurate angles. What's up, Lord Fitner? I'm gonna be honest, I was curious. I was like, how deep does this rabbit hole go? Is he like killing and eating cats when no one's looking? Did you watch the mouse and keyboard? It wasn't on mouse and keyboard. It was on PlayStation. There was like a camera system you could use. Did I watch the controller? You fucking bet I disinfected that shit. After discovering that, you know how there's like that fine layer of grease over every controller after a while? You know what? I think I still actually have the controller. No, that other one wasn't the controller. That's the one from the PS3 that my bitch of an ex stole from me. So this is getting turned into a part of a YouTube clip, right? I don't know. Ask Ilgi. Those PS2 controllers got real greasy. And let me tell you, after he did that, I did notice a significant amount of stick drift on one of the controllers, and that really concerned me. That, like, really concerned me.
Doesn't really add that.
So yeah, no, that became like player 2 controller. So if a friend ever came over, I was just like, you can have the cum controller. I didn't tell him that. I was just like, here you go. It's exactly the same as mine, I promise. Now, I mean, I'd rather have a PS2 controller with cum on it than use a Mad Catz controller, but that's like just barely above the threshold.
That much. Now, the original Adventure Quest and Dragon...
The right one or the left one? It was the right stick. So, like, it had, like, drift, and it would, like, if you turned to, like, look or something, using the right stick, it would just stay in place. Like, so if you push the controller dial, it would just, like, stick in place. He literally gave me sticky controls. I never used that controller ever again. I just kind of left it alone.
Fable are some of my favourite RPGs ever. The third dimension didn't really improve it for me, but it is successful and plays well cross-platform from mobile to PC. 152, Palia. This is a more chilled MMO focusing on...
Oh shit, this is a new one and it's so low on the list? God damn.
Skills, farming, fishing, hunting, mining, and crafting. The smaller server size caused a lot of people to say Palia isn't really a massively multiplayer game, and the lack of combat meant it did struggle to find a mainstream audience. It's niche, but still online. 151, Mythos, a hack-and-slash Diablo-style MMO which launched back in closed beta in 2011. It was originally just a network and tech test for the developer's other title, Hellgate London. But Mythos saw enough success to remain online for a few years itself. It went through a few developer changes but died in 2011, then relaunched as a single-player game in 2022.
I love playing PowerPoint slides.
150, Dragon's Prophet. Dragon's Prophet was an action MMO launching in 2013. Players could capture a variety of dragons and use them as mounts, and the endgame was a big sandbox PvP arena. Shut down in 2020. 149, Frozen Flame, another early access survival MMO with that thick, smooth action figure art style. Frozen Flame had PvP, gathering, crafting, and all the buttons and UI elements had that modern...
Hold on. God damn. Okay. I think I might have that, actually. I've got that. I've got another dog shit MMO. Right there. I tried this out. I played it for like 20 minutes. Right there, that's my total playtime, and then I was out. I was like, no, thank you. I can't do this.
Diamond-shaped aesthetic because there was a period of time when all of game design decided to do that. 148, Shin Megami Tensei Imagine Online. Shin Megami Tensei Imagine Online, previously known as Shin Megami Tensei Imagine, previously known as Megami Tensei Online Imagine, was an attempt to make an online version of Shin Megami Tensei 9 and Shin Megami...
Wasn't Shin Megami Tensei like a really popular game? I wish Ascension was on this tier list. I don't think anyone makes tier lists for private servers. Iconic. Like, at all.
They launched in 2007 and went Shin Megami Tensei offline in 2016. 147, 9 dragons. Studies have shown that 8 is not enough dragons and 10 is far too many dragons. The optimal amount of dragons for an MMORPG is 9. Due to this, 9 dragons is still online. 146, Elite Dangerous Odyssey. This was a paid expansion for the space sim Elite Dangerous, focusing on shootouts in hangars and on the planet's surface. The alpha for...
Have you noticed how spin-offs always fail and die?
This was available in 2021. It went through a rough few years and was ultimately killed in 2022 because it was hard to support the main game of Elite Dangerous and
I'm running out of
all
time.
consoles while also progressing the overall story.
I'm going to speed this up.
Creativerse. Creativerse is a $20 Minecraft knockoff. It was originally free. If we consult the chart, we can see it's on this list because of video 62. On March 17th, 2020, channel Mr. MacWright released Top 10 Mac MMO Games 2020, and Creativerse came third on that list. So it's hit.
It's time to listen fast. Just like the Guild Wars 2 people told me in the dungeons, it's time to just watch fast.
Because of the Mac gamers, and you know what? They're both probably really happy it's here. 144, Conqueror's Blade. Conqueror's Blade is just Western medieval dynasty warriors, a combination of tactical real-time strategy, MMO, and hack and slash. You take control of your powerful dude and mow down waves of NPCs searching for the enemy's powerful dude in castle sieges. Released in 2019 and still going. 143, Mabinogi, another cutesy Korean MMO. Mabinogi, released in 2004, did extremely well, had a console-released tease, but that never actually happened, and then a recent engine upgrade shows the devs are really...
I heard about this. I heard there were certain people who played this game who got arrested, but I don't know how true that is. That might have just been a rumor.
Investing into it, and why wouldn't they? It's already made over $600 million. 142, Mad World. Let's clear something up. This is Mad World, an ultra-stylized black and white hyper-violent brawler released on the Nintendo Wii. It's 18 rated and features the voice talents of Steve Blum. This is Mad World, an ultra-stylized in a different way, somewhat violent top-down MMO released on PC and probably doesn't feature Steve Blum.
I've seen both of those games.
Not the same game. And the amount of review videos I've watched talking about the Mad World MMO using the wrong footage is shocking. The Mad World MMO, released in 2024 and due to a botched release, payment issues, and enemies in the game having way more help than intended, it turned new players away and shut down almost immediately. 141, Critica Online. This is an instance-based stylized MMO with button mashing combat and most of the dev time apparently spent on the extremely realistic jiggle physics.
God damn! Okay, never mind. This needs to be a way higher on the list. Lost opportunity here. Josh Strife Hayes needs to not be leaning in on the left here. He needs to be popping out of this little zipper here to talk to us.
About this playing on a second monitor in the background. Good to have you with us. We are 141 games in, almost halfway. 140, Drakensang.
I love how he knew people were going to show up for the jiggle physics. I love how he was like, I'm on the second monitor right now. Guy's playing a game. He's like,
Online. This is a top-down Diablo-style hack-and-slash MMO launched in 2011. It is not connected to the previous Drakensang games, The Dark Eye and The Rivers of Time. It has a Metacritic score of 69 out of 100.
No, it's not like Josh Strife Gates. I think he just has some self-respect that I don't.
Which is nice. 139, Bloodline Champions. This, again, is not an MMO. It's a MOBA. Why is it here? Consult the chart. Bloodline Champions scored 8 points from Video 24, which we can find out is top 10 MMO PC games best MMOs by Waterplay. No,
okay,
Waterplay. Bloodline Champions is not one of the top 10 MMOs. It's a PvP MOBA which shut down in 2015. If these are the kind of videos the general gaming populace is being served, it's no wonder nobody knows what this genre actually is.
Yeah.
138, Dynasty Warriors Online. Dynasty Warriors Online is the Dynasty Warrior version of the Conqueror's Blade game, which was the Western version of Dynasty Warriors. Releasing in 2010, the over-the-top battler game has you mow down hordes of enemies and hunt for the strong players. Unfortunately, it completely shut down in 2022. 137, Divillion. This was described as Diablo 3
not an MMO.
And now we know what that's actually like. Divillion looks better by comparison. Action MMO, which released in 2015 and shut down 3 years later. 136, Ember Sword, an open-world sandbox crafting survival PvP MMO with a player-driven...
This is Ilgi's favorite game, is Ember Sword. Oh wait, no, it's Cinderstone. This is actually a crypto game, if I remember correctly.
And we've never had one of those before. Unfortunately, it's a crypto game. 135, Last Chaos. This is a 2006 MMORPG from our favorite gaming duo, Area Games and GameGo. It is extremely grindy, and GameGo sold the rights about a year ago. And when even GameGo gives up on something, you know it's been milked as much as milking allows. 134, Temtem. This is a kickstarted MMO about capturing creatures, then back.
This game is an actual fucking banger. Go and play this game. This is the Pokemon ripoff we deserved before Pal World came out. It's an actual banger. You can play this at your own pace. It's really simple, really straightforward. It's Pokemon that we always wanted, but better.
Battling with them. It looks and plays exactly like
Really
Pokemon,
fun.
so we all need to agree to be cool and just not tell Nintendo this exists.
Yeah, don't tell
133,
Nintendo.
Dragon Nest. Not Dragon's Nest. No,
Don't
it's
tell
just
Mom.
Dragon Nest. Another fast-paced Korean fantasy MMO releasing in 2010, touting itself as the world's fastest PvP, and it might be, because it's still online. 132, Forsaken World. This is a Chinese action MMO similar to Perfect World, except while that game is perfect, this one...
I love how you know how you can like identify which streets in the US you shouldn't be walking down based on the civil rights activist that it's named after. I love how I can almost immediately identify by pattern recognition which MMO is Asian, like just by the way the UI looks. I can just immediately tell.
One is Forsaken, a mobile version released in 2020, then all versions shut down in 2020.
It's like, you see an Asian woman driving on the road, it's time to make 2 car spaces between you and them.
22. 131, Dungeon Fighter Online. Releasing in 2005, DFO is one of the longest running MMOs on this list and one of the most successful franchises with over 800 million
I've been told to play this game. I could never get it working.
players since launch and a revenue of over $20 billion. It is massive in the East,
That's
but could
fucking
never quite make
shocking.
it in the West, with Western servers shutting down in 2013. 130, Shroud of the Avatar. Richard Garriott made Ultima, then a few more Ultima games, then Ultima Online, which was amazing. Then he made Shroud of the Avatar Forsaken Virtues, which proved that maybe he just got really lucky with Ultima. A hybrid single-player RPG with MMO function, Shroud of the Avatar Forsaken Virtues had player-owned and built towns, which led to garish buildings and garbled aesthetics. Famously, to raise money for this, Richard Garriott sold 5 vials of his actual blood on eBay. They shut the listings down because you're not allowed to do that, but then those 5 vials sold through the game's in-game shop. So 5 people,
Very
somewhere,
nice.
could clone Richard Garriott. Please don't. 129.
Very nice. Someone bought his blood.
Arcade 2. Arcade 2 had a trailer, then nothing, then Arcade Chronicles released, and we're all not sure if it is Arcade 2 or an MMO, because advertisers use the letters MMO to mean anything remotely online. But goddamn, top 10 lists just love including Arcade 2, so it's on this list as well.
Of course.
128. Stars Reach. Stars Reach is an open-world sandbox gathering crafting MMO using that art style that they all use, but this one is sci-fi. It's promising.
I love how Stars Reach is above Arcade 2.
Things all the others promise, and it promises it will definitely release soon. Pinky promise, cross my heart and hope to die. Will it? Who knows? 127. World of the
Man, furries are powerful. I just gotta say, furries have some real power out there. I'm feeling like you know how it's like the list from Epstein Island, and all of a sudden you find out that like all these super powerful people are really fucked up on the inside. I feel like there's got to be at least a few like super wealthy, suspiciously wealthy, ultra rich politicians who are just secretly furries.
Living Dead. This is a text-based zombie survival MMO with a graphical interface. Played using menus and reading. Interestingly, it uses actual real-world map data for the in-game world, which was an interesting concept for the time, but it didn't have mass appeal and shut down in 2014. 126. Dungeon Runners. This was a third-person Diablo-style MMO focused on, as the name suggests, running dungeons. It was self-aware and satirical, releasing in 2007 and shutting down in 2010. You can find a few videos of people standing around saying their goodbyes as the shutdown happens, which is bittersweet. 125. Defend the Night. This was a dark fantasy indie MMO about defending yourself during
time
said
to speed
dangerous
up
night.
even
It somehow
more.
appeared on multiple top 10 videos despite not releasing. The
See,
last update from devs was 4 years ago.
Now I've acclimatized you to the speed. Now we're going at maximum ludicrous speed. See if he's still legible. See if we can still hear what he's saying.
So we can declare that it failed to defend itself and is indeed dead. 124. Granado Espada.
There we
Granado
go.
is a mid-2000s MMO with a Western European turn-of-the-century vibe where instead of controlling one character, you control 3. It's a really interesting real-world time period to set an MMO in, and the group gameplay had promise, but both of them end up being wasted. It's a potion chugfest, same as all the other games of this
Cheap
style.
Final
123.
Fantasy.
Saga of Lucemia. Crowdfunded, open-world, survival, gathering, crafting, old-school, hardcore MMORPG. All words which, when used together at best, should raise some red flags, and at worst, spell doom for your game. Kira TV has an entire series of videos explaining why Saga of Lucemia and other games like it die. Please go and watch them. 122. Overwatch. Why is Overwatch on the list? Well, consult the chart. Overwatch featured in video 32, which is MMO Play's top 10 most anticipated MMOs of 2016, and in the video, it took the top spot. If you're ever wondering how much the media care about MMO reporting, the most anticipated MMO of 2016, according to an MMO channel, was Overwatch.
And this is why games journalists are all subhuman pieces of shit who should never be trusted.
121. Justice Online, an extremely graphically impressive Chinese wushu MMO. Imagine Black Desert, but never actually releasing in the West. 120. Genshin Impact, one of the most successful RPGs ever, focusing on storyline, switching between a team of characters in combat with different elemental abilities and
How do we know you're not a bloody furry? But I am a furry, Filter. My fursona is the Guild Wars 2 car. That's my fursona, is the inside of the Guild Wars 2 taxi.
them together, and then not eating Paimon. It's made approximately $1 gajillion since release, and will probably survive the hits of the universe. 119, Odin Valhalla Rising. Odin Valhalla Rising is an open-world MMO set within Norse mythology. It's a mobile MMO, and so of course has an autoplay and auto-battler feature, meaning if you don't want to play it, that's okay. You can watch as it plays itself, or you could, I don't know, download a game you do want to play. 118, Dune Awakening, a big-budget MMO set on the desert world of Arrakis, riding the wave.
This is not even out yet.
Of successful films. It's open world, gathering, crafting, build your base, and then walk without rhythm, and you won't attract the worm. Not out yet. Expected early 2025. 117, Motor City Online. The Crew before the Crew was the Crew. Buy classic cars, race them against other people. Launched in 2001, shut down in 2003. Many consider Need for Speed World a spiritual successor, but even that went offline in 2015. 116, Repels, generic Korean MMO. Repels launched in 2006. Every major expansion it goes through is called an epic, and amazingly, it's still online. Currently on Epic 9.9. Hey, that's a rhyme. I'm a poet, and I didn't previously know this. 115, Atlas. Atlas was a pirate-themed open-world survival game about building ships and sailing the ocean blue while other players are trying to kill you, which is remarkably easy now because there aren't any other players trying to do that because it officially shut down in 2024. 114, Fractured, a top-down Diablo-like hack-and-slash dynamic open-world sandbox PvP MMO, and my god, we've never had one of those before. The gimmick here was the karma system, which remembers bad things you do in game and punishes you for it.
That looks better than
Worlds
Default.
Adrift, a calming pirate MMO where you built an airship and sailed around.
I just gotta say quick, to Dune Awakening, I'm gonna say this now. I'm a massive simp for Dune, and I will play anything about Dune, even the shitty games, so I'm gonna play that. But I just want you to understand, this is Dune Awakening. I can see it coming already. Why are you shitting on my plate? How do you know it's shit if it's not even out yet?
Made by Bossa Studios, famous for I Am Bread and Surgeon Simulator. Worlds Adrift unfortunately drifted off and shut down in 2019. 112, League of Legends. Why is this here? Consult the chart.
Oh my
video 29.
fucking god.
Again, this video has done irreparable damage to this ranking list, and this video has 600,000 views. This is why no one knows what an MMO is. 111, Wonder. This was.
I'll stream that when YouTube stops acting like a publisher and allows me to do what I want, Kyle. That's when.
An interesting MMO without combat, focused on wandering around a big island, changing form between human, bird, even tree. Just kind of vibing, really. Launched in 2015 and shut down in 2015 when it discovered that.
Man, League didn't even make the top 100. League players cope seethe and mold. You fucking suck, dude.
It's kind of like combat, and when you base your game around a mystery, people will just Wikipedia whatever the mystery was. 110, Core Punk, one of the newer games on the list, a top-down isometric action MMO, open world PvP, mobilized, slow combat, and way slower regen, so combat is more calculated. Takes pride in the whole not holding your hand approach, meaning brutal.
This is what I mean when I say that newer games have a lesser advantage over older games, because Core Punk's going to be mentioned a lot less than something that's going to be up here, but that's older.
Early game. Let's see how long.
That's why I said there needs to be a fineness ratio for time on a log scale. We could go back to the numbers if you really want, but I don't feel like making you kill yourself right now.
Hold a player base for. 109, Atlantica Online. This released in 2008 and looks like a classic open world Eastern MMO, but the overworld is based on the real world, and the combat system sends you into Final Fantasy style turn-based fights. Originally owned by Nexon ownership, switched to the company Valve, and it is still going today. 108, Starbase. Starbase is what Yahtzee would call a dad game. Disassemble a space station, build a spaceship from the parts, learn the far too deep systems to do absolutely anything, and then try and fly away. Early access was released in 2021, and it's still in early access. 107, Aeon 2.
Never gonna
Aeon
get
2
out
doesn't
of
exist
it.
yet. It's on this list because other lists are so
Aeon 2 is never coming out. Sorry. Call me Nostradamus, I know the truth.
Desperate for a new MMO, they keep hyping up games which don't yet exist. 106, Spiral Knights, a cute top-down puzzle platformer released in 2011 and still going strong, winning Best Online Game at the 2011 Game Developer Choice
This one's actually a bang of a game. Definitely worth playing, not an MMO.
Awards. It does use energy as an in-game premium currency, but it's mostly playable completely free. 105, Babylon's Fall. This is a co-op multiplayer action RPG, not an MMORPG. It released in 2022 to very poor reviews and shut down 11 months later, which must be some kind of record. Why is it on this list? Consult the chart. It scored 13 points from video 72, which was top 15 MMORPGs 2021 and 2022, which means the video this game appeared on covered a longer time period than this game lasted for. 104, Second Life. Early MMORPGs relied on the novelty of being online chat rooms to make up for that engaging game mechanics. Second Life fully embraces the chat room vibe, a virtual hangout destination with player-made worlds, player-made rooms, player-made clothes, and player-made everything, ultimately adding up to what could loosely be described as fun. Not a game as much as a culture. Even the devs remind people Second Life.
I'm gonna tell the story again. There is somewhere in my country right now an absolute hog of a woman. I'm talking built like 7 people amalgamated into one. That one Dark Souls boss that's like all just people clumped into a ball. She looks like that. And she runs a prostitution ring in Second Life. And she makes enough money to have several homes in this country. Several.
Life isn't a game, it has no conflict and no set objective, and yet is still somehow online. 103, Legend of Aria. This is the relaunch of Shards Online with enough changes to qualify as a new game. Ultimately the same core systems though. 102, Adventure Quest Worlds. Oh, Adventure Quest, my beloved. I adore this game, but it just never quite saw mainstream success. Launching in 2008 and bringing the world of Flash-based Arctic games into the MMO landscape. Set in the world of Adventure Quest, but playing similar to Dragon Fable. Lighthearted and fun, and somehow still going. 101, Neverwinter Nights. Not technically an MMORPG. Neverwinter Nights is more of an RPG toolkit made for the Neverwinter game. I've made a full replay and review over on my second channel, Josh Drive Plays. But enough people have used the toolkit to make permanent, persistent online servers with unique rule sets and MMO-style gameplay, which means it's more of an MMO than some other games on this list, plus it is still going. Finally, we reach the top 100 MMO games as chosen by scientific method. Remember, if you disagree with any of this, you're disagreeing with science. Kicking off the top 100, we have Vindictus, a fast-paced action MMO released in 2010. Originally called Mabinogi Heroes, it is set in the same world as Mabinogi, but focused on instant-based dungeon battles.
Runs in the game will just contact through. Well, I mean, when I say run, she's not running anywhere. She have to roll her fat ass anywhere she's going. I'm talking about, like, you know, she has a brothel in the game that she uses.
Over-the-top combat, still online and still remarkably fun. 99, Project Ragnarok. Not to be confused with Ragnarok Online. Project Ragnarok is an action MMO based on Norse mythology. The trailer drops in 2021 and it's still not out yet. 98, Identity. Identity was advertised as a modern-day open-world MMO with no levels and no grinding.
It's Second Life with higher graphics.
Go and watch Kira TV's excellent video covering the whole thing. It's insane. Perfect example of why you don't hype a game up and put it on a top 10 list until it actually launches. 97, Soul Worker Online. Soul Worker is an over-the-top cel-shaded anime action MMO with super archetypal characters and perhaps the worst line in MMO history, one I cannot forget to this day. If you choose to play as the edgiest of edgelord protagonists, he says the first female NPC he meets, the female figure is a feast I couldn't bear to forego. Could we arrange a date for dinner later? I haven't felt truly clear.
I knew guys in school that talked like that, so I can't judge their character for talking like that. I've seen guys who spoke like that in school.
Since playing this game. 96, Dark and Light, a 2006 MMO which died in 2008 and then returned in 2017 as a survival sandbox RPG. You could capture creatures by having players watch them for several real-world hours, which is difficult with no players. Still on Steam, still in early access, but we can safely say it's definitely dead. 95, Boundless. This is a child-friendly, chunky Minecraft-style survival MMO with open world and building, and you know the drill by now. Released in 2018, still online, but bleeding players. 94, World of Tanks. World of Tanks is like World of Warships, but with less ocean and more floor. Imagine taking Disney's...
Fuck's sakes! This is not... Oh my god.
Cars, but instead of cars, it's tanks, and instead of Disney, it's war. Advertised at you by every YouTuber, and still online. 93, Champions Online. A legally distinct superhero MMO featuring non-copyright characters such as Very Good, but not quite Superman, Iron Guy, and Boss.
This outperformed the other superhero MMO. Generic superhero MMO outperformed actual superhero MMO. Is that not amazing?
Follow you no parents, but his friends just call him Bat. Remarkably fun and still online. 92, Fallout 76. Taking the most popular post-apocalyptic franchise and throwing it online. Fallout 76 famously launched with no NPCs because they were convinced they didn't need them. Players would fill in all of the roles.
Internet Historian did an amazing video on Fallout 76 and all its bugs and the manipulation and all the shitty things Bethesda did.
Hunters, gatherers, quest givers, shopkeepers, and enemies. This was quickly changed, however, when someone realized it was a terrible idea. A subscription service called Fallout First was added. However, they forgot to buy the web domain Fallout First, so somebody else bought it and linked it to a parody site mocking the game. Recently saw a huge player boost thanks to the success of the TV show, so it is still online. 91, Brighter Shores, the latest MMO from Andrew Gower, one of the original minds behind RuneScape. We can see Andrew just loves him sometimes. Still a new game, but in the top MMO already on account of actually existing and being quite good. 90, Age of Conan. This old MMO shows us what is best in life. A late 2000s game set in the brutal land of Hyboria, famous for allowing your character and many NPCs to be naked. An excellent opening tutorial section in Tortage leads into a vastly empty overworld. Still online, but probably won't last. 89, Dual Universe. Released in 2022, Dual Universe is a first-person sci-fi MMO gathering, crafting, building, and then flying around in space, asteroid mining, and then interplanetary warfare. It's just a shame that the fun bits of those are locked behind hours of the not fun bits of those. 88, Magic Legends. Magic the Gathering Legends was a very short-lived project, essentially reskinning a generic top-down Diablo-style hack and slash with Magic the Gathering characters and spells. However, it had almost nothing in common mechanically with the card.
Okay, so we know that Wizard 101 has to be in the top 10 somewhere.
Game. Magic the Gathering Legends released in the beta in 2021 and shut down only 7 months later. 87, The Division.
Oh, if only I could make it faster for you, Syro.
Third-person shooter based on the Tom Clancy books. The Division released in 2016 and saw a successful sequel in 2019. The original is still online for now, but hasn't received an update in a while the second one has, so this original might not last that much longer. 86, Blue Protocol. Originally known as Project Sky.
Fuck this game. Fuck this gigantic pile of shit. Fuck Blue Protocol. Fuck anyone who supported this. You fucking little cocksuckers deserve to not have this game come out. Oh my god, I'm so happy this game died. Again, I say again. I saw multiple people react to my Blue Protocol video and be like, oh, man, this guy doesn't know what you're talking about. Blue Protocol is gonna be like the next World of Warcraft. Why are you shitting on my plate? How do you know it's shit if it's not out yet? You don't need to be a vet to know what a fucking cat looks like.
Sky Blue, this was one of the most anticipated big-budget Bandai Namco action MMOs of the last decade, but despite the massive hype, the Japanese servers will go offline in 20...
What a fucking pathetic game. This is not. This is an action ARPG, it's not an MMO.
25, and the Western release, much to MMO Byte's chagrin, never even happened. 85, Embers Adrift, a new take on classic low fantasy. Embers Adrift seeks to capture the classic slow-paced RPG feeling in a big open world with the usual gathering and crafting elements, very grindy and very niche, and unfortunately because of its name, often getting confused between Ember Sword and Worlds Adrift. 84, Anarchy Online. This is a third-person sci-fi shooter MMORPG released all the way back in the ancient times of 2001, going through several engine upgrades and multiple server merges.
I love the highlighted ass
online, one of the longest-running and most successful MMORPGs ever. It's even considered very positive on Steam to this day. 83, Asheron's Call. This was the third mainstream 3D MMO ever, releasing in 1999, winning the Game Industry Award for Best All-Round Game, but unfortunately always playing third wheel to the titanic battle between Ultima Online and EverQuest. Asheron's Call remained online for 17 years before shutting down in 2017. 82, War Thunder, a massive free-to-play warfare simulator with planes, ships, and tanks. Probably most famous for real players constantly leaking actual classified military documents onto the forums to prove to the devs that certain planes, ships, or tanks...
That's actually a real thing, by the way. The autists who play these games keep leaking military secrets, and it's happened like 3 or 4 times, and it's going to keep happening. It's going to happen again.
Need to be nerfed or buffed accordingly, which means it's possibly the only MMO on this list which might be an actual threat to the national security of literally everywhere.
This game is actually pretty fun.
You and a bunch of friends take to the high seas as a jolly pirate crew, engage in thrilling boarding battle.
Not an MMO.
Against other pirates, so load the flintlocks, question what to do with the drunken sailor, and then yo-ho, and up she remains online. 80, Pirate 101, a child-friendly but surprisingly deep MMO released in 2012. Combat encounters switch to a top-down tactical grid-style minigame closer to Wakfu or Advanced Wars. It's still online, and I'm incredibly happy that it's ended up at this position on the list, because I can tell you one of my favourite pirate jokes. What did the pirate say to his mate on his 80th birthday?
What?
Aye, matey. Please like and subscribe. 79, Cabal Online, a Korean MMO released back in 2005. One of the first to use the freemium model of being free but having an actual cash shop with advantages in it. So of course it was massively pay to win. Cabal Online 2 launched in 2010, but died in 2018. The original, however, is still going strong. 78, Diablo Immortal. Do you guys not have phones? Releasing to middling reviews and extreme criticism of the egregious pay to win cash shop, which was even...
Diablo Immortal is in the top 100. My faith in humanity has dipped once more.
Changed after release because the colors of the Eternal Crest was so predatory. Nominated for Mobile Game of the Year 2016 and thankfully didn't win because if it had, game companies would have learned the wrong lessons about game design. 77, Tibia. Releasing in 1997, Tibia is one of the longest running MMORPGs ever. Top-down classic RPG with pixel graphics, lots of text, and the famous level 999 door which was opened for the first time in 2017. You can find YouTube videos of this. It was honestly underwhelming. Tibia is still going strong. 76, Swords of Legend Online. An MMO version of the popular Chinese TV show Swords of Legend. Lots of hype, lovely graphics, terrible Western localization, and shut down in 2023, only 1 year after its Western release. Now when I say terrible Western localization, I mean this level of voice acting.
Why have you come? Hey, my big brother let me come here. At the end of the duel, you landed a powerful blow on my Tai. At the end of the duel, you landed a powerful blow on my Tai Bai and Shenmai acupuncture points. Was it not your intention that I come to the peak of Tai Bai at the appointed time?
Sword techniques are easy to learn. Beautiful jade is selling. These are my hand notes. Study them carefully.
This just sounds like your average conversation. This sounds like your average conversation between two kids on the playground.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
75, Darkfall. This was a full loot PvP MMO released back in 2009 and shut down in 2012. The sequel, Darkfall Unholy Wars, released in 2013 but died only 3 years later. Fondly remembered, but never made a mainstream splash. 74, Maple Story 2. There is a frequent theme with sequels never quite doing as well as the originals. Maple Story 2 is no exception. Releasing in 2015 and bringing a blocky third dimension to the popular Maple Story franchise, it lasted only 5
To be fair, remove all the non-MMOs from the list and it's fewer than 100. You're probably right.
years and proved not every game needs to be 3D. 73, Warhammer 40k Eternal Crusade. Before we had Space Marine 2, we had Eternal Crusade. Originally pitched as a massive open-world, multi-planetary 40k MMO, it got reduced in scope repeatedly. And
shockingly, I never played this. I love Warhammer, and I never played this piece of trash.
It eventually became a match-based arena shooter. Still fun, and still some of the best online 40k combat we had, but fell to the tank of chaos and shut down permanently in 2021. 72, Arcade Chronicles. This was the working title of Arcade 2, which is already on the list. Stop changing the names of games mid-development. 71, Continent of the Ninth. Action MMO where you fight against the forces of the underworld. Released in 2012, usual Korean MMO stuff, third person, colourful, and still online. 70, H1Z1. This is a strange game because there are now 2 games with that name. H1Z1 by Daybreak Studios, which just became Z1 Battle Royale, releasing in 2018, and the H1Z1 MMORPG, which changed its name to Just Survive, releasing in 2015 and being shut down in 2018. This rating is for the now dead MMO. 69, League of Angels. My anger at League of Angels being on this list at all is only calmed by the fact it did end up genuinely in position 69, which is nice. League of Angels is anti-art. It is an abomination to game design. It is overly sexualized and underly developed. Gaming as a whole would noticeably...
I want to be in position 69. Yeah, that's good.
Prove if we could take the source code for League of Angels and fire it into the sun. There are 5 League of Angels games, and if you ask me which specific game this rating refers to, the answer is I don't care. 68, Life is Feudal. This was a hardcore, low fantasy survival.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. This needs to be like 250. This is such a garbage game. No one should play this piece of shit.
MMO connected to the game Life is Feudal Your Own. That one was offline. This one is an MMO with an opening voiceover by Sean Bean. It released in 2017 and then did the most Sean Bean thing it could do and die in 2021. The game then got bought by a new company and they are trying to re-release it as a crypto NFT game. Hopefully it can just stay dead. 67, Tree of...
Yeah, it's a piece of trash. Not even the tutorial works in that game.
Savior, an absolutely beautiful Korean MMO. Tree of Savior, or Savior, both work, is a top-down hack-and-slash MMO with stunning art and quite good combat, but an incredibly egregious cash shot. Still online and worth playing for the visual style alone. 66, Moonlight Blade, Eastern Martial Arts MMO, lovely graphics, but the PC release ties into the mobile release, so lots of loading screens and an autoplay feature. So another game that you don't have to play if you don't want to. 65, Project Gorgon, one of the more interesting MMOs on the list. Project Gorgon was made by a very small team focused on recapturing the classic, expansive, adventurous feel of games like EverQuest and Ultima. It's buy to play, which is unusual for an MMO, but has enough of a player base to be stable. And why not? You can play as a pig. 64, Tower of Fantasy, stylized sci-fi gacha. Tower of Fantasy hit the West hard with an aggressive...
So they allow you to play as a white person in that last game. That's pretty diverse of them. I think DEI is ruining games a little bit if they're letting you do that. No one wants to play as a whitey.
Massive marketing campaign and started as a decent game, but the self-titled Genshin Impact killer quickly burned through a lot of the public goodwill it had with its extremely heavy cash shop. Still online, but losing steam. 63, Chrono Odyssey, another upcoming next-gen MMO. Chrono Odyssey
look, a game that hasn't released yet.
And design looks genuinely creepy, gameplay looks smooth, but the eternal question for every new MMO ever, will it actually exist? Who knows?
Again, like Josh Rife Hayes said, we consult the chart.
62, Wizard 101, a child-friendly but actually very enjoyable.
Wizard 101?
Collecting magical cards and building a magical deck of spells.
62, that's not bad.
2008 and is still going strong. Smaller adventure zones with combat encounters pulling you into a magical circle of enemies and allies, and then a turn-based spell-slinging combat system. 61, Crimson Desert, an upcoming game from Pearl Abyss. The same people behind Black Desert Online. Not out yet, but apparently give Pearl Abyss enough time and they may make a desert for every single color. 60, Skyforge, one of the stronger games on the list. Skyforge is a free-to-play action MMO with a nice fluid combat system where you are a forgotten god, and by answering the call of your dwindling faithful and completing instance-based missions for them, you regain faith and get stronger. That's really nice narrative framing for a level-up system. Releasing in 2015, it is still going. 59, Guild Wars 1, not strictly an MMORPG, more of an online RPG with optional co-op. Guild Wars 1 is one of the best
Top 60. Top 60. Guild Wars 1. I can't be mad. I can't be mad.
On the list, possibly ever. Releasing back in 2005 and still online to this day, Guild Wars uses a Magic the Gathering-inspired combat system where you have multiple skills but can only set them up while in a safe zone and then must take on the adventure zone with whatever set you give yourself, like drawing your opening hand of cards in Magic the Gathering. Several expansions and the ability to turn your old characters into mercenary companions for your new ones make Guild Wars 1 a game that every RPG fan should try.
So good.
Star Wars Galaxies, probably the game I hear people wish for the most. Star Wars Galaxies.
This is the game that everyone loved until everyone figured out how to get to be a Jedi, and then no one gave a fuck anymore.
was a massive galaxy-sized Star Wars life sim MMO running from 2003 until 2011. Players could take on a variety of roles, but the game was ironically killed by the later inclusion of the Jedi class. Before this, everyone did their own thing, but to become a Jedi, you must perform a load of originally secret things. However, once those things were known, everyone became a Jedi. Non-combat classes became rare, the economy slowed down, and balance went out the window because when everyone is
everyone wanted to be the best. Has he said SWTOR? No, I'm assuming SWTOR will be like top 20.
No one is. Thankfully, Star Wars never made that mistake again, and every bit of media they've released since then has been absolutely perfect. 57. EverQuest Next. This was the production name of a game not at all related to the events of EverQuest 1 or 2, so you can imagine the confusion this caused. Next would be set in a world similar to, but not actually Norath, and following new story. It had the landmark creation system, which itself would break away and become the standalone MMO Landmark. We've already seen that on this list. The EverQuest Next project was discontinued in 2016. 56. Allods Online. A colourful, chunky Russian, not World of Warcraft, with standard tab target combat quest and airship PvP. It's most commonly known as the game which made people play World of Warcraft. It's still online. 55. Mortal Online 2. This takes the open world brutality of Mortal Online 1.
There's Veiny Dick Game 2. Man, the schlongs in this game were so goddamn detailed. The titties flop around, but there's no reason to play beyond that.
Nicer graphics, a more fleshed out crafting system, and a much bigger world, priding itself on how unforgiving and brutal it is. Mortal Online 2 really wants the player base to live there, focus on it, spend weeks building a base and then defend it in a bloody struggle against other people who have spent weeks amassing an army to take it over. So it's fun if you...
Yeah, except the problem is no one's playing it.
Got several weeks to spare and don't mind losing everything when you die.
Except like 3 people who are gods at this game and you're screwed.
Very niche, but still online. 54. Chronicles of Illyria. Kira TV has an entire series of videos explaining exactly why Chronicles of Illyria shouldn't be any...
How the fuck is the scam above Guild Wars 1?
When near a top 10 MMO list, it should be a warning, a rallying cry of why you don't blindly support projects, and how trust me bro isn't a good design philosophy. Unfortunately, for all the backers who believed in it, it's offline. 53. Lineage Eternal. So Lineage Eternal was the codename for...
What did he say? What did he say? Trust me, bro, is not a good design philosophy? God, I hope I'm wrong about this.
For a hack-and-slash action RPG which was meant to be related to the Lineage series but was then changed and renamed to Project TL, which itself was then renamed to Throne and Liberty. So Lineage Eternal and everything the videos discussing it were hoping for has changed so much the game no longer exists. We'll get to what Throne and Liberty actually became soon. 52. Trove, a procedurally generated child-friendly pixel platformer with Minecraft-style building mechanics and actually quite impressive depth in the varied combat classes. Trove is good harmless fun and it runs on a potato, still online. 51. Terraceland. A couple of years ago, World of Warcraft actually closed down in China.
This is pure marketing hype. This game was fucking dog shit.
For a bit. During that window, Tencent released the replacement Terraceland. It's basically Chinese World of Warcraft. So
I think this is on all the lists because they paid people. They actively went out of their way to do, God, what's it called? UGC. Do any of you know what UGC is? China's big into this. UGC is user-generated content where they pay a bunch of people to make ads online on their personal channels and post it everywhere. Right? They tried to pay you, you never took the bag. Yeah, but that's because you still have a soul, Benji. Right. Still deep somewhere inside of you, there's still the spark of humanity that is yet to be extinguished. But out there, an infinite horde of zombies willing to take a paycheck in exchange for any reliability or dignity they have.
Same art style, same gameplay, same overall vibe. If you couldn't play World of Warcraft, which you couldn't, you could dive into Terraceland and instantly understand everything that was going on because that was literally the point of it. It has since had a global release and is still online. 50. Peria Chronicles.
Were you UGC for New World? No, I wish I was. I fucking wish I was. I was retarded for New World because I was sitting there thinking, how can the multi-billion-dollar company ever fuck up? The guys with infinite money? No, they wouldn't fuck up. Then Rings of Power came out. Then New World came out. Then you looked at all their games that they had to unrelease because it was such a pile of shit. Then they fucked up the deal they had for the Lord of the Rings MMO that they were making. They don't know what they're doing. Turns out you can have infinite money and still screw this up.
Anime-style sandbox MMO announced back in the mid-2010s. Peria Chronicles was meant to be a cross-platform anime action MMO and Minecraft hybrid. It had a beta test in 2019, then Nexon cancelled the project. 49. Wildstar. Another name I hear people lament the passing off. Wildstar was an aloof, quirky, zany, off-the-wall, self-aware, and quite post-
Top 50 Wildstar, that's a win.
Modern MMO set in a fantasy sci-fi retro-futuristic world, mostly focused on very well-designed PvE bosses and more free-form movement with the parkour system. Wildstar released in 2014 and shut down only 4 years later, unfortunately taking the entire Carbine Studio design company with it. 48. Final Fantasy XI. Following the massive commercial success of Final Fantasy X on the PlayStation 2, Square took their first foray into the MMO world of the Final Fantasy series with FF11, releasing in 2002 and being the very first MMORPG ever to offer cross.
See what I mean when I said there's going to be games above Core Punk? Older games that have been mentioned a lot more? Well, there you go.
platform play between the PlayStation 2 and Windows PC. It would then go on to be released on Xbox 360. Very successful, if not really annoying to actually buy and sign up for. The PlayStation 2 and Xbox servers closed in 2016. They were actually the last remaining online servers for any PlayStation 2 game. FF11 is still going today and shows no signs of shutting down. 47. PlanetSide 2. Fancy being dropped onto a massive planet-sized, never-ending PvP battle? Then PlanetSide 2 might be for you. Releasing in 2012 and still going, YouTuber The Spiffing Brit actually helped organize a battle which broke the record for single largest battle size, featuring 1,530 players and crashing the game. It resumed with a smaller but more stable amount of 1,240 players on the same server, all fighting at the same time. PlanetSide 2 is still online and will remain so until the Spiffing Brit decides to crash it again. 46. Elion. Originally named Ascent Infinite Realm and thankfully changing that name in development, Elion is a more modern action MMO released in 2020, a spiritual successor to Terra in many ways, and following the same fate as Terra, died in 2023. And you can't blame me for this one because I didn't make a video. 45. Revelations Online, a Chinese action MMO. Revelation Online released in 2015, bringing extremely...
Oh my god, we've got so much to go and I've only got 10 minutes left. Thanks for the follow, Hakiobi.
Characters and classes, massive weapons...
I might actually skip to the end of this.
Physics... Welcome back, everyone. The game was praised for its flying combat and massive PvP battles, but they couldn't save it, and it shut down in 2024. 44. Camelot Unchained, another Kickstarter MMO. Camelot Unchained was being led by Mark Jacobs, the guy behind original Dark Age of Camelot. Announced back in 2012 and focusing on realm versus realm PvP, much like the original Dark Age, it had 11 years of beta tests, update emails, and escalating promises, but still no game. To any budding game developer out there, public hype usually has a 6-month window. If you announce something, demand for it will reach fever pitch in 6 months. That's a huge bitch! Camelot Unchained is now 13 years out and still no game. 43. Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, another ambitious project for Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. Unfortunately, that project involves the words Kickstarter, open world, and we need more funding, please. Pantheon has been hit by 2 major issues. The first was the saddening news of Brad McQuaid passing in 2019. The second is the constant promising more and more and costing more and more, meaning by the time one system even gets close to being finished, they've added another 2. Will Pantheon Rise of the Fallen be released when you watch this video? Will it release by the time I die? Will it be another scam or the best MMO in the world? Who knows? 42. Warhammer Online. I still haven't personally forgiven Games Workshop for killing Warhammer Fantasy with the End Times plot many years ago. Rest in peace, my Empire Army. Although the world was scratching my rank and file itch. Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning, cleverly abbreviated to just War, was a brutal realm versus realm third-person MMO where players worked on the side of either order or destruction. Releasing in 2008 and hitting 800,000 subscribers pretty quickly, that number dropped to 300k within months, which is still respectable. However, the game, like all niche things Games Workshop decided to try and do, lost support only 5 years later.
Do wait for this to work if you're sitting. Well, I'm sitting here in a chair with no back support, right? And this thing's not long enough that it's sitting on my chair, on my lap, right? So what it's doing is it's pulling down my entire spine. So in order to sit upright, yes, it's working. I promise you I can feel the fucking difference when I take this off. Another 8. Yeah, okay. 10 minutes, let's go. Come on, we can do
Return
this.
of Reckoning has kept the game unofficially online and is still popular to this day, so let's not tell Games Workshop about that. 41. Ultima Online. Released back in 1997, Ultima Online was another cornerstone of the genre, an isometric top-down classic RPG set in a persistent world, one of the original open-world sandbox games. Led by the enigmatic Lord British Richard Garriott's in-game persona, Ultima was brutal even for the time. The game did have high-level computer-controlled enemies and dungeons, but the focus was on player interaction and player-created narratives. Friendships formed, rivalries grew, and the game got 10 expansions, with the latest in 2015. Ultima battled with EverQuest its entire life, and their rivalry pushed both of them and the genre itself.
This is what I mean. You see this game? It's only this high on the list because it's been mentioned a million times, and he didn't account for that in his fineness ratio. This is exactly what I was talking about when I said he did data collection, not a scientific weighting of the shit.
Greater heights. Today, the original Ultima is still online, but the Ultima Online Outlands server, a more classic experience, is gaining popularity. 40. Maple Story. Side-scrolling Korean MMO. Maple Story is a cutesy action fighter with a host of classes and loads of different skills. I personally enjoy playing as Kane, the edgiest edgelord who ever did Lord over an edge. Releasing back in 2003 and generating over $3 billion in revenue so far, it's one of the most successful MMO franchises, the original even outliving its own sequel. Still online today. In fact, downloading Maple Story...
What did I just join into? We're going at 2x speed because I got 10 minutes before I got to get the fuck out of here. I've got to go take my car to get repaired because it's royally fucked. Right? I'm screwed. So we're speeding through this at autism speed, and so we're sprinting.
One sign of a millennial midlife crisis. 39. DC Universe Online. Back to superheroes, but officially branded this time. DC Universe Online released back in 2011.
Damn, DC Universe Online outdid Wizard 101. And Guild Wars 1. That's bad.
Let the player create a superhero from a bunch of different choices, such as flame
I
powers,
don't think
electric
there's a
powers, or the
2.5.
greatest superpower of all, non-friendship, being born a billionaire. Still online today with a very positive rating on Steam.
Can we go faster?
Superhero franchise, even if it did die.
Can we go at ludicrous speed?
38. Rift. One of the greatest fictional characters of all time, Captain Jean-Luc Picard, once said, "It is possible to make no mistakes and still lose. That is not a weakness, that is life." I feel this sentiment almost applies to Rift, a fantasy sci-fi hybrid MMO released.
Holy shit, Rift beat Guild Wars 1.
2011. Rift started the player in the future after a cataclysmic event, then sent them back in time to prevent said event. Focused on groups of players battling giant rifts in reality.
This was such a WoW clone of a game, it's insane.
The gameplay was solid, the job system was interesting, the classes were varied, the humor was on point. So what happened? Well, Rift
I don't have that plugin, no.
with posters saying, "We're not in Azeroth anymore." Now, throwing shade at the biggest MMO in the world at the time may have seemed smart, but what it actually caused people to do...
Every game that called itself a WoW killer was the dumbest shit ever, because it was almost like a death sentence. Calling your game a WoW killer is the best way to screw your life up.
Google what is Azeroth and discover World of Warcraft, then play that instead. It could never quite pick up the momentum it needed to beat World of Warcraft and was acquired by MMO Graveyard Game Ago in 2018. Rift is still online, but it's a shadow of its former self. 37. Runes of Magic. Here's a personal story. Many years ago, my friend and I played RuneScape. We would come home from school or work and all log on at the same time. Then, when the evolution of combat happened, we all left RuneScape and had to find another game. They all went to World of Warcraft. I, however, went to a similar but lesser-known game called Runes of Magic. So while I have a deep personal love for this game, I can look back and admit that my friends were right and I was less right. A World of Warcraft clone through and through. Runes of Magic is a
I made so many bases in DC Universe Online with friends, haha.
Yeah, I didn't play it enough to do that. I did play it a little bit, but not nearly enough to do that. Plus, none of my friends were interested.
And a dwindling playbase. It does, however, have a pretty cool song by the band Van Canto called Magic Taboria, so it's got that going for it. Still online, somehow. 36, Dauntless. Another not quite MMO, more online co-op action RPG. Dauntless released in 2019, so it's one of the newer games on the list. Focusing on PvE, you team up with other players and go and hunt massive monsters. Kind of like an online version of Monster Hunter, and it very much captured that niche until Monster Hunter World released, then all the players went over there. Dauntless is still online and maintains a moderate-sized playbase.
I'm surprised this game is still alive. I thought it would have been dead on arrival the second that Monster Hunter World showed up.
35, Destiny 2. Releasing back in 2017 on the PS4,
Ooh,
Xbox, and PC,
Destiny 2
is more of a shared world first-person shooter with RPG elements and
didn't
small
even make the
instances of
top
grinding in the
10.
game. Technically not a bad game, but has angered the community with several updates
Shit,
which actually removed content and added it to the Destiny vault. Playing any game for long.
Fuck, what happened, huh? These are the same guys who made Halo. How the mighty have fallen.
Getting less content is always a bad feeling. Still online and still successful. Just be aware the playbase is passionate, and nobody hates Destiny 2 more than people who play Destiny 2. 34, The Secret World. One of my favorite games to play. How about an MMO set in the modern world focused on global conspiracies, shady government takeovers?
Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll watch the last top 10 at normal speed because I will have time for that.
Or occult organizations. The Secret World was part traditional MMO, part augmented reality game with in-game quests needing players to read real-world books to...
Actually, let me see how far I have to drive with a fucked up car quick, and then we'll be able to tell how much time I actually have. Because that's going to change things. How far do I have to drive? Oh, fuck yeah, that's not far. I can make it. I can make it. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
To get references, research real-world battles or monuments, or visit hidden websites and crack real codes to
We'll
progress.
slow down for the last 10 because those matter.
The mythological narrative connection was interesting for the time, but the augmented reality aspects didn't appeal to enough people.
Just remember, everything that's not in the top 10 list is not worth your time. Remember to always judge your games on how many people are playing it and never any other metric. Don't ever have a personal opinion. Don't ever think for yourself. It's all about population counts and who thinks what is popular. So if some random YouTuber out there says it's popular, okay? Now the top 10 also suck. Well, I mean, look. We're talking about MMOs here, Benji. That's like saying the top 10 dick suckers suck some dick. We all know.
Launched in 2012, then relaunched in 2017 as The Secret World Legends, which is still online, but the community are crying out for a single-player version to release, because the people who do like this game really like this game and don't want to lose it if it ever does go offline. 33.
That just looked like a better version of Heavy Rain.
Dark Age of Camelot, another one of the early MMO pioneers. Dark Age of Camelot focused on realm versus realm, player versus player clashes, set after the death of King Arthur with a more grounded classical fantasy approach. Releasing back in 2001, the original servers could hold up to 20,000 players per world, which is still impressive to this day. However, they limited themselves to 4,000 for stability and to reduce player clutter in major cities. It was nominated for the 2002 Massive Multiplayer Game of the Year award, which it lost to The Sims Online. Dark Age of Camelot is still online today and still enjoyable until the opponent discovered the amazing power of spamming bows on bridges. 32. Phantasy Star Online 2. The Phantasy Star series started back in 1987 on the Sega Master System. I still have the Sega Master System from my childhood, and I'm really showing my age here. Phantasy Star Online 1 released in 2000, then Phantasy Star Universe.
God, I remember Phantasy Star. I thought this game was dead and gone and no one talked about it.
In 2006, but it was Phantasy Star Online 2 which really hit the mainstream. 9 starting classes, 4 more advanced ones, and unlike the original which focused on linear, randomly generated dungeons, PSO2 has a more open
Donald
world
Trump
focus.
sat in his plush golden throne, like chair, adjusting his tie for what felt like the 100th time. He was a man of great importance. After all, the 45th President of the United States.
And his sidekick, the Hitler salute Elon Musk, also known as Adolf Boy.
$1 billion and is still Phantasy Star Online 2. 31. Path of Exile. We're almost 220 games into
this. This is not an MMO.
Not really an MMO, but still a damn good game. Path of Exile is what happened.
Bang over game. Definitely worth playing.
When some guys who really like Diablo thought they could make a better Diablo and just kind of didn't stop until they actually did. And then they kept going, and now we're all very worried about them because they cannot seem to stop making it. Released in 2013, Path of Exile has gone through time-limited events called Leagues, each league lasting a few months. I've always talked about quit moments in games. Leagues are designed as return moments. A top-down hack-and-slash RPG with about as many items as it has systems. It's still very much online. The sequel, Path of Exile 2, is in early access now. I'm enjoying it. They even sent me this cool puzzle box, which I'm sure is totally safe to open. 30. Perfect World, one of the most successful Chinese MMOs ever. Released back in 2005, Perfect World has seen 20 expansions and is still going strong today. However, there is another MMO being made called Perfect New World, and the name of the company making these games is Perfect World Games.
Also, this character's name is Bussy.
So you'll be forgiven for getting them all a bit confused together. 29. Lineage 2, released back in the ancient times of 2003. Lineage 2 is a prequel to the first Lineage. It had its own prequel.
Fuck did Lineage 2 make it into the top 30? Oh my god.
Lineage 2 Revolution released on mobile in 2016. Then it itself was remade for mobile and released as Lineage 2M in 2019. Because as much as we hate it, the future is mobile gaming. With over 100 million users since release, Lineage 2 was vastly successful and still online, actually outlasting the Western servers for Lineage 1, which was shut down in 2011. 28. Arcade Unchained. Another name change which confuses players. Arcade Unchained released in 2019 and was the same game as the original Arcade, but wasn't free to play. You had to buy one of the 3 entry packs. But this was changed, and now Arcade Unchained is a subscription game. Then they added an Arc Pass battle system. Then in 2023, Arcade Unchained was merged back into the original Arcade.
How's it like? I feel like the games down here at like 250 and the games up here are of the same quality.
now just Arcade. Then 1 year later, the European and American servers shut down. So it is alive in the East only, known simply as Arcade. 27. Throne and Liberty. Here's another example of MMO name changes. Really
Holy shit.
Lineage Eternal was announced in 2011, a sequel to the Lineage franchise, but then in
This tells you how much this game has been shilled.
2017 was rebranded to Project TL, then 5 years later in 2022, rebranded again to Throne and Liberty, and then 2 years after that, released in 2024 and gained 3 million players in 1 week. A very successful launch, an Eastern hack-and-slash-action MMO with stunning graphics. A recent roadmap announced one man...
It gained 3 million players and it's probably dropped 2 of those. I don't actually know, I'm talking out my ass here. I can look at data charts and stuff some other time.
Dungeons and 12-player raids coming soon. Hopefully Throne and Liberty has more staying power than other Eastern action MMOs on this list. 26. Dungeons and Dragons Online, one of my personal favorite designs in gaming. DDO is the best compromise between the freeform imagination of a tabletop system and the restrictions of an online video game. A classic third-person MMO released back in 2006. The level cap is remarkably low and new content gets released for all levels quite often, not just endgame. Because when you reach endgame, you're encouraged to reincarnate as a new character and a new class, gaining a small stacking buff every time you do, which allows you to level through a new starting adventure. Loads of classes and more player choice.
Is Throne and Liberty actually bad? As far as I've heard, Throne and Liberty is not bad, but then they ruin the endgame content by just locking it behind a paywall. And if you want to get anywhere, you just have to keep paying into the game. That's what I've heard.
The most modern MMO games, DDO rolled a natural 20 and is still online. 25. EverQuest, the world's prettiest chat room. EverQuest, while not being the most well-known, is probably the most influential MMORPG of all time. Even if it wasn't the first and won't be the last, it codified and standardized the design we know today. It is the foundations that many others have built off. Releasing back in 1999, it is not only still online, but has received over 31 major expansions, with one every December since 2017. EverQuest now frequently launches time-locked progression servers where all players start with only the base game.
My god, EverQuest is this old and it's this high on the list.
And expansions are unlocked for everyone every few months to recreate that feeling of progression. Or you've got
MMO players are starving. If this is at the top of the list, MMO players are suffering. We live in limbo. We live in an eternal hell where there's no rest.
Project 99, the game as it was many years ago with fewer quality of life updates, slow, unforgiving, and immensely rewarding. I made a video called I Play EverQuest.
Total points of 63. Jesus.
100 hours should you, and after doing that, I have a deep respect for what EverQuest did and is still doing. 24. Warframe. Is Warframe an MMO? Is a question for the Tenno scholars. Is Warframe a fantastic fast-paced space ninja parkour shoot 'em up with epic sweeping plotline? Is a question.
Amazing game, not an MMO.
26 million registered losers, and the answer is yes. Released back in 2013, Warframe is the gold standard for fast-paced, fluid third-person action combat with lots of jumping, and one of the games I'm glad I discovered in my worst MMO ever series because it's always fun to run some quick levels. Still online, probably will be for a while. 23. Bless Unleashed. It's time to unleash the Bless. Announced back in 2011 and known simply as Bless, it was a third-person action combat MMO originally published by Area Games. The Western release was cancelled, so the developer NeoWiz self-published instead, renaming to Bless Online and launching in 2018. Then they decided to reboot the game and re-release as Bless Unleashed in 2020, which is just about still going. 22. Star Trek Online. Space, the Final Frontier. Made by Cryptic Studios, the same people behind Neverwinter Online.
How is this here? I have never seen a single YouTube video on this, and somehow it's got 69 points. How? How?
Star Trek Online is similar. You captain your own starship, travel to smaller dungeons, explore them, and kill things along the way. Launched in 2011 and still online today. It's a competent MMO, but as a classic Star Trek fan myself, I'd say it's missing the procedural competence of the next generation, or the raw sexual energy of the original series. 21. Aeon, another NC soft title. Aeon, the Tower of Eternity, mostly just known as...
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god, how is this here? How is this high on the list?
Aeon is another Korean action MMO launched in 2008. It was one of the largest MMO launches ever, over 1 million players within 4 days. And the game made $30 million in only a few months. Aeon was mostly about players joining opposing legions for battleground PvP.
Okay, I'll give it this. It's 3D combat where you have to like fly through space and shit while you're fighting, especially in PvP, was goddamn good back in the day. I played a cleric, and that means you were invincible, but damn.
They're Legion's NPC soldiers for a kind of PvPvE, and it's still online. 20. Star Citizen, probably one of the most ambitious video games ever announced with a price tag.
The game in Eternal Alpha is in the top 20. The game that's never leaving Alpha is in the top 20. I've got a conspiracy theory for you about Star Citizen. Star Citizen. My conspiracy theory is it's never leaving Alpha. Do you want to know why it's never actually going to leave Alpha? It's never leaving Alpha because it's too profitable. Why would you kill your golden goose if it keeps shitting out hundreds of millions of dollars at you? It's going to be an Eternal Alpha until it stops getting money. It's gotten like $700 million of funding. Why would you ever pull it out of Alpha if you can keep suckering people in? And just promise that it's gonna be out soon. That's my conspiracy theory. It's never leaving Alpha.
Back to match. Star Citizen started as the idea of a galaxy-sized space sim and recently became the most expensive video game ever, with development costs soaring past $400 million and capital raised hitting $750 million, $750 million, eclipsing second place Grand Theft Auto 5 at a paltry $270 million. You can buy ships in the game for lots of real-world money that they promise will eventually be released because Star Citizen is still being made, and until they stop adding features, which they don't seem to be doing anytime soon, it will continue to be made forever. For the amount of money they have raised, they could have built an actual spaceship by now. Not out yet. Let's see how well this video ages. 19. Crowfall. You know what we don't have enough of? Smaller developers raising millions of dollars on Kickstarter by promising an incredibly ambitious niche new MMORPG using some new gimmick like a real-time strategy campaign, then taking said money, delaying the game, finally releasing a disappointing mess, and then shutting down only 1 year later. Anyway, here's Crowfall. 18. Terror. One of the first MMOs I apparently killed, and after getting a taste for blood, I've gone on to kill many more. Terror, the exiled realm of Arborea, was a super fast action combat.
I'm actually shocked that this is this high on the list.
MMO with over-the-top Eastern archetypes, such as the massive muscular warrior using a literal lance as a weapon, the slim and svelte lady with a gun larger than her, or just a child. Over the years, it became a mess of aesthetics. The monster and environment designs were awesomely over-the-top, but the cosmetics were garish and immersion-breaking, including a tiny police car you could drive around in, or a collaboration with Attack on Titan, bringing the omnidirectional mobility.
Hey, look at those titties. Never mind, maybe this does deserve to be in the top 20.
In 2011, it saw success, got renamed to Terror Rising in 2013 when it went free to play, then the PC server shut down in 2022. It's still alive on console, and I'm sure that final remaining player really appreciates that. 17. Ashes of Creation. Another Kickstarter MMO promising to bring back the glory days. Ashes of Creation has found more success than most through hype alone, but hype can be a fickle mistress.
Let's consult the chart, shall we? No, Ashes has a chance of being decent, but it's not going to be the MMO everyone wants. It's not going to be the thing everyone thinks it is. It's going to disappoint very many people. Also, $500 for a fucking alpha is ridiculous. Or $250 or whatever, that's ridiculous. In the past, playtesting games used to be a job. Now they get you to pay them to playtest their shitty game. That's not finished. That's still in an alpha state. That's only going to release MMO, MLM. That's only coming out like when I'm 95 years old.
Raising over $3 million on Kickstarter.
According to the Ferret, it's very good, but he's an EVE player. He's also a game dev, and he's got every reason under the sun to dislike players and like developers. So he's compromised, but we're all compromised in one way or another.
It promises a player-driven world-building idea. Guilds taking over cities, players defending or assaulting nodes to access their power, settlements creeping into the wilds, and roaming bands of NPC enemies potentially taking back the player territory for themselves. Announced in 2016 and having several public alphas since, it's still not released and still promising the world. 16. World of Warcraft Classic. You think you do, but you don't. But it turns out you actually did. World of Warcraft is quite a popular game. But with every expansion, people say
it's so low! It's so low on the list! Oh my god! Oh! I just felt hundreds of thousands of WoW Classic players cry out in pain.
Further from what made it great in the first place. So after Blizzard spent years telling people they don't want the game as they remembered it, they released the game as they remembered it, and players loved it and played it a lot. World of Warcraft Classic
Didn't even make
back
the
in
top
classic expansions. The Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King. Then they realized they were making the same mistakes as before. So, following the same formula as EverQuest's time-locked progression servers, we're now getting WoW Classic, an endless cycle of relaunching the same game again and again. 15. Blade and Soul. Another classic Chinese wushu-themed action MMO. Blade and Soul released in 2012 and lets players explore a vast and beautiful landscape. Defeating enemies with a combo system where you chain various abilities together to create new combinations. So successful it got a TV series adaptation in 2014 and then a mobile game, Blade and Soul Revolution, in 2018. Still online and still doing very well in the East. 14. RuneScape 3. Back in 2012, RuneScape released the evolution of combat updates, changing the classic...
You know what this means? OSRS is ahead of this. Thank God.
Well-loved click-and-wait combat style into a new exciting mess of abilities, cooldowns, hotbars, and status effects, and it was bad, and lots of players left. But now the evolution of combat system has been in the game longer than it hasn't. And in 13 years, they've had enough time to build on the strengths of the system, and RuneScape 3 is actually really good. With the new necromancy skill, an epic storyline following the God Wars, and multiverse-level threats, elite skills, and loads of new locations added, playing as an Iron Man allowing you to focus on self-sufficiency through gathering and crafting, combined with the gathering and crafting reworks, RuneScape is still tainted by the mistakes of the past, but give it some time and you'll find a solid MMO. I still consider RuneScape 3 the gold standard for quest and storytelling within an MMORPG, and the needle skips is potentially...
I don't know if I can debate about that because I haven't played RuneScape 3. I don't know how good it is, quest-wise.
One of the most emotional quests I've ever played. Just try to ignore the cash shop, which is difficult because my god do they make you look at it a lot. 13. Lord of the Rings Online. The MMO landscape is changing. I feel it in the water. Much that once was is lost, but none now live who remember it. Lord of the Rings Online is an incredibly early MMO set in Middle-earth. You don't play as the Fellowship, but instead hear about their journey through tales and complete quests, which help them in related ways. Boasting one of the largest connected overworld maps ever, you can literally walk from the Shire.
I've got to try this game out at some point.
To Mordor, proving Sean being wrong. Very new player friendly and still very online. 12. Neverwinter Online. I started my YouTube career many years ago making guides for Neverwinter Online, a third-person action MMO launching in 2013. Set in the Dungeons & Dragons Forgotten Realms universe, you likely know that place from Baldur's Gate 3. Neverwinter focused on action and combat over everything else. You'd start by helping Lord Neverember take back the city from the Nasher gang and then become a demigod-slaying hero of time. Expansion packs related to...
Not bad. Basing anything off of D&D is going to lead to at least a semi-decent game.
Classic stories from the history of D&D took players to the Feywild, the Underdark, Icewind Dale, or the multiverse of Spelljammer. Neverwinter also released with one of my favorite MMO things ever, the Foundry, a player creation toolkit where budding game designers could make their own environments, enemies, combat encounters, and quests, set within self-contained worlds that you could teleport to, and players could take on those quests. I've played through player-made Lovecraftian horror quests, detective noir quests, even a sci-fi spy spoof. Some of these quests are the best things I've played in any MMO, but the Foundry was eventually taken offline. Then content like dungeons and raids were removed from the main game, and then the combat was slowed down. And Neverwinter, while still fun, isn't the action MMO power.
Have you noticed that game devs always do this thing where they give players as much freedom as they can, and then when they realize their players are more creative than them, they take it away?
House it used to be. 11. New World. Amazon clearly saw how much money...
Oh, get fucked! Yes! Not in the top 10. Oh, eat shit,
Warcraft
New
was
World.
making in the late 2000s, so only a decade later in 2021, they released New World. Hyped up for months as the first new IP, big-budget MMO from a big publisher, New World released as a buggy, broken mess. Trading and duping exploits with
What
the auction
a
house,
mess.
infinite health exploits by just playing in window mode and moving the window around, and the in-game chat box not being sanitized and accepting HTML input, allowing you to run rudimentary in-game code on any other player who could see what you were typing. Such
I'm
as calling
so
out the image
happy.
of a sausage held in the game files, but really big, or as we discovered, displaying a tiny white box above your own character's head, but make it so large that it fills everyone else's screen. We called this the flashbang and won a lot of PvP with it. These things caused the game to release to over 900,000 players and then plummet down to around 20,000 daily, which is still a respectable number for a smaller MMO, but New World didn't want to be a smaller
Get
MMO. The exploits
fucked.
were eventually patched, but the damage had been done. The game has now seen a few expansions, and maybe, like RuneScape, it will redeem itself in a few years. 10. Albion Online. Kicking off the top 10 with a
Albion
shining example of a player-driven PvP Kickstarter MMO
No
actually
wonder
succeeding.
Benji
Albion
is
Online is a
bad.
top-down hack-and-slash MMO about
No
grinding
wonder.
skills, gathering materials, crafting armor and weapons.
Now listen, you've been listening to it at hyper speed for so long that it's gonna sound like Josh is on Ambien. It's gonna sound like he's been drugged up, like he's been roofied.
Going into the dangerous world and fighting other players, dying because you got ganked by a team, losing everything, and then starting
there
all
it
over
is.
again. Releasing in 2017 after a
No
very
wonder
successful
Benji's
Kickstarter
mad.
campaign, Albion Online allows players and
I should've
guilds to
guessed.
take control of cities, then set taxation on other players using the amenities within those cities like blacksmiths or lumber yards. The entire point of Albion Online is to be temporary. The low to mid-level resources are safe from PvP, but the rare resources exist in the dangerous zones. So build your arsenal, gather a team, go and get them, die, try again. No classes, you can switch out weapons at any time, which changes the skills you use, and a massive skill tree allows you to specialize in lots of things. It's also seen a mobile port, which is very good.
Yeah,
and the whole
Josh is
game
drunk.
is
He's
still
been
online.
roofied.
9. EVE Online. It's time for
Ooh.
spreadsheets in space. EVE Online
Ooh,
is an
Excel
anomaly
Online.
in the MMO space. Niche yet popular, a slow-paced but incredibly quick, expansive space sim with everything from asteroid mining to more asteroid mining to sometimes even asteroid mining. And occasionally, massive multi-million-pound space battles with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of ships and the premium currency Plex genuinely being lost.
I fucked
EVE
you.
is a
I fucked you up. Now you've listened to this for so long that listening to him at normal speed because your brain adjusted to a higher speed. So listening to him now, it sounds fucked up. It sounds like it sounds like he got kicked by a horse.
Game which knows its audience and despite its immense popularity is still considered somewhat niche. It's sometimes better to read about the insane events happening within EVE than to try to play it. Alliances, treaties, spies, rivalries,
Is it still the
betrayals,
record
and
for the
one of the
largest
most
space
famous
battle? I think
in-game
it is.
players being a peace negotiator between some massive factions. EVE is sometimes Star Trek The Next Gen, sometimes Battlestar Galactica, and sometimes Red Dwarf, but it's mostly spreadsheets tracking all of the above. Seriously, there's an official Microsoft Excel EVE add-on. Of course, it's still online. If it ever went offline, it would be tracked in hundreds of thousands of spreadsheets. 8.
Let's make sure that those people in that containment MMO never leave.
Old school RuneScape.
Oh, wait, sorry, there
Proving
it
you
is.
don't need cutting-edge graphics
There
or
it is.
flashy combat, everyone's favorite childhood medieval clicking simulator sits firmly in the top 10. Old school
Yeah.
RuneScape was Jagex responding to the player base pushing back against the modern changes RuneScape had been making recently, and Old School released in 2013. It was a snapshot of the game as it was in 2007, which is
What
why
a
the
banger.
subreddit is called 2007scape. It has since become the most popular version.
Like I said, I've said this before. When I was in school, I was one of the WoW players. The RuneScape players played it like they had it in a tab and they were jerking off all the time. I already told the story about the ball water. It's somewhere on the channel. But yeah. The RuneScape players in my school were all Kumas. All of them.
Version of the
Yeah, you go to an all-boys school and freaky shit happens. Just bad shit happens. When guys aren't around girls growing up, they never learn to not be apes.
Game, gaining its own development team and brand new quests and storylines. A personal favourite, Old School RuneScape also released a mobile client in 2018 which plays exactly the same game but on mobile, so you have no excuse to have low agility. Just tap while watching Netflix, like the rest of us do. 7. Star Wars The Old Republic. Not the first attempt at a Star Wars MMO, but definitely the most successful. The Old Republic was made by BioWare and launched back in 2011. The last mainstream Star Wars film to launch before this was Revenge of the Sith in 2005, so the game wasn't exactly riding a marketing wave. Also,
Not
that was the
bad.
last Star Wars film I actually
A respectable place for Sutor.
saw. The Old Republic MMO takes place canonically 300 years after the events of the Knights of the Old Republic single-player RPG games. It lets players pick a class and then play through a different, fleshed-out and well-voice-acted story for
Mass Effect dialogue wheel tree, not bad. Could have been better.
every single class, giving it huge replayability and making the Old Republic a legitimately good RPG in its own right. Still online and still doing very well. 6. Lost Ark, the game I get the most.
How the fuck is this here? How is bot Ark here? Does anyone even play Lost Ark anymore? I forgot this game existed. This game, admittedly, has still got more players than New World.
Most messages to play. Lost Ark released in 2019 and came to the...
Okay, let's be fair. Divide that number by 2. What do you get? Okay, it's about the same amount of players as New World. The rest are bots.
West in 2022. The fanboys get mad if you call it a Korean Diablo, so Lost Ark is a Korean Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Top-down hack-and-slash RPG with gathering and crafting and absolutely no bots. Don't go to the fishing spots, just trust me, bro. Still one of the most played games on Steam. 5. Black Desert Online. Blowing people away with its character creator alone. Black Desert Online.
People never left the character creator. They just go to the character creator to nut and then they start their day. No one actually plays Black Desert Online, let's be honest.
Is a sandbox action MMO releasing in 2016.
Video sucks, it also swallows. Or at least that's what they imagine. Then it doggy styles as well.
Can train life skills.
The only thing BDO doesn't do is missionary for the sole purpose of recreation. That's it.
Build houses, kill millions upon millions of enemy mobs to earn the chance to risk a small, minute upgrade to their weapon, or potentially gain a tiny boost, or break the whole thing and wish they'd paid not to do that. Black Desert Online does have PvP and is considered one of the grindiest, most pay-to-win games out there. Hardcore.
What's weird is the controls of BDO. It acts like a fucking fighting game.
Fans will insist it's not pay-to-win because you can pay thousands of dollars and still lose, and honestly, that just sounds worse. Of course, it's still online. 4. The Elder Scrolls Online. The Elder...
A cash shop. A cash shop. A fucking cash shop is top 5.
The Scrolls series is known for incredibly memorable opening lines. Excuse the gloom of Daggerfall. Wake up. I heard them say we've reached Morrowind. Of Morrowind. Hey you. You're finally awake, of Skyrim, or the latest, wait, what do you mean I can't use the crafting bag without ESO Plus, of The Elder Scrolls Online? ESO is a massive MMO set in the fantasy world of Tamriel, releasing in 2014.
This game has been mentioned so much. It has 358 points. People have put this on every list imaginable. And I think it's because in the old days, the big 3 used to be like World of Warcraft, Guild Wars 2, and ESO.
You choose one of 3 factions, then play...
Now I don't even know if there is a big 3.
Through one of 3 actually quite massive storylines, featuring the amazing voice talents of John Cleese, Bill Nye, Kate Beckinsale, Jennifer Hale, Michael Gambon, Malcolm McDowell, and many more. The Elder
I didn't know they had that many voice actors in the cash shop.
Scrolls Online amazes me personally in its ability to anger the entire player base repeatedly with floaty combat, egregious
and they just keep eating that shit.
Monetization, repetitive dungeons, have very little content made around it, and yet still maintain a massive and dedicated player base. Still very online. 3. Guild Wars 2, one of my favorite MMOs, breaking the curse of a sequel never being as...
Number 3. Number 3. Okay, so that probably means... Number 1 is going to be World of Warcraft, probably. And number 2... I can only imagine number 2 is either going to be... No, number 2 has to be Final Fantasy.
as good as the original, launching back in 2012, Guild Wars 2 focuses on horizontal progression instead of vertical. Meaning once you've got the best equipment, which can happen quite quickly, it's all about collecting different varieties and looks of that equipment and focusing on your fashion, which as we all know is the true endgame. All the usual MMO things of combat, dungeons and quests, but with added jumping puzzles, rewards for exploration and legendary items.
He forgot about the part where players will send you rape threats if you call their game pay to win,
which take months to craft and look very, very cool. Guild Wars 2 has a free trial the size of the entire base game, and then it's buy once, play forever. Probably one of the best value games on this list. So we're finally here. The top 2 MMOs.
There it is. Okay, number 2, number 1. We all know. We all know. And you know what? If you clumped World of Warcraft with Classic, it beats Final Fantasy by a country fucking mile. Let's be honest.
Actively sort of ordered out of 250 games by a science-backed sort of system. Over 100 MMO ranking videos, all combined, multiple articles, weeks of work, and it's all come down to this, and you knew it would. Regular viewers will know my love for one of these 2 games more than the other. So I want to make it clear I did not plan this. And all the data and all the points and all the scoring can be double-checked. In second place, we have
Final Fantasy.
A perfect tie.
No fucking way.
When I added up all of the points from this system, both World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV scored 493 points each. In the immortal words of Brass Eye, this is the one thing I didn't want to happen.
Then
your
what's
life
number 1?
never went in your favor. So when you would find your car spray painted or your bicycle wheels slashed, you wouldn't be surprised that it happened to you. At this point, you didn't even get angry or curse at yourself. It was quite obvious why people did this to you. You looked fairly different from normal people.
Do we know
you
the
didn't
reason?
understand why, but your skin is so pale it looks gray.
What the fuck?
Your hair is naturally completely white and your eyes are the same. Just to add to this sickly look you.
Huh? I saw a fan fiction from AOC. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Do we know the well, I mean, I think Josh has proved it. He's the biggest rigger of them all. What a gigantic rigger. What's number 1 then? If both of these are number 2, what's number 1?
World of Warcraft, the absolute behemoth, releasing back in 2004 and being so successful it warped the genre to it. And Final Fantasy XIV, releasing in such a broken state, it literally blew up its own world, started again as a realm reborn, and was still successful enough to reach the top spot again. This battle is the modern-day Ultima versus EverQuest. It is pushing the genre forward.
You know what? I can believe that a bunch of shitty, crappy, trashy MMO lists out there made by games journalists would actually put Skyrim on that list.
Faster than ever, and we're probably in for a few more years of intense rivalry. World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV are both incredible games, and they are absolutely perfect.
There's no rivalry here. I'm sorry. WoW outscales Final Fantasy by a lot, and I don't even like WoW retail. That's just the truth. They're not competing. The Final Fantasy guys even said that they bit off WoW real fucking hard.
Balanced within this system, but that still means they are joint second. So the top spot of objectively the best MMO ever goes to whatever game you like playing. And it seems cheesy, but
you goddamn rigger. I've never seen such a massive rigger in my life. He rigged these polls. Oh, what a cope. What massive cope. Come on, think for yourself. What the hell is this? This is YouTube. You're supposed to tell us what to think, Josh. That's disgusting. Wow. Whatever you think. Whatever you like. Damn. Those death threats from him killing Terra must have got to him. Who got to Josh? Who got to Josh? Who sent him pictures of his family? Who was it? Who sent him his home address and a picture of his dog? Who was it? No, who was it? Someone got to him. He's compromised. Think for yourself. What does he think this is? Science. Yeah, science, huh? Science tells you to think for yourself. That's not what the mainstream media told me during the COVID pandemic. They told me to do the exact opposite. And like a good boy... I can't say the rest of that because it would be a lie.
Data actually proves it. People feel they need to choose a popular MMO instead of one they personally enjoy. Content creators like me are entertainers. These videos are for entertainment purposes. We are not the arbiters of quality or the gatekeepers telling you which game you should or shouldn't play. And
yes, we all listen to us. Give me that ad revenue. Listen to me.
Which game you should feel bad for enjoying. Use videos like these to gather data and expand your gaming knowledge, but don't use them as an all-knowing answer to what you should do with your time. MMORPGs are long...
Look, he's right. I'll be honest, he's right. But come on. Come on. We all know it's WoW. Don't do that. Come on. We all know it's WoW. I don't like it. You don't like it. We both know it's WoW.
Long-term games, and no one wants to willingly invest in something they know will die, but millions of people have invested millions of collective hours into games which unfortunately did die. And while seeing a game you love or a place you've lived in shut down is devastating, it doesn't make the fun you had in it or the friends you made through it any less real, valuable, or meaningful to you. It is a true fact of all good narratives that not all journeys last
Did
forever.
it include
And that is
Pelwolf?
okay.
No.
Sometimes you set out to save the world, and you succeed, like I did with Otherland. It's bittersweet that it's gone, but we can take solace and smile in the fact that because of our collective actions, it went complete. Find a game you like and play it. Speak to others playing it. Make friends, make memories, and enjoy your favorite MMORPG.
Super God, I'm not the right type. I am disabled, just not the right type of disabled.
Good.
I'm mentally
This video
disabled.
genuinely did take me months to make, and I did watch all of these other videos, and no.
That's a lot of time, but he didn't do the equations. I explained in the beginning how to do the equations, how to calculate for fineness ratio, how to get a coefficient of weighting. Just ignore that. This was data collection.
Down all the places.
And then he coped at the end by not telling people what's objectively the correct thing to think.
Things and make this massive chart. It took far too long and it was inefficient. But ultimately this is an entertainment video. Don't let content creators like me tell you which game you should like. It's your gaming time.
How dare he? Disgusting. Don't listen to this man.
Play what makes you happy.
No, don't listen to him.
Thank you very much for watching. Another massive thank you to all the amazing creators who worked tirelessly over the years to bring MMORPG content to us, and to the amazing people who support me on Patreon and Twitch, allowing me to make super long videos like this. You can support this channel from only £1.
Bang over video, I'd love to like it, but guess what? I don't have a like button anymore. It's just not there. Free MMO station being the nemesis of this video was the best part. Yeah, not surprised. They ruined everything. This man is the reason why Google Sheets has the default option for add 1,000 more rows. If my game don't win, I unsub. Fair. One list to rule them all. Okay, no one's really mad in the comments. Outstanding research. He did data collection, let's be honest. He could have done better, but I don't blame him. He's taking this from the perspective of a theater kid. I'm taking this from the perspective of an autist who did engineering. So I cannot blame him for his listing. Right? It makes 100% sense why he did things the way he did. But I'm just saying that Guild Wars 2 Taxi should have been #1. Straight up, if we're thinking about it, if we think about that absolute banger of a video that's been up for 11 years, yeah, we know it's the Guild Wars 2 Taxi. Not even the game, just the taxi. Now, unfortunately, I have to go get my car repaired. I stayed here way longer than I should have. I didn't think it was going to take that fucking long. Holy shit. Okay. I am going to leave you with this. Obviously, the poll's going to be wrong. If I wanted people to be wrong, iconic, I would ask them to vote, okay? We all know that's going to be wrong. So I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to go fucking evaporate now because I have to go fix my car. But I'll leave you with the song that prompted me to add the song list to shit. And I hope you enjoy. Oh wait, actually it generated a second one. Hold on. You can listen to the second one. You got the first one at the very beginning. So you can listen to this one while we close out and while I shut everything down and make sure everything doesn't collapse. I'll see you later.
St. Luigi geared in green, dropping down like a machine. Evil CEOs, beware. Time to meet him if you dare. The boardroom's cold facade can't save them from this odd ballad. Health insurance sleaze so sly. St. Luigi's here to try. Here comes the Luigi special. Justice dished out on a level. Heads will roll and stakes will soar. Meet your maker through this door. St. Luigi's wrath unfurled. Smash the fat cats of the world. Policies crumble all around. Evil schemes brought to the ground. No more lies or greedy plans. St. Luigi takes a stand. Through their evil he will slice. No more rolling loaded dice. Here comes the Luigi special. Justice dished out on a level. Heads will roll and stakes will soar. Meet your maker through this door.
Okay, gamers, it's gooning time. Good night.
No more lies or greedy plans. St. Luigi takes a stand. Through their evil he will slice. No more rolling loaded dice. Here comes the Luigi special.